welcome back to the Ladakh Literature Festival of 2020. Our session for today is Geology in the Himalayas, a discussion between Pranay Lal, Nigel Hughes, Neptune Srimal, and Rajiv Patnaik. Three professors of geology and paleontology, Nigel Hughes, Neptune Srimal, and in conversation with author Pranay Lal and take the listener on a journey of Ladakh's geological history. Together, they will tell stories about its deep ecological past through rock and fossil records and anecdotes of discoveries they have made over the past 3 decades. Thank you for that interesting session. Do tune in to our next session.
Good afternoon, good evening to whoever is tuning in from whichever part of the world. My name is Pranay Lal, and I attempt to write on natural history. I'm quite sure that I'm not the only one who, as an outsider, came to this beautiful country blessed with very high mountains and plateau called Ladakh. And the first time I reached here, my mind was blown by the extraordinary things that I saw here. We live in a very difficult time, and increasingly as we get connected, we are increasingly getting cut off from the natural world. Never in the history of our lives, or even the lives of our parents or our grandparents, did we know more about the natural world than we know now. But yet, at this particular moment, we face the greatest crises of climate change, pandemics, and extinctions. And that are taking place right before our eyes. And it's going to happen also in the face of our subsequent generations. But when you come to a place like Ladakh, Ladakh just leaves you with such awe and a sense of wonder. And I'm sure it has stayed with you as well as it has with me. And my three guests today are people who have traveled the length and breadth of this wonderful, beautiful piece of earth that we call Ladakh. I have the tall order to ask my three distinguished guests to cover about 450 million years or so from the earliest time when the region of Ladakh was being assembled in less than about 45 minutes. So I have the pleasure of introducing Professor Nigel Hughes. Nigel teaches geology at the University of California, Riverside. He has worked in the Himalayas for more than 4 decades, and he has written perhaps the most comprehensive monograph on the Cambrian aged fossils of Ladakh and Spiti. Nigel also has done extensive outreach programs through stories and storytelling for children about the geology of the subcontinent. So he continues to educate even beyond his classroom. So welcome to the talk, Professor Hughes. Our next speaker is Professor Neptune Srimal. He is a professor of geology in the Florida International University in Miami. Neptune Da has over 3 decades, he has surveyed the Himalayan region in Ladakh, Uttarakhand, Arunachal Pradesh, when he was with the Geological Survey of India. And he has done so subsequently after his retirement. I think he's among the people who has covered every corner, if I may say so, and possibly even upturned every rock that you can see in Shok, Nubra, and Karakoram since the 1970s, and has mapped the entire Indus River. Our third speaker is Professor Rajiv Patnaik. He is professor of geology at the Punjab University in Chandigarh. He has won several awards for his immense work on the fossil records of the Shivaliks and the Himalayas and many other parts of the country. His most recent accomplishment is that he has co-edited a volume on the post-Gondwana breakup, which is a tribute to the great paleontologist, Professor Ashok Sani. So our guests are going to speak in the order that I have introduced them. Nigel Da, let me ask you first, how would you explain to a novice like me when I visit Ladakh, that how do you explain the beautiful colors, the sequences, the strata, as geologists call it? How do you explain what you see when you land at, say, the Leh airport? So give us a sense of about the time and what we...
The first thing I just want to say is, as a Bideshi, what a privilege it is to work on the geology of India. I have for 30 years or so had the opportunity to do that. There is no part of the world that is more spectacular, that the geological history is more exciting, and that the potential for educating the public about this special history of the subcontinent that's shared by everyone is just immense. So it's been my great pleasure to have the opportunity to come and work in the subcontinent, and I'm so grateful for that. So your question, was pertaining to the fact that when you get off the plane in Leh or come up on the bus, you can't help but be impressed by the striking layers that you see. I mean, that is the thing that you see in the exposed layers of rock, and they may be tilted at various different angles. And they're exposed because, of course, it's high and beyond the rain shadows. So there is not vegetation covering all these rocks. And we can see the motif of our planet, which is that written in the rocks is a series of events laid down in each layer. And it's very appropriate that this is a literary festival because we're talking about books, of course, and the Earth is a book. The Earth has written its own story. And just like learning a language, what geologists do is learn the language of the rocks. And it's our privilege to try and understand that. So what I'm going to do to start off with is, with the geology of Ladakh is the most spectacular in the entire world. It's not possible for us to give more than just a hint of the geology, but I'm going to talk about some of the earliest history, geological history in Ladakh, and then we're going to go through in time to younger and younger and tell the spectacular story of India's migration as a subcontinent and the formation of the Himalaya. So I just need to share my screen here and find my presentation. There we go, and start that off. And so here is, of course, the subcontinent, and we see, the range of the Himalayan mountains, and of course these are the highest mountains in the world, and Ladakh is in this position, and we've been talking about the fact that there are layers of rock. Well, each one of those layers represents a portion of the history of the Earth. And it's laid down in primarily in layers of sedimentary rock. Just like today, the high parts of India, the Himalaya, are being eroded away, and material is passing in the great rivers, the Ganga and the Indus, down into the Indus Fan or into the Bay of Bengal and laying down layers. And that's happening today, and it's happened throughout the Earth's geological history. Our planet is spectacularly placed. It's the right size to have lots of activity at the Earth's surface, moving the plates of the Earth around. And it's also the right distance from the sun to have liquid water and an atmosphere and the opportunity to move things around at the surface. So that's why our planet's so incredibly dynamic. And here's a shot of the geological structure of Ladakh. And I don't want to spend much time on this, but just to say that here is Leh, and you can see a lot of colors in a small space. This is what geologists produce when they're showing where the different kinds of rock are occurring. And there's a lot of different kinds of rock in a small space. I'm going to talk really about Zanskar and a particular area in which we've worked extensively. You can see that it's shown in green here, and next to it is what's called the High Himalaya. Now, in the Zanskar range, the rocks that I'm talking about are preserved nicely in layers, but in other parts of the Himalaya, those same layers have been squashed and deformed inside the Earth's crust, and they've turned into what's called a metamorphic rock, a rock that's changed substantially. So the episode I'm going to talk about is about 450 million years ago. The Earth is 460 crore years old, million years old. So 4.6 billion years old. So this is just a relatively recent history. But the next slide I'm going to show you is what the Earth looked like at that time. And it's going to look very different. It's a map of the entire world. And you'll see that we have some a geography that's really very different from the world as it is today. I'm speaking to you from California, which would have been somewhere off here. This is North America. Some American politicians would really like this time because North America is more isolated from the rest of the world than any other continent. But India was not separated at that time. India was located in this position over here. Here's the position of Ladakh. But you might just be able to see the V-shaped peninsula of India here. And on India's west coast is Africa. And on the east coast is Antarctica. And the green represents land, and the light blue represents shallow ocean. And the amazing thing then is the world's highest mountains today, and Ladakh, up at high elevation, was at that time the area where the shallow ocean was occurring. And as I said, the rocks tell the story of the Earth. So the rocks that formed 450 million years ago in layers are the rocks that are now exposed in Ladakh and have their story to tell us. So it's very interesting that, of course, we're talking about the rocks in the highest mountains of the Earth. So let's just look for a moment at Sagarmatha or Chomolungma or Everest. This is the north side of Everest. There's the very summit. And the very summit of Everest is these rocks that are 450 million years old. And they contain fossils within them. And I'll show you the kinds of fossils they contain. You might see that this, what's called the summit pyramid, is sitting on top of about 250 meters of yellow rock there. That's called the yellow band on Everest. It's made of ancient limestones, ancient reef that was occurring on the seafloor at this time. And beneath that is many thousands of meters of gray and black rock, sandstones and shales. Now, this particular slide is a slide that talks about the 1924 expedition, the third expedition to Everest. And I mention it because the first geologist ever to work on Everest was called Noel Odell. And he was collecting what he thought were fossils, but what turned out later not to be because the rocks are too squashed. He was working at exactly this point here when George Mallory and Andrew Irving were ascending and climbing up these steps in the yellow band in their attempt. And of course, very sadly, on the return, perhaps, they slipped at this point and Mallory's body was found there a few years ago. But we're going to look at exactly these rocks now. These rocks that here in the Everest region are deformed are not deformed in Zanskar. And this is why, one of the reasons why for my work, the Zanskar region is the absolutely perfect place. Remember that I showed you about 200 meters of yellowy looking rock or red looking rock. This is actually the equivalent. It's the same layer of rock, many hundreds of kilometers along the Himalayan margin. It's a little bit red here because it's got a little more iron staining in it, but it's the same unit of rock that is occurring in the yellow band in Everest. And just below that, here you can see, this is Puktal Gompa, of course. Everybody who's been to Zanskar will know Puktal Gompa. Here's the track up to Puktal Gompa. Puktal is actually, this is the same yellow band, the Karsha Formation, as it's called. And here we see these black layers, just as we saw on Everest. But the great thing about these rocks is they're not so squashed in Zanskar, and they contain fossils in them. Here's myself and a student collecting in Zanskar some years ago. I'm not smoking a cigarette there or anything else. It's a pencil. But when you hit on these rocks with a hammer, like I'm doing there, you can find the fossils within them. And these fossils, this is the particular type of fossil that's called a trilobite. This is just the head region, or the central portion of the head. This is the stomach capsule, and the eye, one eye on that side, the other eye is broken off. And one of the things that's wonderful about the Himalaya is that although over the last 150 years geologists have been there, not very many people have been, and there's immense amount of work still to be done. So there are new finds that are very easy to make, and we had the honor to name this after one of our dear friends, Shamli Kastagi, who artist and activist who very sadly died in 2012, and a friend of Neptune and myself. But if I just point out again, this is the stomach capsule, and here are the eyes. Now, this is an animal that had its shell on the outside. So when the animal dies, often the pieces fall apart. So you just get the central part of the head. But in the next slide, you're going to see complete specimens. So these are ones where all the pieces are still joined together. So in this one here, that's the stomach capsule, and here are the eyes, and you can see all the segments behind and the fantastic variety of forms. Here's a beautiful one with a trident at the front, of course. Makes us think of Hindu mythology, of course. But these spectacular animals, look at this one with its eyes on stalks. It would have been below the sediment, peeping out, looking for food or protecting itself. Absolutely dramatic animals living on the seafloor in the ancient ocean that I showed you in that picture of what the world looked like 450 million years ago. So animals like this that were living in the ocean, the bottom of the ocean, are now preserved on the top of the highest mountains on Earth. Now, these are the trilobites. This is the group that I particularly work on, but there was a whole assemblage of animals that lived in those oceans, and this is a reconstruction of that. There's a trilobite in the middle here, and you can see that it's being attacked by what's called an orthocone nautiloid, a relative of the clams and the snails and the great molluscan group. But there are many other animals that were living in that ancient ocean now at the top of Sagarmatha. For example, corals, what are called sea lilies, but were actually an animal related to sea urchins and starfish. Things that look like a clam but are not, that are called brachiopods. A whole vibrant, tropical at that time ecosystem of animals now preserved in layers of rock that occur on the top of the world's highest mountain. And so the project that we're concerned with at the moment, because I love to do this research and I'm so grateful for the opportunity to do this, but we want to share this history because geology is stories that we can tell that you don't need actually a huge amount of specialist information to understand the broad story. And the broad story that we're going to tell you, and Neptune Dar will start telling you in a minute, is so dramatic that every citizen of the subcontinent should know about this and be proud of it. It is something that is common to the heritage of everybody in the subcontinent. And that's why it's something that should be shared and widely known and something that really unites the subcontinent as a whole. So in order to do this, we talked a little bit about the book that we did some years ago, but we want to now tell an animated series in Hindi and Urdu, in Bengali and in English, called The Ocean on Top of Our Mountain. And we've just been talking about why there's an ocean. It's the ancient ocean that's on top of the mountain. And I'm being helped in this by a very, very capable and wonderful illustrator called Trisha Banerjee, and our friend Shekhar Mukherjee, director of the National Institute of Design in Vijayawada in Andhra Pradesh. And I'm just about to have a meeting tomorrow to try and get some funding from American organization for this. But this is just that history at 450 million years ago. But what's so wonderful about India's history is that India has the most dramatic history of any part of the Earth's crust over the subsequent 450 million years. As you saw in the map, I showed you that India was originally next to Africa on one side, on its west side, and on its east side, Antarctica and Australia. 300 million years or so later than that, India and the other continents began to break apart because of hot jets of molten material coming from deep within the earth started to split and crack away India from Africa, and then later from Antarctica and Australia, hotspots as they're called. And India then started its amazing and magnificent voyage, 9,000 kilometers northwards, moving sometimes as much as 20 centimeters a year. Imagine the energy needed to move the continent of India 20 centimeters a year. And as that happened, the sea in front of India the sea floor, composed of this dark basaltic rock, sank down underneath Asia, and slowly the Indian subcontinent began to move northwards, and ultimately about 50 million years ago collided. And that is what gave rise to the Himalaya. But this little diagram here is a little bit of a simplification. And I think that Neptune Da, who's worked for years in this area, is going to tell you a little bit more about India's passage northwards and the even more amazing story of the closure of the oceans that were in that area. So that's me.
Thank you. Thank you, Nigel.
So
Thank you, Pranay.
that's just the right time to have Professor Srimal to tell us about what happened between the 60 million years, the journey between India, Greater India coming to collide with Eurasia. I think that's going to be the next 15 or 20 minutes is what we are going to discuss or hear from Professor Srimal. Over to you. The ocean floor is yours.
Okay. Well, I'm god of the oceans too, right? Neptune.
That's right.
Okay. So this is the story that Nigel just told us. This is a picture of what the world was like about 300 million years back. And you can see all the southern continents were combined together in one supercontinent. You can see India over here, and Africa, South America, Antarctica, and Australia. We call this continent as the Gondwana land. Gonds are the tribes in the central part of India. Actually, there's a station called Gondia Junction between Calcutta and Bombay. If you ever travel by Bombay Mail, you'll see that. Okay, so Nigel told you how India broke away from the rest of the Gondwana land and started moving northwards at a very rapid rate, up to 20 centimeters per year, which is 200 kilometers a million year. And remember, the smallest unit for us geologists is like a million year. So that's like 200 kilometers every million year. So imagine how fast it must have been moving. But my story goes back farther than this breakup. And we'll see that this was not the only breakup, but several other continental fragments broke away from north of India or north of the Gondwana land. And those continental fragments, the story of those continental fragments, how they crossed oceans and collided with each other, that is the story of Ladakh. And that's the story I'm going to tell you. So here, these three globes, in very short and very simplified way, in a generalized way, tells you the story of the formation of Ladakh and Tibet. So this was the Gondwana land. You can say it's Gondwana. That's where the Antarctica was. At first, and between Gondwana land and these northern continents, which is now Asia, we had a big ocean. Now we call that the Paleotethys or the Paleotethyan Ocean. Tethys was mother of Earth, by the way. So at first, a sliver of continent like that broke away from the northern margin of Gondwana land, and they started moving northwards. When continents move northwards, the ocean floor along with it also moves northwards. And as Nigel just showed, I mean, the ocean floor, basically, if there's a continent, ocean floor dives under a continent. And gradually the whole ocean disappears under the continent. This is a process we call subduction. And when continents break apart, an ocean opens up between them. So what was happening when this northern continents, when this sliver of continent, these slivers we call terrains or geological terrains or tectonic terrains. And this terrain is the Changthang terrain. You all know the Changthang, north of Karakoram range or north of Pangong Lake. That's the Changthang region. Although I have spelled it Kyangthang, that's the way the Chinese and Tibetans nowadays spell it. So as this continent was going north, the Paleotethys was gradually disappearing under Asia, and a new ocean was opening up between what was Gondwana land and these Changthang terrain. And we call that as the Mesotethys. Then another sliver, the orange part that you see over here, that's the Lhasa and Shyok Valley of present day. That also broke away from north of India, started crossing the ocean, as you can see over here. By this time, the Changthang terrain, this is about 22 crore years before now, 225 million years before now. We call the Triassic period. That's when the dinosaurs used to roam the world, including parts of India. So the Changthang collided with Asia, and the Lhasa and Shyok terrain that broke away from north of India and started moving north. And as I told, as they start moving north, the Mesotethys Ocean that had opened up here gradually was disappearing underneath the Changthang. Now Changthang was part of Asia. Whenever the terrains, whenever the ocean floor dives under the continents, you see a chain of volcanoes there. So we had a chain of volcanoes here. And as it was going down under, the volcano was very active. But eventually, this whole Mesotethys Ocean disappeared. And then by this time, India has broken away from Gondwana land about 130 million years ago, 13 crore years ago, and started moving northward. So what happened when India broke up? Basically, the Gondwana land started breaking up. Australia broke up, India over here, Africa over here, South America over here, Antarctica stayed where it was. So we had Indian Ocean and Atlantic Ocean, all those ocean formed, and India started moving very rapidly northward and basically smashed again the Lhasa Shyok terrain that formed the southern part of Asia. And because of this huge collision by India, you can see all these terrains wrapped around India. So if you go to Burma and Thailand and Southeast Asia, the rocks that you see there are exactly the same rocks that we had in Tibet. Basically, it's the Tibet and Shyok rocks that wrapped around and went down there. The same picture I'm showing you in this map, geological map of Tibet and Ladakh. You can see the yellow are the Changthang terrain that broke away first. Then the pink one is the Lhasa Shyok terrain. This is Shyok over here in the Lhasa that collided with Changthang terrain, and the whole ocean disappeared there. But when the ocean disappeared, when two continents collide, remnant of the ocean basin is squeezed between the two. So you see a small sliver of oceanic rocks. We call them ophiolites, and I'll tell you in a second why we call that. Ophis means snake, but what has this to do with snakes? But presence of those rocks tells us that there was an ocean there. The same thing over here, this blue thing are the rocks that Nigel just showed us just now from the Zanskar, and the rest are all Himalayas and Indian continent. So they smashed against the Lhasa terrain, which from the southern part of Asia, and another ocean totally disappeared here. So what you see here, we have a story of Changthang terrain, that's number 1, the Lhasa Shiok terrain, that's number 2, and the Indian plate, that's number 3. We'll talk about 3 continents and 3 oceans: the Neo-Tethys Ocean, the Meso-Tethys Ocean, and the Paleo-Tethys Ocean, the remnants of which we now see in the rocks of Ladakh. So this is the same story in a more easily understood form. Maybe this was the Greater India, the Gondwana land. The dark green is the Changthang, the light green is Lhasa Shiok block, and the yellow is India. So you can see that Changthang broke away here. You can see it broke away from rest of the Gondwana land, started moving northward. You have subduction going on. The Paleo-Tethys Ocean is going under Asia. The yellow is Asia. Eventually, the whole Paleo-Tethys subducts, disappears, and Changthang here collides with Asia, as you can see over here. So the Asia has grown. After that, after the Changthang has collided, this ocean, the Meso-Tethys, has now grown quite a lot. As the Changthang is moving away, the ocean is growing. Eventually, that ocean also starts subducting, start going down under Changthang. The Shiok block starts moving northward, and about 140 million years ago, Shiok block collided with Changthang. So now the southern margin of Asia was there. And once that collided, the subduction started south of Shiok along the present Indus Valley, what we see now as the present Indus Valley. That's where India started, the Neo-Tethys Ocean started going under Shiok, and eventually India collided with the Shiok. India was a huge continent. The force of collision was so huge that it deformed rocks in Changthang, it deformed rocks in Shiok, and it deformed rocks over here. That's how the Himalayan mountain range rose there. And after the collision, the force of India's northward migration pushed the Indian margin underneath the Tibet. So all the way under the Tibet, the Indian continent is pushing and still pushing under Tibet. So you have a double thickness of continents below the Tibet, and the continental rocks are lighter than the rocks that are deeper inside the earth. So they tend to float up, they rise up. And that's why whole Tibet is such high ground. It's flat, but high ground. And that's why, because of the crunching and collision and piling of rocks, that's why we see the Himalayas. And these are the story that you see in the rocks of Ladakh nowadays. So this is the map of Ladakh. You see this red line here is roughly the Indus River. The Leh is right over here where my arrow is there. This is the Nubra River, and that's the Shiok River. And this is the upper Shiok River, and you have Karakoram Pass and Daulat Beg Oldi over there. The Great Karakoram Mountain range is over here. The Ladakh range is over here. The Zanskar is over here. And the Saltoro range, or the Lesser Karakoram, is over here. So you can see we have 1, 2, 3 continents and 1, 2 ocean basins, and maybe another ocean basin over here, and maybe another small continent over here. We are still debating about that, and it might prove right. Now you see I have put a scale over here. You can see from Lama Yuru to north of Panamik, the total distance is about 50 miles. So the special thing about Ladakh is within this distance of 50 miles, we have geological records and history of collision of 3 continents and disappearance of 2 or 3 ocean basins. Nowhere in the world you will find such huge amount of geological information contained in such a small area. Remember the picture I showed you of Tibet. This whole distance is more than 1,000 miles. So what you see in 1,000 miles, in Ladakh we can see in 50 miles. That's what it makes it geologically such a unique place. And as Nigel says, it's not only a heritage for India, it's not only heritage for Ladakh, it's a world heritage site that we all must do our most to preserve and make sure the next generation learns. It's a teaching laboratory like which you'll never find anywhere in the world. Okay, so I told you the story here was Continents were being rifted apart. They were torn apart. As you can see over here, Changthang is being torn apart from Shiok, and continents were colliding. So basically a story of collisions and tearing apart, which we call rifting. So story of rifting and collision. When continents get rifted, what happens is the rocks, you can see over here, a continent is getting rifted. The rock in the middle gets very thin. If you have a chewing gum and if you pull it, or if you have a Snicker bar and you pull it, you'll see how thin the central part becomes. That's what happens. And the deeper part of the earth comes closer to the surface. This is very hot. It starts melting. Those melts come up and they form intrusion into rocks like that. This is very rare things. The rocks that form there are called eclogites. This is a picture of eclogite. This rock you'll find near Puga and in Somurari. So this is a map of Somurari. You can see over here. That's the Indian plate. This is the Indus River is roughly over here. That's the Ladakh range. All these red stars, and that's Somurari. These are the places where you see this kind of black rocks. When you take a fresh sample, you'll see them. These are called eclogites. And the green rocks over here, the Nidar ophiolite, that says, ophiolites are the rocks that form where continents collide. So you can see within maybe a mile or two, you will see both a vanquished ocean and a place where continents were torn apart in Ladakh. You can see that these rocks came to the surface extremely fast. This graph shows you these rocks came up from a depth of 110 kilometers and came up to a depth of about 10 kilometers. It rose 100 kilometers from inside the earth in almost geologically no time, maybe within a million years or so. That's also pretty amazing. And this is a World Heritage Place. This is a picture of ocean floor rocks that we see on the mountains. As you can see in the lower picture, the TMC is what we call the Somurari complex. NOC is the Nidar ophiolite complex. These are ocean floor rocks and these are continental rocks that's been torn apart. You see this roundish structure here, we call them pillows. They form when lavas erupt underwater. And those are the type of rocks that you see on ocean floor slivers. These are all the samples of ocean floor rocks that you see in Nidar. And on a hand sample, this rock looks so green, color of snake. The Greek for snake is ophis. That's why we call these rocks as ophiolites. Ophiolites are pretty rare, but Ladakh has not one, but possibly 3 ophiolites within that 50 miles. And that range in 200 million years in age. That's why Ladakh is so special. And I told you when India underthrust the Asia, when the Indian plate is still going underneath the Asia and is pushing up the Asian margin higher up. And as it is pushing up the Asian margin, the mountains are forming. This is the Karakoram mountain. This started forming when Shiok collided with Changthang. That was even before India collided with Asia. And, Karakoram means black rocks. And this is Saserla, the pass on top of Karakoram. And you can see all those black rocks there. I was there in 1974. So its picture is from then, 1975. And this is Depsang Plain. That's where Daulat Beg Oldi is there. You can see you have a absolutely flat ground. You can play hockey there, cricket, football. And this was a plain. This was a flood plain of like our Ganga Valley. The whole thing has rose 18,000 feet because of pushing down by India. And these things are preserved in Ladakh like you'll see nowhere in the world. This is a picture from Khardungla, and that's the Ladakh granite that formed when India was, when the Neo-Tathian Ocean was subducting under the Shiok block. These black rocks here, this is what you see near Khardung village all the way to Khalsar. I named it as the Khardung Volcanics or the Khardung Formation. These are all volcanic rocks. They form when you have explosive volcanism. And those volcanoes form when an ocean starts going down under the continent in a subduction zone. And you have a fantastic exposure all the way from Khardung to Khalsar of this continental volcanics. So present day we see this beautiful village of Khardung, but 50, 60 million years ago, that's what this place looked like. In Ladakh, you have an ocean and you have these huge volcanoes and that were erupting like anything all over the place. But the fire is still underground there. This is a picture of Panamik, but Panamik is not the only hot spring there. You have Panamik, we have in Chumathang, we have in Puga, we have near Hanle, we have the other side of Karakoram Mountains. That shows the fire underground is still there. So this is the fire and this is the pressure that has formed this land of Ladakh. Maybe that's what makes the people there so hardy also. And that's what makes them so resilient. And that's what makes this land so fascinating, a World Heritage Site. So my story ends where India has collided with Asia. The Neo Tethys Ocean is now totally disappeared, is closed, and India and Shiok and Lhasa, they are one landmass. And Rajiv will tell us what happens after that.
Thank you, Professor Srimal. The story from there on looks like this, that the Indian plate is nearing or it's closing into the Asian plate, and it's passing through the tropical equatorial region, and as it's pushes on, and there are so many connections develop. Gradually, these connections then allow biota, the fauna and the flora of these two huge continents to change, and there was a major biodiversity change one would see. Many animals and plants from the Asian part would kind of come into the Indian part, and a lot of Indian elements would get the opportunity to move towards the Eurasian plate. Now, the new entrants would be like the terrestrial animals, rhinos, crocodiles, and fishes. Prior to that, before the ocean recedes, there were these fabulous creatures of the ancient ocean and land, the whales. These were the times when whales started. The ancestral whales were actually walking whales, and they started moving into the water, moving into the ocean. So a broad a picture shows that as the remnant of Tethyan Ocean recedes towards the Arabian Sea, as you can see in this picture, one part of the remnant forms just below the Lesser Himalayas, and the other branch or other part was where the collision took place, the Indus-Ucha zone. As these went on, as the water recedes, the trough, the canal or a basin gets occupied by the newly developed or the paleo drainage of the Indus. So Indus, what we see today, was there since almost the last 25 million years ago. And what we see that in those days, these paleo Indus would bring in a lot of sediments from the Ladakh area, from the batholith, the granites from the north, and would deposit these sediments into the southern basin. And this was the time when the lush green vegetation was there, and all sorts of animals and and large animals and smaller animals and plants lived there in this very area. So when we look at the scenario, what we see is a thick pile of sediments, like almost 3 kilometers of sediments. And those sediments right now sit on the granitic, the Ladakh batholith. So what you see on this screen is the part of the batholith, the granite here, and on your right hand side, that basically forms the southern part of the area, is the Kargil formation, the first formation, which is full of these plant fossils and animal fossils. So just the last year we found a lot of animal fossils. I will be explaining to you what we have found there. Now this our team, and it's an Indo-German team. So this guy is Wasim, who lives in Kargil. So he's been given this PhD area. So he's kind of there, and he's still exploring the area. So what you see is sand, clay, very similar to the sand and clay the Indus River deposits today. But these were the ancient times, because of deposition for many millions of years. These sand and clay bands have the colors have changed. So over the Kargil formation, there is another thick pile of sediments which are called Tharumsa formation. And they're full of organic material, lot of leaves, lot of organic bands are found in this, and we have found remnants of algal material, as well as leaf fragments, and over it Paschum formation lies. So there is a thick pile of sediments which were deposited. Now they, because of tilting and thrusting, pushing off the Himalayas, these are now exposed. So these what you see here is a jaw of an early mouse deer called tragolids. These are tragolids. They still live. They live in this northeastern part of India, but not here. And we have named them as Nala medics because of the Nala along which this was found, and they're still around in the northeast. And then we have rhino fossils. So rhinos, which basically evolved in the northern part, they got an opportunity to move towards south, and we have found their fossils. Our scientists in the past, they have found their skull, the whole skull was found. Now what we are doing is we are trying to look at the microfossils these days, because large fossils are easy to find, but microfossils, they give us a lot of information about the ecology, about the environment, of the climate. So we are basically these days looking at microfossils and doing some isotope analysis of them, so that we know what kind of rainfall pattern there was, and what kind of vegetation, what kind of ecological conditions were there. So when we look at the microfossils, of course you won't be able to see them very clearly here. These are some of the gastropods. These are snails, land snails, and there are some bivalves. These are clams. So we have their impressions as well as complete fossils as well. So just to give you an idea what these algal remains we find, these are called charophytes. So we find these tiny little round calcitic gyrogonites preserved, very well preserved in the rocks, in the sediments there. And also we have snails, land snails, and clams, of course, these are modern clams, but to give you a perspective, what kind of clams, the freshwater clams, and a lot of fish elements, a lot of fish bones, scales we have found. So to give you a perspective of the place, what we see is an arid landscape, but when we go back in time, some 25 million years ago, it was a tropical rainforest. And on top of it, we have found a rat that is called Phalomis, which was supposed to live here and other places. It has been found in Bukti in Pakistan and other places in 25 million years sediments, and also it has been found in 10 million years rocks of China and in Japan. But recently it was found in a market in Laos. So there you see this rodent that lives in a tropical rainforest. So what you see today, the badlands, the dry lands, it wasn't there. It was lush green vegetation, and all sorts of animals and plants, including sal forests, were there. So that is where I would end my talk.
Awesome.
Thank you, Professor Patnaik. This is illuminating. I think you briefly touch upon the fact that you find this wonderful Launestis discovery of this new rodent. I think it is very telling because we live in a time of pandemics, and many of those epidemics and outbreaks happen because of wet markets and us exploring these creatures and trading into them. But I think let's, in interest of time, I think we've got about 10 minutes, and I would now return back to Professor Nigel Hughes for any closing remarks or any comments or any way forward for how we want to take the discussion forward, conserving and preserving the natural heritage of Ladakh region.
Well, I hope we've made a case in this discussion of just how splendidly unique the geology of Ladakh is. It's not only beautifully exposed thanks to the high elevation, but it's beautifully complex, and it tells multiple stories of multiple oceans, of the way the earth has changed from very deep inside the earth, rocks coming up like the eclogites, to rocks that are forming at the Earth's surface, to things that are ancient tropical rainforests. Everything you could imagine is preserved there, and so these are stories. And geology is so wonderful because, as we said at the beginning, it's a book, and we just need to learn the language of the book in order to enjoy and appreciate it. And it really isn't that difficult to get an understanding that can then be taken into the field, and you start to see not just the landscape as it is today, but the hidden landscape, the ancient landscapes that are there. And I think for the educational potential for young people in the subcontinent, you don't have to know the structure of the atom or all the chemistry or physics. These are things, how the earth is, how it's changed through time. This is a tremendous way for educating children about science and about the way the earth has changed, and nowhere better than Ladakh. So my feeling is that Ladakh in particular, but India in general, is just a place that deserves multiple institutions that tell the story and share this story with the public of the subcontinent, because this is what the earth itself says about this history, and it is a truly magnificent history. So we're involved, in Pranay and I and Rajiv and many involved with an initiative called TIME, the Indian Museum of the Earth, with the idea of a national institution that will tell this story. But Ladakh itself deserves a a special institution of its own, because the story there is way better than to tell such a story.
Thank you so much, Nigel. I think Professor Srimal, what are your thoughts?
My thoughts are bubbling all over me. I mean, there's not one thought, but 20 thoughts. Firstly, I think all of us understand that this is a unique World Heritage Site. I mean, there's so much geological history that's preserved here from 400 million years till today, from 100 kilometers inside the earth to the surface rock that Rajiv so nicely explained. But apart from that, we have to, it's our responsibility, not only us, but everyone who's listening to this, their responsibility is to make sure that this thing does not get ruined, number one. And number two, I mean, we should make it possible for this to be an educational place. So I can name at least 20 places where we should have national or international geological monuments. Those should be World Heritage Sites, like the Nidar Valley, where you have the ophiolites, like the Puga and the eclogites, like the Khardung volcanics. I mean, we have so many places. So all of those we should have protected World Geological Monument sites. Second thing is we have to make sure, I mean, all places in the world does that. If you go to Canadian Rockies, if you go to Venice, they limit tourism. We got to limit tourism, and we got to limit uncontrolled tourism. Whoever comes should come through a local group which has been vetted by the authorities, by the local people. Once they are small groups, they can go out for trekking. I mean, it's a trekker's paradise, right? But you have to make sure. And thirdly, please, I mean, this place has millions and millions of tons of limestone, all those things. Don't put another cement factory there. You don't earn much money from a cement factory. You earn much, much more through tourism without ruining anything. That will be much better for that. And fourthly, what I really would like to do is to have a summer international field camp for college and university students. Have a 1 month or 2 month field camps, charge them $2,000 or something, which is very reasonable by European or American standard, and show them the ophiolites and the arc volcanics and how the continents have collided, the different kinds of structures and fossils.
Excellent.
Yeah, I think that's a great idea. The last idea, I mean, all the ideas are good, but the last idea is a very concrete and very possible thing to be done, and to establish a center for doing that.
And we got to have a very good world-class geological museum. It's very easy to do. I mean, there's so many things there. All you have to do is pick it up and put it there. And on all those places, in Panamik, in Nidar Valley, put a big sign showing the geological history of the region, make it permanent, so that people, and make a self-guided tectonic tour. You have a pamphlet or booklet, people read that, go there and teach themselves. But make sure there's no uncontrolled tourism and no uncontrolled smashing of rocks and taking of samples. I was in Uttarakhand a couple of months back, and one of the young geologists wanted to show me fold-in limestones within the cell crystalline. So he went there and said, darn, I mean, they have blasted away the whole thing. That would have been very important geological find there. So we have to make sure that we don't do that in Ladakh. Whenever you are making a road or a big project, have some geologist who knows the geology with you and try to preserve as much as you can. As I told you, it's not only Ladakh's heritage, it's a world heritage.
That's right. And over to you, Professor Patnaik. Any final words from you?
Yeah. In fact, I totally agree with Nigel and Professor Srimal that we need to preserve this fantastic, the amazing place, this heritage of ours. I got the opportunity to give a talk in a Kargil college last year, where a lot of geology students attended that talk, and I was really delighted to interact with them. So there is a college there, so we have we can, if we spread the awareness that this is your heritage, you preserve it. It's a world museum as such. It's a natural history museum out there. It is I mean, it's an amazing place. It has got the history preserved as such.
There's so much that needs to be done and understood. But before we do any of that, I think we need to, like Professor Srimal and Nigel said, that, let us urgently get a committed group of people to work towards protecting the important geological sites that we identify. And I
Absolutely.
think what also we need is possibly a small museum. But before we do all of this, I think we also need to get commitment from local communities. I think this is where it should all begin. But
Yes.
and also, like Professor Patnaik just said, that we would need lots of local capacity in terms of field guides and trained naturalists. We need signage, and
And
Professor Srimal
geologists.
said.
Yes.
And if sorry.
And geologists too. Yeah, the geologists.
Absolutely. I mean, they could be geologists. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, see, you go to countries like Namibia, South Africa, even Indonesia, you find geology students as natural history people explain things to you about the forest or a lake or an extinct volcano. I
You
think
see
the
them in
story.
Yellowstone National Park also, everywhere. So
Absolutely. I mean, I'm just giving you examples from developing countries. I mean, and thing is that you have geologists who interpret natural sciences in a very deep perspective. And I think that's something that we need to build into Ladakh and Leh region. I think field guides are essential. What is sorely missing, not just in Ladakh, but also in India, are smaller regional museums. I mean, why just regional? It can be very, very small museums, about 2 rooms, 3 rooms, and even open air museums. Why not? I mean, in
yeah,
Panamik, it should be an open air museum. Why should you create a structure there? You don't need a structure. So let me just thank my 3 guests. I mean, they're not guests to me, and we are neither guests of
we are
Ladakh.
comrades.
Citizens
Yeah,
we are
absolutely.
citizens of Ladakh. We feel ourselves that we have been there, and we feel committed to protect and conserve it in every way.
Right.
I think our role is to illuminate the minds of those who come there and those who are going there. We don't need to build malls and highways, as Professor Srimal said. I think we need to preserve nature's way. And I hope this message and the appeal of the 3 geologists and myself, who passionately believe that we must let Ladakh be the way it is. And I hope it reaches the ears of policymakers and local decision makers and the community at large, so that they can keep what they have inherited in the way that they found out. So thank you so much. And I know this is well past your bedtime in Florida. I know night is approaching in California. And I know, Professor Patnaik, you have to go and lecture in a college in your institution
Coffee.
today.
Yeah,
Yes, I know. So let's call it a day, and here's hoping that Ladakh will remain the paradise that it is, and
Absolutely.
and hope that all goes the way that we are imagining it to be.
Right.
And if there's anything we can do, our service is there and it's free.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, and until next time.
Jule, ladies and gentlemen, in this break we would like to present a Ladakhi culture performance for you. Chung is the local beer of Ladakh made from barley, and the jug used to serve chung is called chapskan. The chapskan can be of various versions, the basic ones or the decorated ones also. Earlier, during the reign of King Nimanamgyal, it is said that the royal court dancers or the takshospas, they would serve and fill king's cup by placing the chapskan on their head. And they would sing songs in praise of Reverend Lama Jamyang Patkar and King Nimanamgyal. Today, on this very beautiful occasion, taking all of you as our kings and queens, we would like to present the chapskan song and dance for all of you. Please enjoy. July.
Thank you so much for those of you who joined us for this session. We've got loads of comments on the YouTube chat box, and we've got some questions that have come by mail. We're going to have these answered by Professor Rajiv Patnaik, who's joined us. Other two colleagues, they are in West and East Coast of America, and as you know, it is rather late there. They are unable to join us. But Dr. Rajiv Patnaik and I will try our very best to answer them to the best of your satisfaction. So I'm going to take the first question, which is from Kavita Suri. Her question is that the entire Himalayan region is witnessing a lot of development in terms of infrastructure. Are we doing irreparable damage to the Himalayas in the process? Would you attribute all the flash floods, earthquakes, cloudbursts in Ladakh to climate change? Dr. Patnaik, your thoughts first, please.
Climate change is, of course, it's important. I mean, it is going to affect, but the development part, I think, is happening at pockets, and as far as climate that affects almost scale would have a greater impact on a wider area, because being this area being a very tectonically active area, and whenever there is a flooding event that happens, there a fast runoff takes place, so a lot of material gets drained very fast. So that has been happening over centuries, and in fact in the last 4,000 to 5,000 years ago, in that time period, a lot of flash floods have happened.
I think, yeah, historically we've had a very good account of how, and we've got studies which tell us about cloudbursts and in the Ladakh region. But what I think is of interest is that the climate variability, it goes in peaks, and the amplitude of those peaks, the pulses are getting more intense. And as a result, we have this issue of climate change or climate attributable effect becoming sharper, and they get noticed and get picked up more and more than ever before. So I think Ladakh perhaps can be compared with other similar regions across the world, but we may not have a global consensus of whether all regions of the world, or Ladakh in particular, is getting affected the same way as the others, because there might be some wetland which has completely dried out. We know what's happening in the Aral Sea, for example. There's no water there. It used to be a sea, it used to be a deep sea. Today, there's no water, right? So I think those kind of changes are immense, and we need to take everything attributable to both human agency as well as direct and indirect climate change attributable to human activity. I'm going to take the next question. I know there are about 15 questions that we need to answer, but I think I'm going to go to the next question, which is from Dorje Namgyal. He's asked, how long were the Himalayas underwater? Professor Patnaik?
Almost, I would say, from around Cambrian, so that would be around 500 million years, almost 500 million years.
Right.
They
I think
were under.
the earliest trilobite fossils, I think, are about 470 million years, if I'm not wrong. I think that's the time. So what we know, Dorje, is that the rocks that we find in Ladakh, or like Nigel was explaining, just below and on the yellow band, are about 450 million years, around that old, and you find tiny trilobites. So what we know is that was a rock that was in the bottom of the sea, which got uplifted as the movements of the earth were happening at that time. I'll take the next question, which is from Rinchen Angmo, and her question is, how earthquake prone is Ladakh, seeing the number of minor tremors we have been seeing in the last few months? Professor Patnaik, over to you.
It is quite prone in the sense that it is kind of lies just right at the boundary, at the suture zone where the two subcontinents are welded. In that way, it is prone, but it is less prone, I would say, compared to the frontal areas of the Himalayas, where there is active active faulting is going on, like at the Himalayan frontal fault or at the main boundary fault, because this part has already been sutured. So things would not happen of that extent, of that damaging, than if you compare with the Uttarkashi or these areas.
That's right. Intensity is going to be
less.
I think the next question actually is direct a question on the same thought process. It's from somebody called Ladakh Trend. I think what he has or she has asked is, sir, what is the difference between the main boundary thrust and the main central thrust? And also tell us something about the origin of pillow lava flows in Ladakh.
Well, these are thrusts are basically cracks along which land masses move. So a main central thrust, if you come from the south towards the north, that is, suppose you are traveling from Jammu towards Ladakh, first you would encounter a crack along which there are movements, and that lies just along the Indo-Gangetic plain, that is Indo-Gangetic plain and the Himalayan foothills, that is the Himalayan frontal fault or Himalayan frontal thrust. That will be followed by the main boundary thrust, which sort of again lies in the lesser Himalayas. But when we go further higher up, then where the craton, where the hard rocks are separated, that is called main central thrust, which is then followed by the Indus suture zone.
Thank you so much. Always a pleasure listening to somebody who knows the region well and has deep knowledge about the geological history of the region. Thank you, Professor Patnaik. The next question is from Thinley Dorje. He's asked, we felt strong earthquakes in Shok region recently. What is the geological prospect? I think you answered it, but if you want to take another minute just to explain it, Professor Patnaik.
Well, I would still say it is not of that intensity. So there will always be some tremors, because we are all along the suture zone. But again, the intensity would be much less compared to where the shift, the movement is more. That is in the southern part.
Right. Thank you. That's a fair response. Question by Gawa Nurbu, and it says, how will climate change affect the geology of Himalaya over time?
Well, it has been affecting all through, and it is going to affect in the sense that more and more rocks would get weathered and eroded, and more rocks would get kind of deposited, because climate kind of brings in a lot of different aspects, humidity, temperature changes. So that would basically, in a way, expose more rocks. That is good for geologists, in fact, I would say.
Yes, that's a very a very selfish way for us to expose that. But there's another way to look at it. It's is it climate that drives the geological erosion, or is it geological erosion that drives climate? So I think this is a deeper question. And I'm going to be very conceited here. I mean, I've discussed this in my book Indica, and there's an entire chapter on how erosion of the Himalayas has actually enabled the cooling of the earth, and the silicate process, the silica-rich rocks and carbonate burial. So I think that's something that needs deeper, possibly a longer 15-20 minute conversation. So perhaps we could talk about it aside Gawa. So I'll take the next question, and this is from Stan Lowe. He's asked how well Ladakh is prepared for imminent disasters occurring due to active tectonic plates. I think we've answered this, but we can't comment how well it is prepared, because this is something for the National Disaster Management Agency and the local authorities to tell you. It's not something that we can answer. And it's also, as you know, it's very, very difficult to predict earthquakes. It's a very long-drawn process. And because those imminent disasters are not something that can be predicted well in advance. I'll take the next question now. It's from Setan Namgyal. And the question is, all these geological evolutions created a sea Ladakh into a Ladakh, mountain Ladakh, a sea Ladakh into a mountain Ladakh. Is it one of the most considerable extents of colder inhabitants on Earth? What I imagine the question is that the reason why Ladakh has become, because it's risen from the sea into such height, it's made it such a cold place? I hope I'm understanding this right, because I could not see the syntax of the last statement. But Professor Patnaik, what is your take on this?
Well, yes, of course. If altitude, as we move higher, temperature would obviously change with altitude and latitude. So already Ladakh part is more towards northern latitudes, and as well as you have altitude wise also it is pretty higher. So you would expect colder climatic conditions.
Right. Yeah. The next question is from Fatima Ashraf, and she asks, given that Ladakh has such a rich and complex geological formation, can you please throw light about minerals and precious stones found in this region?
Well, yes, there are a lot of instances where very precious um, minerals like eclogite. These are very what you call, though they are very tiny, but gemstone variety you might not find, like garnet and feldspar and what you call big beryl, or anything which is found in granite and related rocks. Those sort of precious stones are there. So of course it depends on how you value it, like whether they are actually saleable or of precious quality. We are not very sure, but we are sure that there are varieties available there that can be cut into precious stones.
Thank you, Professor Patnaik. I think the next question is also from Ladakh Trend. The question is also, what are the scopes of mineral exploration? I think you've just answered it.
Yeah.
How about the Kargil molasse? How did it form? I have found some green medium to coarse grained rocks in Kargil near Ladakh granitic complex. Can you tell me, please, what rock could it be?
I did give a answer on your YouTube query, but I will just repeat it, that what we have is a Ladakh granite, and Ladakh granite was a source rock, that got eroded by ancient drainage that fell into the ancient paleo channel of the Indus. So you would find sand clay bands, alternative bands, what you get today. And what you have found is one of the green color sandstone, which basically belongs to the Tharumsa formation. Kargil, we have gray color sands mostly. Tharumsa, we have greener tinged sandstone. So again, that is millions of years old.
Right. The next question, I think this is the last question. It's from Rinchen Angmo. Is mass plantation good or bad in Ladakh, keeping in mind climate change action? Professor Patnaik, your thoughts, please.
Yes. Wherever you have mass plantation, it would hold on to the soil, and that would in a way facilitate accumulation of moisture, and one can, from there on, one can what you call, extend the green belt of that area. So I would totally endorse such kind of mass plantation, but it has to be followed by proper what you call management, and it has to be it has to be maintained properly, I would
Right.
say.
And my 2 cents on this, Rinchen, is this, that please do not call it plantation, because I think the world in the conservation world is now moving away from plantation, afforestation. The word that we should now look for is rewilding. We should look at
Right.
building a complete community, and we need to collect flora and fauna where possible to bring in an entire community to build, not just trees. That should not be our only aim. It should be sedges and grasses and mosses and ferns and lichens,
Right.
all those creatures that come together, that make the health of the forest and the trees and the groves together. It can't be a standalone. So I would request you to consider the term rewilding and look for local species something that you collect from 20 or 60 kilometers radius, no further. Do not get things from, say, Jammu or other parts of the state. Bring it from the local areas alone. That should be something that is going to work, and it's going to keep your soils healthy. I
Right.
don't think we have any more questions, sir, and I think we are running out of time. So I'm going to thank you, Professor Patnaik, and also my two other participants, Professor Nigel Hughes and Professor Neptune Srimal, who were not able to join in because of the time difference. But I thank you, and I'd also like to thank the Ladakh Lit Fest organizers for giving us this opportunity to present what we think is critical, what is basically the natural heritage of the region, and what is defining to the cultural and historical aspects of this wonderful part of the country. So
Right.
thank you so much for having us, and wish you the very best. Thank you.
Thank you, Pranay.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Welcome back to the Ladakh Literature Festival of 2020. Our session for today is Wild Himalaya, a lecture by Stephen Alter. Stephen Alter talks about his book, Wild Himalaya, one of the definitive guides to the natural history of the greatest mountain ranges on Earth. His most recent work of fiction, In Jungles of the Night, a novel about Jim Corbett, was shortlisted for the DSC South Asian Literature Award in 2017. He is founding director of the Mussoorie Mountain Festival. Thank you for that session. Do stay tuned for more such exciting sessions.
Greetings from Mussoorie. It's a real pleasure to be here at the Ladakh Literature Festival. I visited Ladakh on a number of occasions. I wish I could be there in person, but given the circumstances now, being part of a virtual presentation is also a great privilege, honor, and delight. Today I'm going to be talking about my book, Wild Himalaya, A Natural History of the Greatest Mountain Range on Earth. This is a book that I've been working on for a number of years. Perhaps the last 5 years at least were spent in sort of concentrated travel, research, and writing of the book. But in a sense, it's a book that I've been writing all my life as I've traveled to different parts of the Himalaya and observed different species, different landscapes, different climates throughout this mountain range. In a sense, Wild Himalaya is an attempt to tell the life story of these mountains. It's a biography in a sense, but it's not just one biography, it's biography of a number of different species that inhabit these mountains, including our own. I try to tell the story of the geology of the mountains, the hydrology, the climate, the plant life, the birds and mammals that are found throughout this mountain range. And I also try to weave together with those stories our human story, the way in which we as human beings interact with other species and cohabit these mountains, which are so diverse and have so many different altitudinal zones, so many different kinds of forest cover, so many different habitats that we ourselves occupy and in many cases share with other species. Now, when we think of the Himalaya, we usually think of them in terms of the highest peaks, the summits of great mountains like Dhaulagiri, which we see here in this photograph above Muktinath. We often think of these mountains as being eternal, unchanging, immutable in that sense. But I think one of the truths about the Himalaya that I learned over the course of my writing and research was that, in fact, these mountains are constantly changing. There is something that is always influx in this mountain range. And it starts, of course, with the geology. The fact that we know the tectonic plates collided and these mountains are pushing up. Even today, they are rising an infinitesimal amount every day. When we look at the ice and the snow that covers these mountains, it appears to be static, but in fact, that ice is flowing. We are unable to watch those rivers of ice moving, but in fact, they are moving imperceptibly every day. And then there are so many other aspects of the mountains that are changing, whether it's the creatures that migrate from one area of the mountains to the other, or people who migrate and move through different altitudinal zones according to the seasons. There is change that is cyclical, there is change that is progressive. Undeniably, these mountains offer us also an inspiration that goes beyond the world that we can easily observe. Just as this photograph of Mount Everest at dawn with the sun rising up over the South Col suggests, in a sense, that moment of creation. The eye of creation, in a sense, is there. And for a naturalist, that sense of creation really comes down to some of the very basic elements of nature. The elements of sunlight, the elements of air, the elements of the soil, and of course, water. Each of these elements combine to allow the Himalaya to become a living landscape. And I think as we look at those high mountains, we're looking at a very desolate, barren, frozen part of the mountains. But we must also understand that the Himalaya contain much more than that. In fact, the vast majority of land that the Himalaya occupy is a living landscape of forests, meadows, different species of ferns, mosses, trees, plants, and the creatures that depend on each of those plant species. Here in Ladakh, it's very, very evident where the water flows and brings life to the land. In this picture in the Zanskar Valley, you can see where someone has channeled the water through a very dry and arid landscape and then brought life to the land by planting crops, by planting trees, and you get this wonderful vivid green splash of color amidst the tawny brown landscape that surrounds it. Water is perhaps the most essential element in the Himalaya, and we often speak of the Himalaya as being the water towers of Asia because the Himalaya are a vast reservoir of moisture that collects particularly during the monsoon and then is held and released slowly by the glaciers, by the snowpack, through the aquifer, as well as it drains out into streams, rivers, into water bodies at different locations in the Himalaya. The ice, of course, is a fragile and expendable resource. If we look at the Raikot Glacier here, we can see where the snout of the glacier extends partway down the valley. The river finds its source at the snout. It continues down. But we can see how that glacier has receded on either side, and you can see the moraine there. We can also see the way in which the trees and other plants have moved in where the glacier has receded, and they have taken root and draw sustenance from the water that comes out of that glacier. When we search for the source of a river, it should seem to be a very obvious and easy quest, but in fact, there is a great deal of uncertainty in that as to where that river begins. We might say it begins at the snout of the glacier, but then as we climb that glacier and ascend over that river of ice, we realize that that source lies further up. And then ultimately, as we look up at a mountain like Nanga Parbat, we see that the water, the moisture, flows right from the summit of that peak. And then beyond the summit is the cloud cover. And that, in a sense, is the true source of any river or stream in the Himalaya, because those clouds release their moisture onto the slopes, and then it flows down. And particularly, this is true during the monsoon period. The Himalaya have a very important role to play in the creation of the monsoon through the warming of the land, the way in which it draws moisture right across the Indian subcontinent up into the mountains. And then as a barrier, they stop the clouds, and then the clouds ultimately release their moisture onto these mountains. So that relationship between the monsoon and the Himalaya is a very vital part of nature and the forces of nature that bring life to these mountains. Now, some of the most evident forms of life at the highest elevations are the plants, the mosses, the lichens, the small stub-like plants that grow right up near the snow line. And then as you start descending, you have wonderful, vivid colored species like this blue poppy that grows well above the tree line and is found in parts of the Tibetan Plateau on either side of the Himalayan range. There are many species that exist well above the altitudinal zone that we sometimes think of as the tree line or the temperate forests that are found lower down. The Brahmkamal, Sauceria oblivata, is one example of this. It's a wonderful plant considered sacred in many parts of the Himalaya, and it comes to life at a particular time of the spring and early summer with the monsoon, and then we find it throughout the monsoon period ending in about the end of August or early September. This plant is not growing alone, however, and that is one of the important things to recall about the Himalaya, and that no species exists on its own. And if you look in a field of Brahmkamal, they may be the most prominent flower, but in fact all around it there is sedum. There are so many different other species that are growing in concert with that plant. Those plants, whether it's flowers like the rhododendron flower or the calyx of the birch trees and so many other flowering species, they attract, of course, other forms of life like insects. And those insects then feed upon those plants and as a result then attract a whole different range of birds that depend on them and other creatures that feed off of those particular insects. So it becomes this chain, a food chain certainly, but also a chain of relationships that we find in the Himalaya. These green pigeons, or wedge-tailed green pigeons, actually inhabit forests much lower down at about 2,000 meters, where you have dense forest cover. And you can see how their beautiful plumage blends in with the green shadows of the trees. I spoke earlier about the way in which species migrate throughout the Himalaya. These black-necked cranes are a wonderful example of this. They spend their summer months, they breed in places like Ladakh and in the Tibetan Plateau. And then as winter arrives, they move across the mountain chain to somewhat lower elevations like the Pobjika Valley in Bhutan. And it's still quite high, it's still extremely cold in winter, but there is more for them to feed on. And this migration, as I said earlier, is so much a part of that constantly moving puzzle of life that the Himalayas contain. The mammals, the wildlife that we find in the mountains is equally diverse. Here is a photograph of a ghural that I surprised very close to my home in Mussoorie at the Jabbercake Nature Reserve. The ghural is an interesting animal because it gives us a sense of the evolutionary patterns in the Himalaya. Zoologists tell us that the ancestor of goats and sheep was something like the ghural. It's a goat antelope, not quite a goat, not quite an antelope, and there are these sort of ancestral echoes, at least, in this particular species. Speaking of ancestry, we also find certain species that share ancestry with ourselves. There are a number of primates that inhabit different elevations in the Himalaya. Here we have a golden langur that lives in the low foothills of Bhutan, near the Manas River, a species that we share many traits with, and a species that has a very, very slim area of habitation where it is endemic. The pika is a very small creature that inhabits high elevations of the Himalaya. It is a mouse hare, as some people call it. It lives within the rocks, it burrows into the ground, and it may appear on one level to be an insignificant mundane species, but in fact it is vital to the environmental health of the Himalaya. It aerates the soil, loosens the earth around the roots of plants. It serves as a prey species for many raptors and other small mammals. In this photograph you can see how it has a nick taken out of its ear, very likely the scar of an encounter with an eagle or a hawk that tried to catch it, and it escaped from there. As human beings, when we look at all of the diversity of life in the Himalaya, it captures our imagination. It makes us want to discover more about the species that we share this space with. And even if we go back in time to the period immediately after the last ice age, close to 10,000 years ago, we will see evidence of human beings recording the stories, the observations they have made about the natural history of the Himalaya. Here in Ladakh, we have petroglyphs, ancient petroglyphs that date back probably to the Stone Age, when hunters first entered the Himalaya as the ice pack retreated. And they found different species that we can see etched on these rocks. There are bharal, there are ibex, there are deer that they encountered. And seeing these petroglyphs, we have to ask ourselves, what were the hunters trying to tell us? What were they trying to tell each other? Here we have, for instance, a snow leopard that has been carved into the surface of this rock. And it may be that the hunters were telling each other that this is a place where you can find this particular species or other species. But there was probably more to it than that. There is probably something beyond that story. It could be that shamans were recognizing and showing reverence for the different species that they encountered, blessing the hunt on which their own survival depended. And it's interesting to think of the ways in which human beings make a gesture toward those other species, toward the landscape itself, and the way in which they carve those stories onto these rocks. I think human beings have a tendency to leave behind some evidence of their passage in many, many different situations, but particularly in the mountains. When someone has traveled a particular route, particularly when that person has crossed over a high pass where a panorama of peaks were visible, they often leave behind a cairn of stones, piling one stone upon the other, sometimes in a very simple fashion, in other cases in a quite elaborate manner that is a gesture of awe, a gesture of perhaps reverence towards the mountains, and certainly a statement that I was here, I saw these mountains. And these cairns, I often think of them as being a way in which human beings, in a sense, reduce the mountains to a scale that we can appreciate and understand. They are a replica of the mountain range that we see beyond us. It's also interesting to think of the way in which those cairns have evolved into more elaborate structures like a temple or a chorten. And those chortens that we find in many parts of the Himalaya, as well as temples that have been erected by people of the Hindu faith, they, in a sense, are a replica of the great mountains that we see. If you look at Mount Kailash, for instance, which is often considered the most sacred peak in the Himalaya, revered both by Buddhists and by Hindus. If you look at the striations on the face of that mountain itself, the chortens, the temples in the mountains and throughout India, in a sense, replicate that shape of the mountain. And in that way, human beings offer a token of their own sense of mystery and awe that they experience when they encounter these mountains. At the end of the day, when we look at a panorama of snow peaks, just as we look at this photograph of Bandarpunch at sunset, which is a view that I see from my home or near my home here in Missouri, there is, of course, first of all, that aesthetic appreciation for the beauty of those mountains, but there is also, I believe, a desire to internalize that vision, to take those mountains into ourselves and to appreciate it not just as an external experience, but also as an internal experience, something that is mystical, something that is powerful, and something that moves us profoundly. Thank you. Thank you very much.
As the jeeps from Kargil ride up the Hundarman hill, leaving behind the mighty Suru river, one can recount the memories from 1971 when India and Pakistan were at war and the village of Hundarman became a part of India. Hundarman village is a terrace settlement located around 12 kilometers from Kargil, very close to the Pakistan border. Since 1971, the houses are abandoned. A few families still live in their ancestors' land and have formed a new Hundarman village 200 meters up in the mountain from the original one. Their homes were frozen in time since decades. Only in the summer of 2015, team of Roots Ladakh opened it and found the stories of people scattered around the village, which led to the discovery of the settlement in the form of Unlock Hundarman Museum of Memories.
For me, the story of Hundarman is actually in a way the story of Kargil, because what we feel is that, you know, Kargil for an outsider is typically is like an obscure place. Nobody really knows where it is, and you know, all they know about Kargil or they hear the word Kargil is of the war, and that what has happened is over the time has led to a sense of loss of cultural identity, a sense of social identity for us. So the idea behind doing the Hundarman project was exactly that, to change that preconceived notion of outsiders when they come to Kargil, to let them see Kargil from a different perspective. So when we initiated this project in 2015, we tried to work with the local community of Hundarman, in their partially abandoned settlement of Hundarman Brok, where we established a small community museum using the artifacts that we found in their settlement itself, and tried to narrate the story of the people there, of how people lived there, their culture, their lifestyle, and how they would spend their day-to-day life. So that was the objective of doing this project. So for us, it's not just a one-time project, but more of a statement that we try to make to the outside world, letting people see the place beyond the perspective of war.
A blend of artifacts and memories which later evolved into a living museum that demystifies its dominant narrative as a war-ridden village. Following the discovery of the site, the documentation of its architecture, details, social organization, and the abundant artifacts, the team Unlock Hundarman wanted to assemble all these elements to tell the story of the site and its people. The settlement is frozen in time ever since the families migrated. These homes were open to unfold the lives and stories of the people living here.
Muhammad Bakar Hundarman Brokna, the museum pongacha shuru som yabna ngachi yuli ahmiyat po kafi badai sung, and then tourist naam bahar tourist kafi ngacha din talbat kafi तादाद का the museum पे नु काफी पुराना सामान और हर किस्म सामान और बहुत पुराना सामान है दे नु नोटो का दोनों गुंजलाम हर किस्म पे पुराना नसक़त दे नु के सिक्का पुराना और दोना बाकी हर किस्म चीज़ आज दिया नु थोड़ा.
Unlock Hundarman, Museum of Memories, is a story told through the narratives of war, arts and crafts, lifestyle and culture. These stories are brought alive with the help of artifacts ranging from old utensils, farming tools, Karachi biscuits, books from Lahore, French coffee, medicines from Germany, and war artillery found on site. The experience is designed to give visitors a unique perspective into the history and culture of an otherwise unknown border settlement of Kargil. The surviving structures, much of it spectacular in scale and sublimely beautiful, is the foreground to this living heritage experience. People are still using the lower stories of the old settlement for agricultural purposes, storing tools and grass. In terms of architecture, the level structure of the settlement seems to have been created in accordance with the changing needs of the settlers. The upper levels, used as homes, were built later as whenever an individual family decided to settle here permanently. The narrow pathways were then constructed to connect these homes to each other and to the terraced fields. The homes have been constructed from locally sourced materials such as stone, earth and wood from willow and poplar trees. Lighter materials like willow mesh and clay plaster have been used for the upper floors, while heavier materials like stone or rammed earth have been used for the lower floors. The frugal architecture that has stood the test of time is a testament of the old ways of human ingenuity. Traditionally, locally sourced wood from trees like poplar and willow was used for making bows and arrows, as well as for weaving baskets. The willow mesh, locally called shak, used extensively in the architecture of the site, is another example of the wood crafts of Hundarman. Sheep wool and goat hair were the two materials used for textiles. Sheep wool, spun on wooden spindles and woven into cloth on homemade looms, was used to stitch clothing items such as traditional overcoats, trousers, shoes, socks and caps. Goat hair was used to make rugs and blankets. The kitchen was the heart of the home in all respects. It was used for cooking, eating, entertaining, and even sleeping during winters. The fireplace in the center of the room served the dual purpose of cooking and keeping the room warm. The artifacts displayed in this room portray how utensils evolved over time from crude wooden and stone vessels to polished metal ones.
Welcome back to the Ladakh Literature Festival 2020. Death of his brother, Jonah Lenin undertook a 2,700-kilometer solo trek across the Himalayas, crossing Pakistan and India, including around 8 years in Ladakh. Today he speaks about his book, Into the Heart of the Himalayas, and his time in Ladakh. Tony Wheeler is the founder of Lonely Planet and the Planet Wheeler Foundation.
You met a lot of people on it. I mean, I was just surprised how many people you drop into this village and there was somebody you knew there from a previous walk. I mean, I meet anybody walking, you meet lots of people, but most of them you're there for maybe that coffee, that stove fixing thing with the French mountaineer, and then you never see them again.
Yeah.
Bump into people, we spent time together, I met your wife, you've got more children now,
Well, I should say that mainly happened in Ladakh and Zanskar and into Lahaul and Spiti, because I'd spent so much time there. During the 1990s, I was living in Ladakh on and off for about 8 years. So I knew people, and for a lot of that time I was walking. I mean, you know me, Tony. I'm obsessive about walking. I love walking, and one of the things about walking, and especially on that walk, when you're walking alone, you are completely open. You're completely open to the environment. You're completely open to the people around you. You're completely open to these new experiences. And so I would say that, prior to that very long walk, I met lots of people, and maybe I made an impression on them because a lot of the time I did walk alone. And I'm also a very inquisitive person. I like to ask questions, and one question always leads to another one. And anytime you ask someone a question, especially when you're asking it with respect and consideration, people feel empowered by that, because all of a sudden you're an expert with the knowledge. And pretty well everybody that I met on those many walks that I made around Ladakh and Zanskar, they were the experts. I was the neophyte. I was the one who was learning. And so people were really open to me. And maybe that's people remembered that when I came back. Here's the guy who wanted to learn something. And they didn't really care if I was on this extremely long walk. This was just another one of Jono's walks. It was interesting, when I met people, for example, like military officers. Military officers were very interested in where I'd been, where I was going, the logistics of the trek, how I had gotten here, what kind of equipment I was using, all of that stuff, because that's part of their job. But for everyday people in the village, the Zanskari isn't all that interested in my equipment. They're interested in me as a person. Why is this person showing up in the village all alone, on their own? And when you show up in a village alone, especially if you're some white guy from a very, very distant place showing up in a village in the high Himalaya, you become the target of a lot of compassion and generosity, which is fantastic. People felt that they had to look after me in some way. So I would show up in a village and I would sit down on somebody's doorstep just to have some water, And within 5 minutes, people would be around me asking questions and, poking at me and ultimately offering me a cup of tea. And after 10 minutes, people would be offering me a place to stay. An important thing to keep in mind is that probably for only half of the time that I was on that very long walk, I was actually sleeping in my tent. The other half of the time, I was staying generally in people's houses. And I can't remember a single time when I, asked someone for a place to stay. I was always offered that place to stay because people felt that they had to look after me. It was really, that was very, very special, Tony, because as you know, the real catalyst for this walk was the death of my younger brother. And when my younger brother died, it was a tragic situation in Canada. He'd gone to train with his rowing team at the University of Victoria. A huge storm had come out of the Pacific and created these 6-foot waves on this very small lake.
It was a small lake. That's what amazed me. You said it was a kilometer wide and 2 kilometers long or something.
Oh yeah. You could walk around it in an hour. Less than an hour. But there was 6-foot waves on this lake, and they couldn't see the shore, and it was very cold. It was winter time in Canada, so the water was 2 to 3 degrees, and he eventually died of hypothermia. And when
were there survivors from the rowing team?
Pardon me?
Were there survivors? The other row?
Actually, only 2 of the lads died, and the other. So there was 2 8-man crews with coxes. So there was 18 people there, and 16 of them survived. And Gareth didn't make it, and it was an incredibly emotional and depressing time for me, because when something like that happens, you lose faith, and I lost faith in the future in a lot of ways, because all of a sudden you realize that mortality is there right on your doorstep all the time. And I lost faith in humanity, because my brother didn't survive, and all these other lads did survive. So who was looking after him? And in a way, I lost faith in myself, and that led to really 2 years of a pretty bad downward spiral, a lot of booze and a lot of drugs and failed relationships. And I was very fortunate. Of course, I was extremely fortunate to have a fantastic family who supported me through that, especially my mom supported me through that. And it was actually a memory of my mom that eventually brought me to Ladakh, because when we were kids, and as you know from the book, I grew up in Belfast in Northern Ireland.
You used to walk every night.
What?
Before or after dinner, I forget.
Yeah. We used to walk all the time. My mom loved walking. And on Saturdays, we would walk down to the library, and we'd choose our books for the week. And I would always choose a couple of kids' mysteries. And then I would be drawn over to the mountaineering section. And you remember that from Britain in the 70s. Mountaineering books were a big thing. Doug Scott and Dougal Haston and Chris Bonington and all these guys, had these books. And I remember going there and looking through these books, and all of them had that insert of color photos in the center. And I would look at those photos, and there would be these men and women in these bright colored down jackets way up in the Himalayas with, titanium snow all around, and beautiful depthless blue skies, and peaks after peaks after peaks flowing out behind them. And when I think about it now, I realize, of course, that image was an image of freedom. It was an image of striving for this goal that you know, a difficult goal that was achievable if you worked towards it. And that idea and that image, the clarity around that image was so completely different than Belfast in the 1970s, because it was all gray, you know, it was the Victorian architecture and the gray sky and the khaki uniforms on the street. All of this stuff was completely opposite to the Himalayas. And so when I was a kid, like a tiny kid, I wanted to go to the Himalayas. And it was only after Gareth died and I kind of hit the bottom of that downward spiral that I thought, okay, well, now I got to go. And I'll never forget, you know, taking the bus from Srinagar up to Leh. And of course, when you get into Leh, you come in past the airport and all the military camps. And I've been just fascinated by this landscape because it's a high altitude desert. Ladakh is so beautiful and so completely different than anything else I had ever experienced, because I grew up in rainforests, you know, either in the west coast of Canada or in the rain of Ireland. Here was a place that was a high altitude desert. And I was just fascinated by this and by the light in Ladakh. It's like crystal light, you know, everything is defined in a particular way, with a particular exactitude that you don't find in Vancouver or Belfast, because it's constantly hazed out by the humidity.
Yeah.
And I remember coming.
I think, you know, in a place like Ladakh, you come away from it if you take photographs and you think, hey, I'm a really good photographer. And it's
Yes.
same in the Antarctic. You know, the Antarctic does the same thing. It flatters amateurs with cameras.
Yes, yes.
Yeah, I've only been to Ladakh once, a long time ago, but I do remember, as you say, that crystal clarity of everything. Every just like that.
Oh, it really stayed with me, you know. And when we came into Leh, and you would have experienced it if you'd flown up there from Delhi. You come in from lower down in the valley, you pass all these military camps, and I was thinking, oh, this isn't quite the image that I had in mind, because, you know, there's a lot of military in Ladakh. But then slowly, you climb up the hill towards the castle, and the Gompa up on top of the hill behind the town, and was kind of, you know, it's like a miniature Lhasa. And I was thinking, oh wow, this is what I expected. And I remember getting off that bus and walking with a copy of my Lonely Planet guide, needless to say, and find a guest house called the Deluxe Guest House. And the woman that I still call Amalé was running the guest house. Now, of course, they have a fancy hotel there, but the guest house, the old guest house, is still behind there. And I still consider her my Amalé. And she took me in and she made me tukpa. And her son, Delex, he's still a friend of mine. And we, you know, I had found my second home there. And what was so homely about it was the people. You know, the landscape and the topography were completely alien to me. But the people in Ladakh and in Zanskar were and are the most compassionate, most generous people that I've ever met. And, you know, I went there for a season of walking, and I ended up spending 8 years. And that says a lot about the people of Ladakh right there. And getting back to my original point, you know, I had lost faith in the future, in humanity, in myself. And I always say that it was the people of Ladakh who reinstilled my faith in humanity. And they were the ones, you know, you got to have faith in humanity to undertake a 2,700 kilometer walk. So I have to.
Your walk was the 2,700 kilometers. Wow.
Yeah, 2,700 kilometers. Yeah.
God, that's longer than I thought. And how long did it take again?
About 4.5 months.
4.5 months.
So,
Yeah.
you know, it's. I got to put it into context, though, Tony, because you know, at that point in time, I was an incredibly fit young guy. You know, in my early 30s, I had been an international caliber cross-country ski racer until my mid-20s, and I'd raced in the World Championships and in the World Cup. So I was in incredibly good shape. And so for me, and of course, by the time I undertook that very long walk, I'd been living on and off at altitude for years. So I was fully acclimatized. And it was not a problem for me to walk 30 to 40 kilometers every day with that 25, with that pack, and, you know, over 5,000 meter passes. I'd never had any physical issues in the entire time, any time that I was walking in Ladakh. So, of course, when I think about it now, you know, 2,700 kilometers through the high Himalaya at altitude, I think, wow, that is crazy. But at the time, it didn't even faze me. You know, there were actually days when I walked 70 kilometers.
Wow.
Yeah.
Did you ever think of sort of going back and carrying on, following the Himalaya through Nepal, and, you know, doing the entire Himalaya from one end to the other?
I did, but, you know, I was so fortunate in that, you know, logistically, I think the walk was easier to organize in India and in Pakistan compared to Nepal, and especially Bhutan or in the northeast. You know, once you cross the Mahakali River into Nepal, it is much more difficult. Well, it was then. Of course, now you have the Great Himalayan Trail, and people are walking that route every year. But, you know, this was in the mid-90s, and there was almost no infrastructure in those parts of Nepal. And friends had actually warned me, you know, if you get into Nepal at certain times of the year, there is not going to be any food, because people harvest their rice or harvest their barley, and, you know, it's enough rice to see them through until the next harvest, and there's nothing spare. So yes, I could have relied on people's incredible generosity at that point, but I didn't want to do it. And I should also say that, you know, when I got to the border of Nepal, I really did feel that something had changed in me. I didn't know what. You know, it's important to point out to people that when I undertook this trek, you know, when I started this trek, my thought around it was that, you know, I'm doing this to be the first guy to walk the length of the Western Himalayas alone. You know, I want to be like Doug Scott and Dougal Haston and Chris Bonington. You know, I want to be like those guys. But this walk was quite different than anything they did, because this walk, again, being a man alone in the Himalayas, was very different than what they did with their teams climbing really technical routes on high mountains. So much of my experience was about interacting with the people. And as I said, that interaction with the people really changed me over the years that I was there, but especially on that walk, because it was that experience of the compassion and wisdom of the people of the Himalayas was intensified over that experience, because again, I was completely reliant on them in so many ways. And when I reached the Mahakali River, when I reached Nepal eventually, it was like, okay, this feels right now. This feels right to stop and try and understand what has happened to me. And of course, that point then, that really was the second journey. You know, the first journey really was the completion of that 2,700 kilometer trek. But the second journey of this book was the actual writing of it, which took me 12 years.
And, you know, and going on to that, I'm amazed how detailed a lot of your description was. I mean, did you take lots of notes or lots of photographs? I mean, you know, if you're a keen photographer, you know, you think, well, what was that view like? Oh, here's the photograph. And what sort of flowers were those? Well, I photographed those. But your descriptions were so complete at times. And was that note taking or?
Yeah, it was generally note taking. I did take a lot of photos, but not even Ladakh could make me a great photographer, Tony, I'll tell you. So it really was, I took a lot of notes. I think I had 5 notebooks full of notes. Yeah, and the other thing is, as I said, because it took me so long to write the book, because really the process of writing this book was really a process of understanding myself in a way. Myself.
You go back to your brother a lot through the book. I mean, he pops very regularly.
Yes, that is, and it's, that's a really important part of the book for me. I mean, it really is 50% of the story for me, and it is 100% of the catalyst for what brought me there. So, this book, I think, is very different than a lot of other Himalayan memoirs in that, it's not just about my interaction with people and place and religion and culture and flora and fauna, and all of those are in the book. But it's also about how the attitude, how, again, the compassion of Himalayan people had helped me understand this incredible trauma that I was completely blocked to. I didn't understand the really the severity of what my brother's death had done to me. It had blocked me in so many ways. And this walk really was like the release of the cork. I had all this energy, all this creative energy, and all this passion. And I needed something like this walk to start to release that. And, and I have to give a lot of credit to the process of writing also. I mean, Tony, you do a lot of writing. You know that writing itself can be therapeutic. And in the process of writing this book, I wanted to, because so many incredible things happened along the walk. I always say that magic happened every day on this walk. And there's a lot of truth to that. You know from reading the book that these interactions with people, some of them, are straight out of fiction. It's really incredible. And for me, I wanted to be able to convey that magic on the page. And I remember, I went through the first draft. I went to Dharamsala and I sat in a room there in Dharamsala for a couple of months and just started translating the notes and getting a first draft of this book done. And I remember finishing it and feeling really pretty happy with myself because I'd written a book. And then I went out and, having an Irish background, I had a few beers and a few whiskeys to celebrate.
Hello?
I went back
Hello?
Hello.
I totally lost you there. You're frozen.
Oh, okay. Can you hear me though?
Yeah, you were starting to say you went to Dharamsala?
I went to Dharamsala and I spent 2 months translating all of these notes into the first draft of this book. And when I'd finished that, of course, I was very proud of myself because I'd written a book, my first book, and I went off to celebrate with a few beers. And I came back a few days later to start editing this. And I remember reading the first couple of pages and going, "Oh my God, this is crap. No one is going to publish this, and no one is going to read this." Because what I'd actually written was a very, very poor imitation of a Lonely Planet guide to walking 2,700 kilometers across the Himalayas alone. And there's not a big market for that particular guidebook, as you can imagine. So it was that first draft was very much the process and logistics of doing this. And of course, it captured none of the magic that had actually occurred on the walk. So the goal became trying to capture that magic in some way. And I needed a lens. I needed to break into it and try and convey it. And first of all, I thought, well, it has to be the people because, I've had such amazing interactions with Himalayan people for the past so many years. And so I did another draft talking about the culture of the Himalayas. That really didn't capture the magic of those meetings. And I thought, okay, well, maybe there's something about the flora and the fauna. Did that, another draft. It's getting there, you know, but it's not quite there. So I thought it has to be religion. So I looking at Islam, Hinduism, Buddhism. That's not quite there. So then I thought it's got to be spiritual landscape, which kind of encapsulates all of these different. And so what I was building there over 12 years was an extremely layered and very comprehensive biography of the Himalayas. And as you said, you know, there's a lot of very detailed description in there. And that's because I spent so much time researching that area, researching the people, researching the religions. But I still wasn't getting to where I needed to be. And, you know, the crux point on all of this was I was, it would have been, you know, probably the mid-2000s, 2004, 2005. I was in Kathmandu, living there. And a friend of mine was an editor. And she said, oh, hey, I'll read through your draft there and give you some feedback. And I thought, well, that's extremely generous of her. So she went off, read it a couple of days later. We went out to dinner. And I remember coming in with you know, the manuscript this big and then a whole sheaf of notes on it. I thought, oh, that's fantastic. She's really been very generous with her time. And that sheaf of notes was, you know, she had about 10 pages of notes in the first couple of pages of the book. So it ended up being a very in-depth edit that she was doing and critique. But at the bottom of it, what was happening was she was saying that there was something else going on in this book, and I wasn't tapping into it. There was another story underneath there, an undercurrent that I hadn't broken into yet. And I was kind of shaking my head and saying, oh, thank you very much. Yes, that could be it. But in the back of my mind, I was saying, she doesn't understand this. This is my walk about my Himalayas and my life. So much for all that Buddhist practice, Tony. completely ignoring her. And then, bizarrely enough, a couple of days later, I was in my hotel room in Kathmandu, and I was meditating. I do a lot of meditation in my writing practice, and I had just been editing the section of the book where I reached Galmuk. You know, I reached the source of the Ganges, which was, you know, one of the most incredible moments in my life, because when I arrived at Galmuk, it was just as the sun was setting behind Galmuk Glacier and the peaks there, and so the sky was, you know, it was the color of rubies or coral, and then you get that glacial face of the ice there, and it was the color of turquoise. And I was alone. This was in November now, I think, so there was nobody there. It was well past pilgrimage season, so I'm alone walking into this incredible landscape, and I realized, of course, that turquoise and coral are the protective stones that every Tibetan child receives when they're born. So I thought, wow, it's almost like I'm moving into a landscape of protection. And I started running up the glacial moraine towards the actual source of the river. And I got there, and I don't know if you've been to Galmuk, but the Ganges actually emanates from a cave, from a glacial cave at the base of the glacier. And I arrived there, and the river comes out of there with force. You know, it's not a trickle, it's a real river. And I sat down beside it on this gray sand beach. The sun had set down, and I just wanted to, it was so overwhelming. I just wanted to be there, be with it. And so I just stilled my breath, and I sat there quietly, and then I felt this heat rising up my spine, and I started crying. And I'd always thought that welling up of emotion was really related to the fact that I was at this incredible piece of sacred geography. I was at the source of the river that defines in so many ways. And then years later, a decade later, I'm sitting in Kathmandu in a hotel room, meditating on the same thing again. And I had this overwhelming sense of deja vu. I had been there before, and there was something about the light, that half light that you get just as the sun goes down in the mountains, and that coolness. It was probably, it was close to 0 degrees, and there wasn't a breath of wind. It was completely still. 4,500 meters up in the Himalayas, and I realized in this flash that the last time I'd been in that same type of environment was when I'd been in the hospital morgue in Canada and seen my brother's body dead, lying there before me. And when I made that connection between the two, then it was like a rainbow explosion, because I realized that what the hell was I thinking about? Of course, the reason that I spent 8 years in the Himalayas, and the reason why I walked 2,700 kilometers alone across the Himalayas, was because I was trying to understand my brother's death. I was trying to put it into context. And the reason, of course, that I'd felt so amazing when I reached the Mahakali River was because that had been loosened up. But it took me years then of self-therapy through writing to realize that actually this story wasn't just about a 2,700 kilometer walk across the Himalayas. It was about that universal story that all of us have to encounter in this life, which is coming to terms with the death of a loved one. And when I realized that, then I went back to the text again and I rewrote the whole book again. And so many of those magic interactions that I had with people right across the Himalayas related to times that I'd actually spent with Gareth. And that's why, as you said, Tony, Gareth shows up again and again in this book, and it's because he was there. He was there with me all that time.
Yeah. So the book, 12 years of writing, it wasn't the book you started out to write.
Oh.
But did you start the trip thinking I'm going to write a book, or did the book emerge after the trip?
No,
You all along.
Definitely, my intention was to write a book. If I'd known at that point how difficult it is to get a book published and how difficult it is to write a good book, I maybe would have gone into it with such high hopes and expectations. But at the same time, especially in the past year that the book has been so successful in India, the place where it was developed and the place where it really gelled, I just feel so. I'm just joyful. I'm so joyful that so many Indian people have picked up the book and read it and have come back to me and commented on it, and it's been a beautiful, beautiful thing. Oh my, great.
But it wasn't all sunlight. You had that uncomfortable time with the kids throwing. It seems to me, if at some point in your travel lives people don't throw stones at you, you haven't walked far enough. But it's not a good thing.
No, that was very confronting, actually. Because, I've spent much of this talk here talking about the incredible generosity and compassion of people right across the Himalayas. And then there was a group of kids who, decided that I would be a great target for them to throw stones at. I was a manifestation of Tom Alter. Tom Alter was the great Bollywood star who as the Bollywood movies, and here Tom Alter had walked into the village for them, and it was a chance for them to wreak havoc on the white ghosts. So yeah, it was also very interesting, though, if you remember, Tony, when they throw the stones, I pretended that they killed me so that they'd hit me in the head, and I lay on the ground. And they all kind of stopped. They froze, and they were staring at the body there, a couple of hundred meters down the road from them. And then they all ran because they could just imagine.
Yeah, real life Bollywood there. Look, we're going to be talking with Gary Weir as well during this, as part of this festival. So I think we should talk at some point, I don't want to necessarily do it now, about where we're walking right now in the pandemic, since we aren't. I mean, that option of heading out and doing a 2,700 kilometer walk, it ain't open right now.
No. But, don't get me going, Tony, because I can talk a long time about the magic and creativity of walking even out your back gate, right? I know. And the truth is, of course, I go walking and running every day out my back gate here in Canberra, and I've been amazed at how many more people are out walking now. Now, you've been trapped in Melbourne in a severe lockdown for a very long period of time. But in Canberra and Sydney and Perth and, up in London and across the US, people were able to get out. And the one activity that people seem to be falling back on, of course, is our simplest locomotion. More and more people are out walking. And you've seen that. I mean, I've seen that because, I'm really a researcher into psychological benefits of walking. And there's so much more writing in the mainstream media about walking and how to do it and where to do it and what you need to bring to it over the past 6 months. So that's been very encouraging for me. But at the same time, of course, I had been scheduled to take a trip to Bhutan next year, a walking tour there. And of course, that's not going to happen. And, I was hoping to get back to Ladakh either next year or the year after. I don't think that's going to happen either. So, yes, the pandemic has definitely changed our lives in lots of different ways.
Sure has. As you say, I wish we could carry on, but it's, distilling 4.5 months and 2,700 kilometers down to 40 minutes is not an easy job. But you've done it's been an interesting 40-minute walk. I've really learned a few more things. I'm going to go back and look at some elements of that book again with interest. Good to talk to you.
Thank you so much, Tony. And thanks so much to Ladakh Literature Festival. And I want to say a personal thanks to so many of my friends in Ladakh, especially to my Nono Puntsak, especially to my Amalay at the Deluxe Guest House, to Nurbu and Namgyal who've worked with me in world expeditions there and trekked over many years. Thank you so much. It's been a great, great pleasure.
Thank you from me as well. Namaste.
Ruchi. Yeah. Okay. Thank you, Jono. Thank you, Jono, for that very, very interesting talk. I mean, I'm sure all the viewers watching it have enjoyed this discussion. And now we'll have the questions. So the first question is, Jono, you walked 2,700 kilometers in the Himalayas. Had it not been the Himalayas, where else in the world would it be?
Well, I grew up in Canada, and I had done a lot of walking in the Rocky Mountains and in the Coast Range, pardon me. And I've also done a lot of walking in the Alps. But, if there was to be anywhere else to do this, maybe I could have considered doing something like this in the Alps. But what is special about the Himalayas, and for me especially the Western Himalayas, is the culture there. I've talked a lot about in this discussion with Gary about the people that I met along the way, and especially the people in Ladakh and Zanskar and Lahore and Spiti. And if I'd been in the Alps, I wouldn't have had that same experience. And if I'd been in the Rockies, it would have been a completely different experience because there's actually very few people that live in the mountains, in the Rocky Mountains in Canada and in America. So I could have walked 2,700 kilometers somewhere else, but I'm very, very glad that I had the chance to actually undertake that walk in the Himalayas.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I'm sure the experience would have been completely different from here. And like, it was a journey for you internally and externally, and that journey would have been different.
Absolutely.
Okay, so since you talk about the people, now you've been coming to Ladakh for the last 20, 30 years, and it's the people that made it special. Do you think with the changes in Ladakh, because there have been a lot of changes, you see a change in people here?
Wow, that's a really good question. And it's interesting being a foreigner, of course, observing these changes. And I have a very romantic vision of Ladakh from the early 1990s. You know, it has a very special place in my memory. And you know, the people there, the people in those memories are what make it so special. But at the same time, you know, there's a deeply ingrained culture in Ladakh that's developed over thousands of years that's between the families. And there's still ultimately this incredible respect between families and individuals in Ladakh that comes out in the compassion that they express to the tourists who come there. I mean, there's a reason why Ladakh is such a popular tourist destination, not just for international tourists now, but also for Indian tourists. And one of those reasons is that Ladakhi people are actually very good at hospitality.
Yes,
There's almost this natural, you know, the hospitality industry. If you go to Switzerland, people are trained in the hospitality industry. That's their career. That's what they go to university for. That's what they're trained for. And in Ladakh, people have a hospitable attitude to people who come into their community. It's something that's within the community. And so, yes, of course, people have changed. Everybody's changing all the time. But there's these kernels of Ladakhi culture that, you know, I go back again and again to the compassion and generosity of the Ladakhi people. And I still think that is there.
Yes, that's true. I mean, the people of Ladakh definitely make it very, very special, apart from the mountains. And so we have another question from Ali Murtaza. What future plans do you have? Would you be interested in making a documentary film about your travels? And he says that please collaborate with Bear Grylls for this.
Well, you know, I'm a writer. Well, you know, I'm a museum curator, you know, so that's what I do. I tell stories using objects, yeah? That's what museum curators do. Curators collect objects that are representative of the stories that the institution wants to tell. In my case, you know, I work at the National Museum of Australia, so we collect objects representative of the history of Australia. So, and in that role, I've made documentary films about people and about objects. And yes, of course, I would love to make a film about Ladakh and my experiences there. But the problem with that is that the bulk of my time, you know, the 8 years that I spent in Ladakh on and off, is almost 20 years ago. So it would be an interesting experience as a writer and a storyteller to engage in a film project like that, because really, I think from a storytelling perspective, I would have these memories that, again, as I mentioned, are romantic images of what Ladakh was like 20, 30 years ago, and then, you know, the changes that have happened in Ladakh, in contemporary Ladakh. So, yeah, it'd be great to make a film about Ladakh. And as Gary or as Tony mentioned in the interview there, you know, one of the amazing things about Ladakh, of course, is the light, and it makes everybody seem like great photographers and great filmographers in Ladakh. So I think Ladakh is such an interesting place, you know, full of stories, full of myth, full of legends, full of incredibly photogenic landscape and people. I'm actually surprised that there hasn't been more films made about Ladakh. So I hope that Ali actually takes the prompt and gets going with some documentaries about Ladakh.
Well, soon. I hope so too. Okay, there's another question. Do you have any tips for aspiring travel writers?
Wow, that's a question that a lot of people are asked a lot of the time. And travel writing is a very difficult industry to make a living in, because so many people want to be travel writers that, you know, it's difficult to get paid for your writing. But I think what you have to do is just get out there and start. You know, first of all, you have to become a good writer. You have to become a good storyteller, and that takes practice. So what I recommend to aspiring travel writers and aspiring writers is you have to write. And the great thing these days with the internet is, of course, that you have sites such as medium.com, where you can actually upload your stories and people can view them there. It's a publicly viewed site. And you know, one approach that you can make is that you just continually add content to your medium.com site and build an audience that way. Because I know trying to get travel books published by major publishers, whether it's in India or in Australia, the UK or the US, first of all, again, you have to be a very good writer, an excellent writer. Secondly, you have to have had, from a travel writing perspective, some interesting experiences. You have to have done things or seen things or interpreted things in a new way. And then thirdly, the publisher is going to ask you, do you have an audience? Because if you're completely new to the game, they're just not interested in you. But if you have a big following on Twitter, on Medium, on Facebook, you know, you're much more likely to get a book published or get articles published. So 3 things you got to do there. First of all, you have to practice, practice, practice. Write every day. And write what you see, write what you love. Secondly, you have to build an audience. Build an audience before you even start to you know, propose a book to anyone. And thirdly, you have to be able to view or interpret the world and places within it in a new way. And that will attract publishers.
Yes. Oh, thanks, Jono, for that. I'm sure it's going to help a lot of aspiring writers. And okay, the next one is from Sanjan Gava. He says, where do you see Ladakh in the next 50 years, having observed it over the last 30 years?
Yeah. Wow, that's a good question, isn't it?
Yeah.
Because, you know, change is the only constant. So Ladakh will change dramatically in the next 50 years. And I kind of see three big drivers of that change. Number one is going to be climate change. Ladakh could change dramatically over the next 50 years because of climate change. Secondly, the increase in tourism, facilitated by, you know, the increasing road system in Ladakh. You know, I mean, we've already seen this dramatic increase in the past decade of local tourism, Indian tourism coming to Ladakh, and that's changed, especially Leh, dramatically. And I think my belief is that surge of local tourism is going to increase, and it's going to probably spread out from Leh. And so that's going to be a big change, a driver of change within Ladakh. And of course, the third element is going to be China. How is the situation, the relationship between India and China going to develop over the next decades? Will it be a peaceful coexistence, or will there be heightened animosity between these two superpowers that border each other and that are only going to get more powerful over this next 50 years? And both of them are going to want to assert their particular power. And Ladakh, of course, is the intersection between those two great powers. So Ladakh could change dramatically because of that. So it's impossible for me to say what Ladakh will look like, but I think everybody can guarantee that Ladakh is going to change dramatically. Now, my hope, of course, is that in the midst of all that change, that the essence of the Ladakhi culture and Zanskari culture and Spitiite culture and Laholi culture stays intact. And I believe that it can do that. I think Ladakhi culture is strong enough and independent enough that it can stay contained within, you know, the incredible melting pot that is India.
Yeah, you're right that I mean, change, all the places change, that's for sure. But if we can actually not change our culture, that's definitely something that we need to. Since we were talking about tourism and the infrastructure, somebody here has asked that what infrastructural changes do you expect in Ladakh to boost tourism?
Well, you know, I think tourism is just going to grow and grow in Ladakh, no matter what infrastructure is there, because Ladakh has one of the largest markets in the world on its doorstep. You know, Delhi, Mumbai, Kolkata. I mean, all of these areas are looking for. All of the people in these major Indian cities are looking for the pristine type of climate that Ladakh can offer. Now, what I will say is that what's really important for the growth of Ladakhi tourism is that the environment stays as pure and untainted as possible. Because as soon as the Ladakhi environment becomes polluted and overcrowded and overrun, then the magic of Ladakh will be broken for tourists. So it's important for Ladakh to stay pure in some way.
People of the Darth Aryan ethnic tribe inhabit the villages of Dahanu, Garkon, Darchik, Chulichan, and hamlets like Yaldo, Shore, Horda, Sanatse, Gargardo, Batalik, Shartse, and meager population of Lakha Baltum hamlet of Silmo in Kargil district. A great deal of research has been done on the migration of this tribe from the Central Asian highland, their settlement in the present villages, and their unique culture and linguistic tradition, which are quite different from the rest of Ladakhis. The people of this tribe are tall, well-built, having sharp facial features with blonde hair and blue eyes. In this marriage song and dance item, the Dardi Aryan artists, sporting their traditional headgear adorned with flower describe the heartfelt praise expressed by the bridegroom's party while they reach the bride's home. The groom party also shower praises on the bride's parents and relatives and describe them as decent and kind-hearted, and wish the new relation between the groom and bride's family to be strong and lasting. Singing the song of joy, they finally take the bride to the bridegroom's home. Thank you.
upcoming session for today is Himalayan Journeys, a discussion between Samgutuk, Gary Weir, Tony Wheeler and Jono Lineen. Our panel today includes authors who all have a great love for the Himalayas. Gary Weir's experiences are reflected in his book Trekking in the Indian Himalayas, as well as his travel narrative A Long Walk in the Himalaya, an account of his epic 5-month trek from the source of the Ganges to Kashmir. He has also written Kashmir, a journey throughout history that offers a highly readable account of Kashmir's rich and sometimes checkered cultural history. Dr. Jono Lineen is a curator at the National Museum of Australia. He is a best-selling author, former international ski racer and explorer. Jono was the first person to traverse the Western Himalayas alone, walking solo 2,700 kilometers from Pakistan to Nepal. His research interests are in the relationship between walking, creativity, and storytelling. His books include River Trilogy, Into the Heart of the Himalayas, and Perfect Motion. Tony Wheeler is the founder of Lonely Planet and the Planet Wheeler Foundation. The session will be moderated by Padma Shri Samgutuk, the founder of Rimu Expeditions and the Ladakh Marathon. Join us for an exciting talk as Gary, Jono and Tony take us on their respective journeys across the Himalayas.
Good morning to all three of you. First of all, I'd like to thank all three of you being part of this Ladakh Literature Festival 2020. And it's great to have people, all legions who have become a part of this event. And it has raised the bar of this event to an international level. And really, thank you for being part of it on behalf of the organizer and from myself. And for me, it's a real privilege to talk to personalities like all three of you. It's all all legendary in the travel segment. And when I started trekking, I used to carry a Lonely Planet guidebook everywhere, and it was written by Gary and published by Tony. So we have two of the people whom I really wanted to talk to for a long time. Today I've got the chance, and it's a privilege, real privilege to talk to you. So thank you again.
Thank you very much. Well, thank you.
Yeah, and then we also have Juno, Dr. Juno Lennon, who has done just an amazing journey of covering about 2,700 kilometers in some of the remotest part of this world. And it was so great, and I would have never would have got an opportunity to read his book, but because of this festival, I managed to. It was such a captivating. I would say I managed to finish it in just one sitting. So I really feel good about after reading that book. Thank you, Juno, for being part of this event.
Thank you so much. And I should say quickly that I was mentioning to Tony just the other day that when I got off the bus the very first time in Leh, what did I have in my hand but Gary Weir's Lonely Planet Indian Himalayas? And I walked straight up to the Deluxe guest house to get a room.
Okay, yeah, and then it's so sometimes it's really feel nice that so many people, Ladakh being such a small, you know so many common friends, you know each other. Deluxe is a very good friend of mine, been knowing for so long from our college days. So we have a lot of people who bring us together. So to start with, I think I'll start with Gary because that's among the first one to visit the Himalaya among the three of you. And when he was visiting Kashmir, I had just was admitted to a school in Kashmir. I did my schooling in Kashmir, and I was and I was so fortunate to have been put into a school in Kashmir which so many activities outdoor. And I remember one of our headmaster used to always, admire and used to talk about some of his old students, the alumni, saying that how they are, leading the tourism industry in Kashmir. And I still remember that one name, Yusuf Chapri, and you say, he He arranges treks for some of the most important people from different parts of the world, and he arranges trekking. And it's like a moving 5-star hotel. So to start with, Gary, I really wanted to know to how the trekking industry started in the early, I think late 60s started in Nepal, and then early 70s. How trekking was like in those days. It was really interesting to know.
Well, I think the organization, both in Kashmir and also in Ladakh, was pretty rudimentary to begin with. A lot of organizations who had organized treks in Nepal decided when Ladakh was opened in 1974 that they wanted to replicate their system out there, bringing over sort of cooks, bringing over guides, etc. And I think within just a very few years, Ladakh was certainly the place to go. I know my initial sort of impressions of Ladakh was, oh my God, I can't, after being in Kashmir, it looked very stark, quite uninviting. But once you got started, you realize it had tremendous possibilities. And I think a lot of that then just sort of developed from there. Those early days as well, that's before guidebooks. There were well-trodden trails linking up the villages, linking up the settlements, linking up the monasteries. And it certainly became very popular, particularly for European groups in those early days, right up until the early 1980s, when it got an attraction more from the Americans and the Australians, and things just started on from there.
No, but I understand that, Gary. But what about the logistics? The kind of equipment those days, the staff with the crew used to go. I mean, I'm sure since it was just the beginning of the industry, what was it like? I mean, now you see that most of the trekking in the Himalaya, the staffs are most of the staffs come from Nepal, and they're the best in the trade. But in the early days in Kashmir, I'm not sure whether you had people coming from Nepal. It was mainly the Kashmiris. So how you compare those people with with the staff we have in present days?
I see where you're coming from now, because yes, you're right. To begin with, it certainly was the Kashmiris coming across to Ladakh and organizing things rather than the Ladakhis themselves. But it didn't take too long for the Ladakhis to catch up, and they obviously had very, very good guides. They knew the trails, and within a few seasons, they were establishing a presence themselves as well. The big difference, though, between Nepal and Kashmir and Ladakh is that there are pretty well established trails already in Nepal from the late 1960s, early 1970s, where people could go from lodge to lodge, from village to village, without too much infrastructure. Whereas the treks that were undertaken in Ladakh were far more demanding in terms of you really did need to have a good guide with you. You did need to know the terrain. You took all your tents with you. You were completely self-sufficient. So it was a completely different ball game from those, from coming from Nepal to undertaking the trek in Ladakh.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that sounds really great. So then I'd like to ask Tony. In 1972, Kathmandu must have been a very interesting place. There's a photo of Maureen in front of a shop which reads Central Hashish Store.
We always say, it wasn't the hashish that they were dealing in there. It was really a front for changing money, because you had to go to a bank to change travelers' checks, and it was so time-consuming doing money exchanges in the bank. It was much faster to go to the central hashish store The hashish was of no interest at all. It was money that you were after.
Oh, so it was a way of attracting people to come and change money there. Yeah.
Yeah,
So
I think that's the
yeah.
real answer.
Yeah, and I remember as a young boy, you know, the early 70s. Just I think the movie was released in 1971. The name of the movie was a Bollywood really big movie. One of the India's legendary actor Deva Anand was part of that movie. The name of the movie was Hare Rama Hare Krishna, and most part of this movie was shot in Nepal, and it gave a little bit about the Kathmandu's hashish tourism culture. You know, I remember you singing that song, humming during school days, and we were not. I remember our teachers not allowing us to sing that song. So, and then I think it was around the same time, 1972, when I was sent by to join to Kashmir to attend school by in the month of September, and I think it was probably around the same time when you and Maureen embarked on a trip driving a car which you bought for about 150 pounds in London, driving through Europe to Istanbul, the gateway of Asia, across Iran, and to arrive in Kabul, where you sold a car for a profit of £5. Tony, describe us what was Kabul like those days? Because I have seen photographs of women in skirts and carrying designer bags and wearing shades, and now the way the things have changed. It's something which is beyond comprehension. I mean, how you say about that?
Look, a lot of things have changed. A lot of things have changed for the worse, I think. You meet people who look back to that era, when there was a lot more business and the carpet business was much stronger, and we had certain places that you always ended up in that era. And in Kathmandu, it was Freak Street, which was around, the center of old Kathmandu, whereas, later on the center of gravity shifted across town. It went up to Tamil in the north of Kathmandu, where the Kathmandu guest house is. But the equivalent of that in Kabul in Afghanistan was called Chicken Street. And Chicken Street was the area of the market at one point where you went to buy a chicken. That's why it was called Chicken Street. And there was if there was an equivalent of the Kathmandu guest house, it would be this restaurant called Siggy's. And everybody who went there ended up, it was obviously, started by a German whose name was Siegfried, but everybody ended up there, and that was the sort of center of it. And remarkably, when I was in Kabul in 72, I stayed in a hotel called the Mustafa. And as soon as Afghanistan briefly reopened after 9/11, the Mustafa Hotel reopened. It was still there. It was the son of the owner, and it became the center where all the journalists went to. So there was that sort of continuation of things. But I didn't go up to Kashmir in 72. It wasn't till 1980 that I first went to Kashmir. So really, I missed out on that early phase of Kashmir.
Mm-hmm. Because it has changed a lot since then. I've seen the best times in Kashmir, and now what has happened, Gary knows about it very well. So the next I would like to bring in Dr. Juno. Juno, it's just the extraordinary journey you took from the Muslim Himalaya of Pakistan to the Buddhist Himalaya of Ladakh and Spiti, and finally into the Hindu Himalaya of Himachal Pradesh and Uttarakhand. It's just, it's an amazing journey you took. And I believe under very tragic circumstances, a journey of 2,700 kilometers among the most remote places in the world, all on your own. Tell us what led to your decision to such a journey and why the Himalaya?
Oh, well, I'll have to give the abbreviated version on this. So, I mean, the reason that I went to the Himalayas actually goes back to when I was a child in Belfast. And on Saturday mornings, my mom used to take us down to the library. And when we got down to the library, we would choose our books for the week. And then I would usually drift over to the mountaineering books. And those were very popular in Britain in the 70s and 80s. And I remember looking through those books and seeing men and women in these beautiful bright colored down jackets way up on peaks in the Himalayas with this bright white snow all around and that crystal clear blue sky. And of course, that was completely different to Belfast when I was a kid because we were in the midst of really what was an undisclosed civil war. And so even as a child, I wanted to go to the Himalayas. And, you know, people who know about the book and know about my own journey know that, you know, one of the watershed moments in my life was when my little brother died in a tragic boating accident in Canada. And, you know, that sent me on really what was a downward spiral for a couple of years. And when I reached the bottom of that spiral, it was that image from my childhood of the Himalayas that kind of snapped me out of it. And I decided that I wanted to go to the Himalaya. And so I saved up my money, I got on a plane, and then I got on the bus in Delhi up through Kashmir, another bus up from Srinagar up to Leh. And I remember, as I said, you know, I got off that bus in Leh with a copy of Gary Weir's Lonely Planet, Indian Himalaya Guide, and I walked up to the Deluxe guest house. And I was a little bit, you know, initially I was a little bit disillusioned because, of course, as you're coming into Leh from Srinagar, you pass through all the army camps and the airport down below, and it's not the most romantic vision of Ladakh going through the army camps. But almost as soon as I started to meet Ladakhi people, then I realized that there was something special about this place, and especially something special about the people there. And you know what ended up, I went there for one season of trekking, and I ended up spending 8 years on and off in Ladakh and the Western Himalayas. And the culmination of that trip was this trek. Now, initially, the reasoning behind me undertaking that trek was completely selfish. It was my own ego. And that was because after all those books that I'd read as a child with Chris Bonington and Doug Scott and Dougal Haston, I thought, oh yeah, you know, I want to be like them. I want to be the first person to walk alone across the Western Himalayas. But, Motapa, as you know from the book, as the farther that I got into this trek, the more I started to realize that something very special and very magical was happening to me. And at that point, superficially, I didn't realize that this was all about my brother. But eventually, when I finished the trek, you know, of course, I felt really happy about that, and I wrote the draft of the book, and 3 months after that, living in Dharamsala. But I remember going back to that first draft and saying, wow, this is really bad writing. This is junk. Nobody's ever going to publish this. And that really started the second journey. And the second journey was actually the writing of the book and my coming to the understanding of what the story really is all about. And of course, as a writer, that's actually, you know, your first job is to understand the story and know that you have something important to tell other people. And it took me many, many years to understand what the real story behind that trek was. And of course, the real story was that it was a journey, a pilgrimage, a yatra about coming to terms with my own brother's death. And so that, of course, was the deeper motivation for undertaking that trek.
Mm-hmm. Well, I really enjoyed the book. Just in the beginning of your journey, you land up in this village in Pakistan, Astore, And you walk into a gun shop, which in your world, displayed greater selection of weapons at gunsmith than of vegetables in the bazaar. Yeah, that image was for me was very striking and terrifying. Did you not hesitate? Because at the beginning of the journey, you saw that thing. I mean, what was your reaction to that? And maybe I'm not sure whether was it your upbringing, your growing up in Belfast in any way help you to cope with such a situation?
Yeah, I think we have to chalk that one up to the folly of youth. If I saw a gun shop in Pakistan now, I would not go in it. But the truth was that at that point in time, I was a young guy. I was, and I was very, very open to experience. And when I saw that gun shop, I mean, there was no way I was going to walk past that. And of course, I was rewarded with an incredible conversation and many, many beautiful cups of tea. And of course, an insight into culture in northern Pakistan, and especially the relationship between guns and manhood in northern Pakistan, which is still very evident there today. Now, I remember, going in there, and at the time, I didn't realize that that was such a significant conversation. But of course, in retrospect, I'm putting in the perspective of my past and being in Belfast, and actually, I don't like guns. I have a bit of a fear of guns. I've handled lots of guns because I worked as a forester in Canada for 18 years, but it's not something that I'm comfortable with. But at that point in time, it was something that I wanted to engage in. And, when you're open and when you're in a way vulnerable, you can be rewarded with those amazing conversations.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's because, after a couple of years, I think it was in 2013, we all know what happened at the base of Nanga Parbat, not far from Astoria, where this huge massacre took place, militants walking into the base camp and shooting. So, and Gilgit-Baltistan have been peaceful for so long. This kind of, incident never occurred. So I was just thinking whether at the time, whether you got a, sense of this, it was something like, that it was coming or something. That's why I asked you this question.
Yeah, that is actually a good question because, even at that time, Baltistan and Ladakh are very close culturally. I mean, there's been those ties there for thousands of years. But there was no doubt that there was definitely more of an edge to the population in Gilgit and Baltistan compared to Ladakh. I have to admit, when I crossed the border and I started walking again out of Kargil, I was honestly much more relaxed. I mean, because I knew Ladakhi people very well, and I had so many friends there. But on top of that, I think that area in Pakistan has been in conflict for so long that it's inundated the population in some way. And from the book, that the first couple of nights that I slept there, I was actually very nervous. I'd heard stories about bad things that had happened on Deosai Plateau, and another quite famous ski racer, Ned Gillette was his name. He was actually killed up in the Baltistan area when some people tried to rob him and his wife. So, there was a lot of stories there. And, but I also have to say, and I've mentioned this many times before, that there's a big, big difference between walking alone in an area like that and walking in a group. My understanding and my experience right across the Himalayas is that people are hospitable, people are generous, and people are compassionate. And when you show up as a single individual with a backpack on, dusty, tired, dirty hair, people do not turn you away. They take you in. They want to look after you. And that was my experience, you know, in general in Pakistan, of course, in Ladakh and Lahore and Spiti, and right across Garhwal and Kuman. You know, people are good. That is my experience of the world. And I always say, you know, Tony and I talked about this just the other day. You know, when I started this trek, I had lost a lot of faith. You know, faith in the future, because when someone takes your brother like that, or something takes your brother like that, what actually happens? You know, you lose faith. I lost faith in the future. I lost faith in a lot of ways in myself, and I lost faith in humanity. And what that trek, that time in the Himalayas did was reinstill that for me.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, coming to Gary, you know, Gary, you did this long walk in the Himalaya, which we wrote a book on the journey in 2003. What really was interested me was, after completing such a long journey, some of the most beautiful part, and that too after many years, after leading so many trips, organizing fantastic trips all across the Himalaya while you were with World Expedition. And because of, the problems in Kashmir, you managed to get such a long time to go on a walk on your own. Tell me, the last, we were stopped by the army because of security reason. You were not permitted to go to Gangabal, which you really intended to go and finish your trip. But then that last 5 days, why it was so important that you again came back in 2004 and finished that 5 days trek? What was the main reason that you wanted to go to Gangabal, and what was can you tell us that?
Well, Gangabal is one of the sacred sources of the Indus, and I was intent in, I'd collected water from Gamuk, which is the sacred source of the Ganges, and I wanted to finish by pouring the water into Gangabal. And so it was imperative for me to come back the next year and just complete that section of the trip to ensure that journey was completed. I could have bypassed the army quite easily, but I was in a frame of mind then when I thought, all right, okay, if it's not going to be this year, I'll come back again next year and complete it. It was as simple as that. And I certainly wasn't going to sell myself.
You had made up your mind to come back, because you left the bottle of that water from the Ganga Jal with the at the houseboat with the Bandari family, whom you've been staying. So you had decided to come back right there because you realized that that's what you want to finish that trip. Even if it's just 5 days walk, the last 5 days. I mean, it's actually 3 days from Narana. 2 you can do in 2 days, but up and down, it's 5 days. So it shows that you had some kind of emotional, or to finish that trip with visiting at Gangabal. So my next will be with Tony. Tony, tell me, which year you first decided to publish a guide book on trekking in the Himalaya, and which was it, and who was the one who was the author of that book?
Well, the first trekking book we did was the Nepal guide, Nepal trekking book. And I guess because Nepal was the main center for trekking at that stage, the trekking hadn't taken off in Ladakh to the same extent, or in India. So Nepal was the first one, and we did that, first of all, I think it was 1976, but it was more a general guide to trekking in general. It wasn't the sort of the route guide telling you what was going to happen each day of the walk. That really came along a couple of years later. But trekking has changed so much over the years. At first, it was much more the sort of camping out, the expedition style trekking, where you have the guides, you have the cook, the whole sort of entourage, really sort of based on that sort of mountaineering concept. You know, the whole Everest concept, where you had so many people doing it, whereas now in a lot of places you go from tea house to tea house and lodge to lodge. So the trekking has changed a lot over the years, and I've been fortunate to do a fair amount of trekking, more in Nepal than elsewhere, but also in Tibet. I have done some trekking in Tibet, but I think, you know, walking is the same almost anywhere in the world. It has different ways of doing it, but I've done a lot of walking in Europe. I've done some walking in America, walking in Australia and New Zealand, and basically, and Jono will definitely agree with this. It's, you know, it's putting one foot in front of another, and that is the way. That is the best way of doing it. The best means of transport. You know, that's the way that God or gods intended us to move from A to B. And I've always been a walking enthusiast, and I'll be very unhappy when I can't get some walking in every year.
Well, yeah, that's true. I mean, the whole trekking, you know, it's changing all across the world. So, you know what, you know, the Everest base camp trek was like in the early, you know, 70s and 80s. Later on, now it's so commercialized. In fact, now most of the trekking routes, you know, we have been seeing that lodges are coming up. In fact, a year back, I was in the north side of Kanchenjunga, and earlier Kanchenjunga had hardly any lodges. Now I see that the lodges are coming everywhere. So don't we, you know, the Indian subcontinent, we have issues with unable to control the construction of keeping even the national parks, you know, having wet environment issues. Do you think, Tony, that in the years to come, all this pristine, these walks may just become one long street, like Everest from Lukla to Kunamche is almost becoming one long street?
It is a serious concern. I mean, we've certainly seen that, you know, every year you can drive a bit further before you have to stop, before you have to walk. And I think a lot of places that we saw as walking territory, that's no longer the case. And yeah, I regret that. I really do think it's a pity. But, you know, I also think how I've done a fair amount of walking in England, and it's remarkable how many walks where you come into this small town or small village, and the walk is still the way people used to come into that place 500 years ago. Now there's a road that comes in, and, you know, most people arrive by car, but the walking tracks are still there. They still exist.
Oh, absolutely, I agree. I mean, look at the Lake District. I mean, you see the kind of, you know, regulations they have building new, even in fact repairing buildings. It's so stringent that, I mean, that's the reason they have been able to keep those areas, you know, same like what it was a couple of hundreds years ago. And that's what is missing in this part of the Himalaya. And this question is to Juno. Juno, while going through Zanskar, you arrive in this village, Lingshet. You talked a great deal of your stay in that village, and it is clear how much you enjoyed your time there. This year, it has become connected by a road. You know, it was a big celebration. Definitely, the people out there, they need the road. But, you know, your perspective, how do you feel about such remote areas being changed by modern times? Do you think it could lose its charm? What's your take on that?
Yeah, well, that's a great question. And Gary and I have actually talked about that in relation to Zanskar. You know, Zanskar being connected now with multiple roads. And in truth, you know, it's almost selfish for me to talk about this because I don't live in Zanskar. And what do Zanskari people want? What do people in the northwest of Nepal want? If you ask them, what they want is roads. They want access to markets for their dairy products and for their apples and for their apricots. because they see that as a source of economic security. Now, that also means that the traditional culture there is going to change. But culture is always changing. You know, I'm a museum curator, so I look at culture a lot. And culture across the world is in constant flux. And I don't think, you know, the basis of culture in the Himalayas, in Zanskar and Ladakh, is related to, number one, Buddhism, and number two, to the landscape. Those two things are not going to change. And the third element, of course, is the family structure. So those three elements are not going to change. You know, the biggest change in Ladakhi culture over the past 50 years was, you know, access to the southern plains, to the Indian plains. And that has changed Ladakh in a way, but the essence of the culture is still there. I can feel that when I go there. So, yes, of course, I'm sad about the fact that Zanskar may lose some of its very, very special culture. But at the same time, I have a lot of confidence that the kernel of that culture, the part of that culture that is almost immutable, will stay there with the people.
Mm-hmm. Okay, I mean, relating to this, I come to Gary. Gary, you know, all like as Tony also just mentioned, that in the Himalayan region, many traditional trails, trekking routes we are losing to road construction and also so we call the development. So soon, I think there won't be any trekking trails left until in places like Ladakh, unless until they open new areas. What do you think about the future of trekking? Not just in the Himalayas, but also in the global context. In some parts of the world now, they're only the real, you know, pristine walker in they all lie in the parks. That's all.
I couldn't agree with you more. When I get out on the rostrum, one of the things I will endorse what Jono has just said, and Tony as well, that essentially the whole thing, we live in a very privileged sort of chapter where we have been able to go out and explore villages and settlements many days away from the nearest roadhead. Things are changing, they're changing rapidly. And the old adage that, you know, trekkers want to see remote villages, but remote villagers want roads. That is a fact that we have to accept. Who are we to argue against it? But you raised the question about national parks. I totally agree. There are some wonderful wilderness areas in Ladakh which are still way beyond the confines of roads.
Yes.
And it is really going to be up to the Indian government and also to the state government in Ladakh as well to look very carefully at their national park policy. Because we've got, in one respect, we've got roads being built into some of the national parks, Marker Valley being a classic example. And one of the things I am sort of very content about is the fact of, for instance, just using that as an example, the Hemus National Park, if it was extended south, could go all the way across to the Zanskar, because one thing we do have to consider is new generations, both domestic trekkers and foreign trekkers, is that we want them to replicate, to get something of our experiences that we've had for the last 50 odd years or so. And so it's very important, not just in terms of opening up new areas, but at the same time, looking at the real value of the national parks and ensuring that we have a policy there, just as they do in Europe, in the UK, in Australia, because the next generation of trekkers are going to be just like the walkers in Europe, the walkers in North America, the walkers in Australia, where we walk in national parks. That's an established sort of norm. And I think the sooner sort of governments, both in India and in Nepal face up to that, then again, I think it can augur very well for the future, but it has to be taken very seriously. It cannot be always left to the likes of politicians to say, oh, we should put more roads in, without understanding the cost to the environment, because that, in the end, is all we've got.
Absolutely. We hope, the sooner the better we get, sense.
So,
The
Walter,
last.
can I add one thing there?
Pardon?
Walter, can I say that, in relation to what Gary had to say, you have environmental protection that you need to try and sustain and keep some of these wilderness areas, especially with the burgeoning Indian population. But on top of that, you have this very, very special Ladakhi culture, a culture that's developed in that landscape and with that religion and with those family structures. And, it's organizations like LAMO, like Ladakh Ecological Society, like SECMOL that are continuing this culture and giving this culture to not just the children of Ladakh, but also people around the world. And there's something very special about that. And I really want to encourage the Indian government to support these organizations to help keep this culture intact. Because what attracted me to Ladakh and the Himalayas, and I'm sure Gary would agree with me here, is that particular Ladakhi culture that we all hold so close to our hearts. So please, let's support Ladakhi culture through government interventions and by building it up.
Yep. Thank you. Yeah. So, we need more awareness, probably, especially about the coming generation. Creating awareness among the students, teaching all these aspects of the environment, culture right from the school level. In the past few years, I will say the past over a decade, of almost now a decade and a half, it's for Tony. There's a big surge growth of domestic Indian people going to the Himalaya, trekking in different parts of the Himalaya. And it's growing, the numbers, with a country of now almost over 1.3 billion, a trickle of that, fraction of that people start going up. The numbers will be huge. In the context of problems like over tourism, environmental damage, tell us, Tony, can we look to Bhutan as a model, as a reference for tourism and travel, and whether it will be successful in the long run? Because, they do have this high cap pricing, which they call it the high, what you call only the high-end tourism, which will have less impact on the nature resources, on the environment, all the different aspect of the community of the mountain. So do you think it's a good way to replicate in other parts of the Himalaya?
I don't, it's a very easy way to say we'll keep the numbers down and keep the damage down just by charging a lot of money. We'll make travel something only for the wealthy. We'll turn the Himalaya into one Amman resort after another. And I think, we can have room for the wealthy, but I don't want to see young people cut out. I think that, young people or people without so much money, it's very important, the contact and the context they bring to tourism. And I think Jono's book really does underline that. Everywhere he goes, he finds people are welcoming. They open doors to him. They make him tea. They're almost insulted if he offers to pay. And I think, we should be paying. We do have to, as tourists who are wealthy, be putting money back into the economies the places that we're enjoying. But I don't want it to be strictly financial business. But as you say, the numbers of domestic tourism in any country is important. We're certainly seeing that right now with the pandemic, where tourism is coming back much more to a local activity, that the long distance tourism is going to be the last thing to really recover. But I don't want to see tourism strictly a thing for the wealthy. So in that respect, I'm not happy about using Bhutan as a model. I don't think that's necessarily the best way for tourism to operate.
Because many people now, Ladakh is now, at a crossroad, Tony. While we have now crossed almost 300,000 people who've visited before the pandemic last, a few years back. So people are, many people are talking about the high-end tourism we should get. But what I feel is that we need to bring up the perspective of high-end tourism as something you don't see as about money, but I think it's a mindset. We need to change that. I mean, someone I think my thought on that is that someone who is putting less impact on the nature resources, less impact on the environment, less impact on the culture and way the people live. I think that's what the high-end tourists are. Doesn't matter they're staying in home, and the high-end tourists are the ones who are creating the maximum pressure on the natural resources, whether it be a water, whether it's to do emission of CO carbon emission, or whether it's to do traveling in having the impact is more. So I think the one of the most important thing is that the mindset of a high-end tourism should be the one who does the minimum impact on the area, on the region, is the high-end tourism. So what do you say that to creating these kind of awareness?
Yeah, look, I mean, if your high-end tourism is defined as you fly there in your private jet and you get up there in a helicopter and you're demanding electricity and air conditioning and heating, there may be fewer of you and you may be putting more money in, but you're certainly having more impact than someone who's just staying in a tent and is getting there on their own 2 feet. So I think that, the high-end tourism, it may have its virtues in that there may not be such big numbers and yet they bring in big money, but they also can bring in a very heavy impact. So it's not all good by any means.
And also, I mean, not every segment of the society will benefit from such high-end tourism. Even we need to have to support the small guest house, the small chai walas, the rickshaw walas. I mean, where will they go if we are only talking? So this is one thing I think. Very recently, we have been talking in Ladakh of very high-end tourism. So I think we need to keep that in mind. So I don't see we having much time now. We're almost there. So to really wrap up, I'd like to ask all of you, I mean, all three of you, how do you see the future of travel after this pandemic? Tony, you come first.
Well, I think we're going to see the tourism that comes back first from the pandemic is going to be two things. It's going to be more local tourism. So I think you probably will see more domestic tourism and less of the international visitors. But I hope it'll also be low impact tourism, that we don't want to be crowded into things. We don't want the large numbers. And of course, walking is, very often when you're walking, you're off by yourself. You're not crowded in elbow to elbow. So I think that there's, a lot of possibilities and good things that can come from this. And I hope that, when I'm looking at what I hope to get back to in the next couple of years when I can travel again, a lot of it is involved in walking and doing things at a slower pace.
Yeah. Well, just recently, Gary, now we have a tunnel through the Rotang Pass. You drive within an hour, you are in Kelong, hour and a half. So during the pandemic, when this the people trying, tourists going into these, going into Lahore, and then the number of tourists went into that area, in Lahore and Spiti. there's some village where all, almost every individual of that village was infected by COVID. So see, this is another worry with that, people from the towns, when unless until this thing doesn't get over, till the vaccine doesn't go, it's really it's very risky for people to travel into these remote areas in the Himalaya and gets the local people infected. And what do you say about how should we be able to control that in remote parts of the Himalaya where there are no medical facilities available?
I think that generally, and I know with the Australian Himalayan Foundation, we've been watching all the statistics coming out from Nepal, and the remoter the villages, the far less incidence of COVID. And I think that's also the case with Ladakh. So yes, you are going to be away from medical facilities, but you've always been away from medical facilities anyway. So I don't think that is really an issue. I feel more concerned moving through Kathmandu or moving from Delhi than I would when I'm out on a remote mountain trail in Ladakh or on a more remote mountain trail in Nepal. I feel far, far safer there. And so
no, but yeah. So no, Gary, I'm coming in front from the people there, like people from cities going into this area. So if they are carrying this virus and then they spread it in the remote parts of the Himalaya, that's where my concern is coming from. So as I told you, that one whole village, Thorang village, was infected. Every individual was found with COVID, and it only happened because of tourism. So that's where you see what kind of precaution should we, be very, very cautious traveling into these remote areas till these things doesn't get over.
Okay, no, I'm sorry, I got the question upended on 180 degrees on that one. Yeah, absolutely. And until there is a vaccine rolled out throughout India, then basically I think we've got to discourage people going into remote areas. Once we've got once vaccine has been rolled out and India looks well prepared for that, then and only then can we begin to encourage both domestic tourists and also foreigners as well going into more remote areas. Certainly. That to me, I think, is a given. We've got control. We have to get that vaccine out before we can take people any further. Because it's the most vulnerable. Yeah, the more
absolutely.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, hope people are listening to what you're saying. And Juno, this probably will be my last question to you. You have written that walking became I've read that you've written that walking became my filter. The goodness I experienced in the Himalayas came to me from the ground up. And in your recent research, you tell us, recent research tell us that walking brings creativity. Please tell us more about it.
I think Gary and Tony are both having a little chuckle here because I could talk about this for an hour.
Like cutting it short. Yeah. But it's something really, it brings creativity out of people. I think, all the people and the advertising people should go walking everywhere,
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. Yes.
Yeah.
And the examples are there, Bill Gates, Elon Musk, Barack Obama, all of them are big walkers, and they all say that they get their best ideas when they go for a walk. Very quickly, the Reader's Digest condensed version of this is that when you go for a walk, it changes the way that you think through your neurotransmitters, through your neuroelectricity, and through your neuroanatomy. All of these things change when you walk to create a more open and spacious mindset that lets you think about things in a more divergent way. It makes you consider problems and principles that you hadn't thought of before in a different context. And this means that it gives you more ideas. It doesn't necessarily mean that when you're out for a walk that you'll be able to apply those novel ideas that you have, but it will give you more novel ideas. And that's what history shows us. When you think back to Aristotle, you know, it's been with us for 4 million years. You know, when we walk, we think in a particular way, and we think in a particularly creative way. And that creativity is actually based on the activity that you're focused in. And I always say, because people say to me, okay, well, what about a region like Ladakh, where people have been walking a lot outside on the farms? And I say, yes, well, Ladakhi people are extremely creative, because look what they've done with that environment. That is one of the most inhospitable environments in the world, and they made it extremely productive, and they created this rich culture through that landscape. That is creativity, and that came from the type of walking and the type of thinking that came to Ladakhi people in that incredible landscape.
Absolutely, that's great. So to wrap up, the last thing, Tony, and to both to Gary. Tony, your foundation, being the Planet Wheelers Foundation, are developing, you know, all kind of projects all across the world. So tell us what I mean, do you do any kind of thing in this part of the Himalaya where, you know, or you plan to do anything in this part of the to do with what you are known for?
Not directly. I mean, our work with the foundation has principally been education and health, and that certainly, you know, does extend into the Himalaya. I know that we're doing work in Nepal at the moment, but you know, that education and health are worldwide things. I think you can go anywhere in the world, and you need those two things, and I think they will continue to be extremely important everywhere, and the Himalaya included.
Yeah, absolutely, because we know how, you know, one person, Edmund Hillary, changed the whole, you know, the whole community, their future, you know, where he managed to put up. So same is with Gary, who has been doing a lot of work in different parts of the Himalaya with the Australian Himalayan Foundation. And I saw many a times, Gary, your people working and going into the remote parts of Ladakh, and I've seen you know, doctors. I've seen Dr. Nurbu going in on behalf of AHF and working in Zanskar. Tell us, like, you know, these kind of initiatives which you are doing, how beneficial it's, you know, I mean, is it beneficial definitely it's beneficial, but how difficult is to bring in support from your side to here, you know, raising money, funds? Is it easily available, or it's very difficult? It's a struggle to do that.
It will always be a struggle. You mentioned about the traditional healers, the Amchi, which was in fact the original sponsor for that was the Planet Wheeler Foundation. So, and I've always been grateful. That was about sort of 15 years ago, and we've been able, by raising funds, to get the trainers, the top Amchi trainers from other parts of Ladakh to go into the Zanskar, and yeah, they've been running workshops. Yeah, they've done a wonderful job. Our job really with the Australian Himalayan Foundation is empowerment, i.e. by providing the resources so that people can respect their local traditions and culture, and this way health practices, which again, 10 years ago, the Indian government finally got round to recognising now, and that's a wonderful step forward. That India now does recognise its traditional medical practices, Ayurvedic, that's the way they're looking, and good on them as well. We just play a very, very small part in that. And believe me, to have sort of, be a recipient of sort of Australian government funding believe me, that is something I wouldn't want to put my worst enemy through in order to ensure that funds are placed for the purpose intended. We go through a really rigorous process there. It's one of the accredited agencies. Yep, there's so much to do, but we can only do as much as we can do.
Well, great, Gary. So, but just to final, do you have? Are you planning to do the rest of the Himalaya which have left? When you plan to do that long walk to all the way to the bend of Tsangpo, are you planning to do any time, or what's your plan ahead, or do you get time to go on such a walk now because you're so busy doing so many things, Jono?
I think we can all understand the pressures of families, but who knows? I would love to be able to do the Great Himalayan Trek with my kids. My kids are teenagers now, and maybe one or both of them would show interest in that. And in that case, yes, I would definitely love to do it, to finish off the trek across Nepal. So fingers crossed.
Absolutely great. It's been really amazing, and I'm so honored to I'm just going to wrap this up and really thank you. And I think I just should need to ask one more question, because I have been following the Lonely Planet for so long. It's it was like a Bible for all the travelers in the in all across the world. Tell us the last question, Tony. Tell us, where do you see Lonely Planet in the coming decades? There's so many things happening in the. Where do you see it going? I know you're not now very much involved, but still, it's your baby.
Yeah, it is very difficult to know where it's going to go. I always quote that American baseball player, Yogi Berra, who said it's very difficult to make predictions, especially about the future. And I think that's very true. We do not know what's going to happen. And I think, this past year has been a year of constant surprises, most of them not very pleasant surprises. But I always have hope. And we've talked. Gary's been talking about the necessity of getting that vaccine out, and it does look like a vaccine is much closer now. That we may see it very soon, and maybe that will turn things around, and maybe we will be able to get out on the trails again next year with the vaccine in our arm. I hope so.
Absolutely, it's thank you so much, and let's hope this pandemic gets over as early as possible, as soon as possible, and we are all out in the outdoors, enjoying what we enjoy doing it. Thank you so much again, all three of you, for being part of this Lit Festival of Ladakh, and on behalf of the organizer, I'm really grateful for giving us your precious time and to be part of it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Motab Jile.
Welcome back to the Ladakh Literature Festival of 2020. Our upcoming session for today is When Men and Mountains Meet, a discussion between James Crowden and John Key. John Key is a prolific author and has written major histories of India, China and the East India Company, encyclopedias of Scotland and London, and about 20 other non-fiction titles. His latest is The Tartan Turban, The Search for Alexander Gardner. Long resident of Scotland, he reviews for the Literary Review and the Times Literary Supplement. In 2009, he was awarded the Royal Society of Asian Affairs Sykes Medal, and in 2019 was given an honorary doctorate by the University of the Highlands and the Islands. James Crowden is an author and poet living in Somerset. In 1976 to 1977, he spent a winter on the northern side of the Himalayas in the remote Zanskar Valley of Ladakh. It was from this experience that he developed a lifelong interest in agriculture and Buddhism. He is now writing a book about Afghanistan and crossing the Hindu Kush on foot via Badakhshan and Nuristan. When Men and Mountains Meet is an online discussion between the revered author John Key and James Crowden about the 19th century travellers who explored and mapped Ladakh and the Western Himalaya. Men like William Moorcroft and George Trebeck, Thomas Thompson and Alexander Cunningham and many more, including Somaja Kuros, who lived in Zanskar for a winter and produced the first Tibetan English dictionary. They were all entranced by the Kingdom of Ladakh, its values and its history.
This is the Ladakh Literary Festival 2020, and I am James Crowden, and I'm interviewing the revered author John Kay about his book When Men and Mountains Meet, which was published in 1977, I believe, and it's really looking at the early explorers and exploration of Ladakh and the Western Himalaya. And John, what gave you the idea of actually plumbing this extraordinarily rich vein of Himalayan travel?
It was a result of a long walk, a trek, if you like, from Kulu Manali to Srinagar in Kashmir, which I made with a friend in, I can't remember when, it was early 1970s, possibly late 1960s. And we walked through the mountains from Kulu up to the Chenab, the Chandrabhaga Valley, along that valley all the way to Kishtwar, and then up through the hills and over to Anantnag in Kashmir and then to Srinagar. It took about 6 weeks and it was most wonderful. It was in the days before trekking was really a commercial activity. We just had 3 porters and the 2 of us, and things. I ain't had a suitcase. I didn't even have a backpack. So we were totally unprepared. But anyway, it was the most wonderful experience. And I got intrigued by how that whole area of, at the end of the Himalayas had been explored, when it had been explored, and who had first found the various routes in terms of surveying them and so on. And so I started doing a bit of research, and it was a result of that that I proposed the idea of a book. It eventually turned out to be 2 books because it got rather long. The first volume was called When Men and Mountains Meet and dealt mainly with the Western Tibet and the Kashmir region. And then the second book was called The Gilgit Game and dealt more with the area that's now in Pakistan, the northern areas, Gilgit-Baltistan and the Hindu Kush. So it was 2 books, and they have actually subsequently been reissued as 1, which is just called When Men and Mountains Meet. But anyway, that got me started on the research, and as so often I find that documentary research, archival research is okay, and I enjoy it very much, but I also love doing the traveling as well. So the whole idea was a great, not only inspired by a journey, but it was also a great pretext to do more traveling in the Western Himalaya.
Yes, I think this is a great passion of mine as well, is actually being in the right place with the right people. Actually, it is, you put flesh on the bones. It's not just a dry academic book. When you read your books, you feel you're really there, and you're almost meeting the rather strange and wonderful people that you've sort of uncovered. Do you just want to say a little bit about the title of the book, because that comes from
Yes. When Men and Mountains Meet, is when Men and Mountains, not where. When Men and Mountains Meet is a line from what's called a gnomic verse. It's nothing to do with genomes, it's gnomic, like gnomes in the garden, G-N-O-M-I-C, and it means sort of casual writings, by William Blake, the great romantic poet and artist. And Blake had what I would call a commonplace book, a notebook that he jotted things down in all the time that he might think he had some use for in a future piece of writing. And this commonplace book, or notebook really, is absolutely full of drawings as well as verses. And that's where this particular verse comes. It goes, "Great things are done when men and mountains meet. This is not done by jostling in the street." So it's a sort of a call to people to get out and actually view the countryside and enlarge their vision of the world and so on. But the odd thing about Blake was he actually never left London. I think he went to Sussex once, but he never left the south of England anyway. So he, as far as I know, he never went near a mountain. And so this injunction to go where men and mountains meet was not one that he followed at all.
It reminds me a little bit of Thomas de Quincey, who was always said he was botanizing in the Himalayas, as he called it, when he was using other substances to enlarge his imagination. But in the mountains, you don't really.
A bit like the highest mountain in the world being named after George Everest, who never, as far as I know, went anywhere near it or saw it.
Yes, I think he retired to Wales. But if you were jostling in the main bazaar of Leh, you actually might well have bumped into many of these extraordinary people that you were writing about.
Yes, indeed. I mean, it just so happens that the kind of earliest travellers to the Western Himalaya do seem to have headed first for Ladakh, and it was intriguing from a British point of view because although apparently, although nowadays part of India certainly, and even in those days closely connected with Kashmir, it was actually, of course, a Tibetan, a Buddhist civilization, and so they were intrigued by it, and so it was it naturally appealed to them. There are also other attractions in terms of trade. I mean, Ladakh was then, and probably still is, a great centre for the shawl wool trade, which was the shawl wool comes from goats in Tibet and is transported through Ladakh and down, and largely by Ladakhi merchants down to Kashmir, where of course it was turned into shawls. So it had commercial importance. It also had political importance, but and this kind of spiritual appeal that it was part of Tibet, and so something quite different to what they were used to in India in terms of Indian Hinduism.
Yes, I think do you want to say a little bit about the first travellers that we know of? There were some Chinese pilgrims and also some Jesuits from Goa.
Yes, I mean, most of the explorers that I'm dealing with in these books are from the 19th century, but there had been a previous generation of travellers to the Western Himalaya, of whose travels we know something. Prominent were the Catholic missionaries. Jesuits first appeared in Saparang, in Guge, in Western Tibet, in the I'm just trying to remember, I think it's the 11th century. The Catholics had a mission, obviously, in India, quite a big mission, and a lot of, and of course, Goa was a Portuguese enclave, and so Catholic. And they were always intrigued by the reported similarities between the rites and the rituals and so on of Himalayan Buddhism and those of the Catholic Church, so that, you know, Buddhist society also had a lot of monks, and they had the same worship of saints and so on, and the same use of I mean, there were so many similarities that for a long time it was thought that by these Catholic Portuguese Catholics that Tibet must originally have been converted to Christendom and then have lapsed into Buddhism. So they were very keen to make contact with Tibet, and this first mission went to Guge in Western Tibet, and they did actually make a few converts, and it lasted for quite a few years. I mean, I think about 30 or 40 years. And we have reports of Tibet at that time from these Portuguese missionaries. Later, famously, a priest called Hippolyte de Siri and a colleague found their way all the way to Lhasa. This was in the 18th century, and they also reported, not so much on Ladakh. They passed through Ladakh, but they didn't stop there. They went straight on to Lhasa. And so we have their accounts too. And there were one or two other travellers from the other side, from China into Tibet, even as far as Ladakh, from that earlier period. But the explorers that were interesting me particularly were these 19th century, largely British travellers. And of those, the first and one of the very few really endearing explorers that I can think of. Explorers are not usually very endearing, but this man was, and this was a man called William Moorcroft, who set off from India in 1819 to, this was his second journey. He made an earlier journey into Tibet. The second journey was, he was in charge of the East India Company's stud farm of their horses in Bihar, and he was looking for new bloodstock. And of course, the part of the world renowned for its horses in those days was Central Asia, and so he was heading for, he hoped for Bukhara and parts of Uzbekistan, where horses were thought to be particularly fine. But he set off anyway from India in 1819 with 2 or 3 companions, and they passed up. Well, first of all, they tried to cross into Tibet from what's now Uttarakhand in near Mussoorie. And they left it too late. The passes were closed, and so they had to return back down to Himachal, in fact, and then they travelled north via the Kulu Valley to Lahul and on into Ladakh. And they stayed in Ladakh for 2 years. So this was a fairly leisurely kind of exploration. And Moorcroft, who was by profession a vet, he's actually by training a doctor, and he set up a practice not only in Ladakh, but every time he stopped for any length of time, he opened a sort of field surgery and started treating the locals, and he was actually quite a rather brilliant surgeon, and was much appreciated by the local people when he cured, cataracts and gallstones and so on. So his medical services delayed him a bit, but also he was overwhelmingly curious about everything. He wanted to know how people lived, what they grew, where they travelled, what they traded in, what they ate, and so on. And he writes in voluminous length on everything he sees along the way. And so he's a very good observer. I mean, he's not a great writer. It has to be said, most explorers are not great writers, and certainly those in the Western Himalayas, you wouldn't really read them for fun or for distraction, but for information, wonderful. And so the first really full account of Ladakh we have is from the pen of this William Moorcroft. From Ladakh, they went on to Kashmir, and they spent about a year there, and then they headed east through the Punjab, through what's now Pakistan, to Afghanistan, to Uzbekistan, and they were never seen again. The 3 principals, that's Moorcroft, his companion Trebek, and a man called Guthrie, all died, all were killed. We're not quite sure which, in the far northeastern corner of Afghanistan. But some of their papers survived, and from these, Moorcroft's journal was published, but in a very, very edited form. And so one's never quite sure when reading it whether one's actually reading Moorcroft's own words or the words of his editor. And as I say, it's not a tremendously enjoyable read, but it's incredibly informative. And that is certainly the first major source on Ladakh. I suppose, I mean, there were several other travellers soon afterwards, but the most significant is in the 1840s when the British were trying to define the frontier between Ladakh and Tibet. And twice a border commission, 2 border commissions were sent up into the Ladakh-Tibet area to trace out a frontier. And the first one was very brief. They didn't actually manage to do anything very much. The second one, it was 3. the commission was composed of 3 men: Alexander Cunningham, who was the man in charge, Thomas Thompson, a doctor and a botanist, and Henry Strachey, a surveyor. And these 3 were actually in Ladakh and round Ladakh for quite some time. They went off in different directions, conducting various explorations and so on. Cunningham, in particular, wrote a massive work on Ladakh, which is the other great source, early 19th century source on Ladakh and the neighbouring regions. And again, it's not a great read, I have to say, but it is wonderfully informative. It's probably the most comprehensive account. It's more like a gazetteer than a narrative, an explorer's narrative, but it's incredibly informative. So, I mean, those 2 particular expeditions, Moorcroft's and Cunningham's, are the kind of foundation work for our knowledge of Ladakh in the 19th century, early 19th century.
That's a fantastic resume. I was wondering, do you want to say a little bit more about the meeting in Dras, I think it was, between Moorcroft and this rather strange Hungarian linguist called Csoma Takaros, which...
I like the way you pronounce that, James. Can you do that again?
Csoma Takaros.
That's very good. Csoma.
Csoma Takaros.
I've always wondered how to pronounce his first name.
Well, there was a Hungarian once who sort of, I think many years ago I met. He was a very good scholar, actually. Csoma Takaros, yes. Or Sandor.
Yes. I mean, this was a chance meeting. Moorcroft was traveling briefly down the Indus River from Ladakh to Baltistan on a kind of excursion from Leh, and he ran into this lone individual, this lone Transylvanian figure called Csoma Takaros. Takaros was heading for Ladakh, and Moorcroft was heading back to Leh anyway. So they both returned to Leh, and they spent, I think it was 2 or 3 months together. Takaros, as you know, was a man who was interested in language particularly, and he started off as a Hungarian. Hungarians have a language which is different to all other European languages, really, and the origins of it have always been a bit of a mystery. Takaros claims he wasn't looking for the origins of the Hungarian language, but he was certainly inspired by linguistic studies, and he travelled from Europe all the way across the Middle East and through Iran and what's now Pakistan, and he was traveling on his own with a very, very limited budget and basically inquiring about the languages in all these places. And when he reached Ladakh and met with Moorcroft, he became more and more interested in actually Buddhism and the Tibetan language and Buddhism and the Buddhist texts. And he asked Moorcroft to give him a letter of recommendation to the British authorities in India, with the idea that he might be able to get some kind of pension from them in order to spend some time studying the Tibetan language and Buddhist beliefs. And this eventually materialized. Moorcroft gave him this letter. He eventually showed up in Savattu near Simla and submitted his credentials, and but before then he'd already spent some time in Zanskar on Moorcroft's recommendation, I think, at the monasteries of Zangla and Phuktal, wasn't it? Phuktal Gompa. And he would sit for hours on end in freezing cold conditions, studying texts and compiling what actually became the first ever Tibetan dictionary of Tibetan, Anglo-Tibetan dictionary. And he began translating the great classic canonical works of Tibetan Buddhism. and he would pursue this study for the rest of his life, partly, as I said, in Zanskar, and then well, eventually in Darjeeling in the eastern Himalaya. And he is one of the great Buddhist scholars. I mean, the story of the rediscovery of the Buddhist the origins of Buddhism in India is a long one. I don't want to go into it now, but Dukaris was certainly one of the main contributors to this explosion of scholarship about Buddhist origins in ancient India.
Yes, I think very sadly he died in 1842, going from Darjeeling up into Tibet. He died of malaria, which is sad, but he was really exploring not just the Buddhist mind, but also exploring the scriptures. Cunningham makes me as
an archaeologist. I mean, Alexander Cunningham was best known not as an Himalayan explorer at all, but as the founder of the Archaeological Survey of India, which of course is now responsible, or has been for a long time responsible, for all the archaeological sites and monuments of India. Cunningham, I mean, in Ladakh, he obviously got very interested in Buddhism, and from Ladakh on his way back to India, he went via the Swat Valley in what's now in Pakistan, and he discovered a lot of well, Swat was an extremely important Buddhist location in the very early days of Buddhism in the BC years, or the BCE years. So by the time he got back to India, he was really bitten by the Buddhist bug, and he spent the rest of his life really looking for Buddhist monuments in India. He used a text which was translated about that time into French and then into English, of a Chinese traveller in the 8th century who had visited all the sites, the most important, all these places like Sarnath and Sanchi and Bodh Gaya and so on, identifying their role in the Buddha's life story. And as a result of this, he retired from the army. He was a military officer early, I think in his late 40s, and devoted the rest of his life to exploring these Buddhist sites. First of all as a kind of private individual, and then he got some money from the government and started setting up this archaeological survey. And as I say, he's much better known as the founder of the ASI, the Archaeological Survey of India, and as the great contributor to this explosion of scholarship that I was talking about in respect of India's Buddhist origins. An extraordinary man. He lived quite a, I can't remember when he died. I think it was in his 70s. He fell off an elephant at some point in his travels and damaged his hip very badly and was lame, and eventually went back, was sent home and died in London, I think.
That's fantastic. Do you want to say a little bit about the botanist, Thomas Thompson, who was the first Englishman, we think, to actually go through Zanskar and leave us some record of its desolation?
Yes, that's a kind of three-man border commission that I was talking about. Thompson was the second member of it. He was from Glasgow. He was a Scot, and he was not only a doctor but also a very distinguished botanist. He was very good friends with Joseph Hooker who was director of Kew Gardens in London, and another great Himalayan botanist, but mostly in the Eastern Himalayas. Thompson, yes, I mean, the other, yes, as you quite rightly said, I mean, he's perhaps best known for the first person to give us a convincing account of Zanskar, and it always seemed to me a very odd choice for a botanist. Zanskar must be one of the places in the world with the least vegetation. I mean, it would be a wonderful place is a wonderful place for a geologist, but it's not the greatest for a botanist. But anyway, Thompson spent some time in Zanskar. As I say, these three members of this border commission went off in different directions at different times, and he spent some time up in the Nubra Valley and actually reached the top of the Karakoram Pass. But he also spent quite a bit of time in Zanskar, and his account is certainly, I mean, I don't think Moorcroft went anywhere near Zanskar, for instance. So Thompson's account of Zanskar is important.
And you mentioned geology. There was a geologist who was there quite a while, Frederick Drew, who also wrote a book. They were very good at writing books, some of these early explorers. Although he was
that's quite a bit later. I mean, Drew was there in the 1870s, 80s, 1870s, I think. Yes, and he was employed actually by the Maharaja Rambir Singh of Jammu and Kashmir as a mineralogist. So he was looking for precious minerals on behalf of the Maharaja of Kashmir, and I think he eventually became a governor, in fact, in Ladakh on behalf of the Maharaja. Anyway, by that time, the Maharajas of the Dogra Maharajas of Jammu and Kashmir, Gulab Singh and his son Rangbir Singh and so on, had established their rule throughout Kashmir and Ladakh and Zanskar, and Drew was in the employment of the second Maharaja, Rambir Singh, and was looking for probably gold as much as anything else. Tibet, Western Tibet anyway, was quite well known at one time as a source of gold. I mean, even Herodotus talks about these ants that dug up gold dust. We think they were probably marmots, which are sort of little furry creatures, not so small actually, who burrow in the ground and still throw up quite a lot of dust anyway. I don't know how much gold there is. But Tibet was quite famous as a source of gold, and one of the tasks of someone like Drew as a geologist in the employment of the Maharaja was to find out see if they can find any gold reserves in Ladakh itself.
Yes, that's fascinating. Just quickly flip to the 20th century. I believe there were sort of, Sven Hedin was a more than averagely eccentric explorer. Didn't always these people.
Yes. He's one of my, in fact, Moorcroft is the most, one of those rare things, an endearing explorer. Sven Hedin is the exact opposite. He's a complete egomaniac, and he's an appalling man to work for. All his ponies and things and yaks and so on, they always die. Even when some of his followers lose their lives, he shows no sympathy whatsoever. He was a ruthless traveller, and he really came to Tibet towards the end of his travels. Most of his early travels were in what we now call Central Asia. And these took him further and further east, and particularly to Taklamakan, the desert of Xinjiang in Western China, where various ancient cities were uncovered. And Sven Hedin got excited about this and spent some time there and did some very hairy journeys. And it was from Xinjiang, from Khotan in the south of Xinjiang, that he first crossed the Kunlun range into Tibet, and he made subsequently 3 major journeys in Tibet. He was, like everyone else in those days, he was trying to reach Lhasa. Lhasa was the forbidden city. In those days, I must say, we've moved on, we're now in the early 20th century, Hedin was one of many people who tried to reach Lhasa against the wishes of the Tibetans, who were not at all keen to open their country to foreigners. And he failed in reaching Lhasa. He also was very keen to explore the course of the Sangpo River when it passes through the mountains in eastern Tibet into India and emerges as the Brahmaputra. That was his other great target. The Sangpo River and Lhasa. He didn't actually manage to do either of those things, but he did conduct a number of enormously ambitious journeys across Changtang, northern Tibet, and western Tibet. And very often he departed from Leh. He usually pretended he was going somewhere quite different, and then suddenly head back into Tibet. He was, I mean, the British were quite supportive of him originally, but his kind of his self-obsession, his self-promotion was really too much, even for fellow explorers at the end, and he was repudiated by the Royal Geographical Society and the British kind of travelling establishment when he supported the Kaiser during the First World War, and then later Hitler, and in fact Hitler and Sven Hedin seem to have headed off rather well, and so Hedin became a kind of German, although Swedish, became a German hero of exploration, really, and the British rather wiped their hands of him, and he wasn't invited back to the Royal Geographical Society for a long time. But he was a great explorer, and his travels can't be, I mean, they're full of incident. He knows that, the reader likes a bit of excitement, and so he spices them up as much as he can, and I don't know how reliable they are, but certainly his travels, particularly in the Kailash Manasarora region, are important, because he really managed to sort out the confusion about the hydrology, about the rivers of that region and how they found their way down through into India, either west in the
almost unknown Indian pundits, the surveyors for the survey of India, without whom we would not have such accurate maps, I suspect, and it was often a dangerous, secretive.
Yes, I mean, what Nepal's Sherpas were to the mountaineering business, the climbers, Nepal's Bhotia people were to the explorers. A Bhotia is just someone who, it just means Tibetan, it's someone who lives along the Nepal-Tibet frontier in the mountains, and so they're a high altitude people and very much involved in trading until and still are, but when the British arrived in that part of the world after the Anglo-Nepal War, the Gurkha War in 1816, they discovered that these Bhotia people along the mountains in Nepal had very close links with Tibet, and Moorcroft in fact took I think 2 or 3 Bhotia with him, who acted as surveyors in his team, and he, they measured the ground by pacing it out, and so they worked out a particular distance for each pace and could work out how far they travelled each day. And this system of using Bhotias to conduct survey work on behalf of the British in Tibet survived throughout the 19th century, and nearly all the great expeditions into Tibet and Ladakh employed surveyors. They were called pundits because the first one was in fact a pandit. He was a school teacher, and the word became a kind of generic term for all these Bhotia surveyors. They were, I mean, they operated entirely on their own, not with a European or British explorer, but was dispatched on enormously long journeys to Lhasa and to northern Tibet, and right round to the Pamir, and the survey to Lhasa and to northern Tibet, and right round to the Pamir, and the survey of India relied entirely on them for their knowledge of these countries at a time when it was very dangerous for, or might have been dangerous for a European to show their faces in these parts of the world. So the exploration of the Western Himalaya, over the whole Himalayan region really, owed certainly as much to these Bhotia pundits as it did to British and European adventurers.
That's a fantastic overview. We're just right at the very end of time, but I just thought the people listening would love to hear about your next book, which you are writing, which will be published, I believe, by Bloomsbury on the main Himalayan mountains.
Yes, I'm actually slightly alarming because I was sent. My book isn't quite finished yet. I've got another chapter or so to write. And I was sent just the other day a book for review, which I thought was my book because it had the same title. It's called Himalaya, and it's by. It's very comprehensive and so on. And I was slightly alarmed by this. So this is by a man called Ed Bishop, who I think is editor of the Alpine Journal. And a very comprehensive book, and mine's a bit the same. I mean, it's somewhat the same material, but it takes a rather different approach. But the idea was to write a book about the greater Himalayan region, the whole of that sort of bruised area in Himalayan region, the whole of that sort of bruised area in the middle of Asia, as it appears on a map, sort of purple and white, which is above, say, 10,000 feet. And I see this as, I wanted to call it Himalasia, but the publishers seem to be objecting to that, so I think it's just called Himalaya. But I see Himalaya as being comparable with, say, Amazonia or Antarctica as a unique ecological and sociological zone, which is deserving of the world's attention. Because the region is so cut up by political frontiers and boundaries and buffer states and so on, it's hard to see it as a whole. But we tend to think of it as, you know, this bit's Chinese, this bit is Indian, this bit is a bit of both, and so on. But in fact, it has so much in common, the whole region from, say, Tajikistan and Uzbekistan right across to Sichuan in Western China, is one single zone. In fact, the original survey of India was inclined to give it a name. They wanted to call it High Asia, but it never really stuck that. But I think we should start thinking much more, and it makes it much easier to understand all the components of what I'm calling Himalaya, if one has this idea of it representing a single, unique, ecological, historical, scientific, so on, zone, all of its own. So that's the idea of the book. So the book is a kind of a treatment of the whole region. It's not really a straightforward history. It's not really a narrative history. It's a study of the greater Himalayan region. And it'll be published. Well, I have to finish it first, but I mean, it would be published at probably the end of next year by Bloomsbury here anyway in the UK.
Well, thank you very much, John. That's been a completely wonderful overview of exploration, and you are the man to do it. So thank you very much indeed. We are very grateful. And
we haven't talked about your book, but I hope you're going to be doing that in a separate session. But it's I just want to put in a plug for your book. It's a wonderful read, The Frozen River by James Crowden, and it's unlike most travellers' books on it is on Zanskar. It is thoroughly readable.
Thank you.
Good luck with you. Anyway.
Okay, see you soon.
See you.
Welcome back to the Ladakh Literature Festival 2020. Our session for today is The Frozen River, Seeking Silence in the Himalayas, a conversation between James Crowden and Omer Lasu. In 1976, he traveled to Ladakh after quitting the army, mesmerized and intrigued by the people of this isolated region and how they survived the harsh winters, James Crowden returned to spend the winter of 76 to 77 in Zanskar, landlocked and completely cut off from the rest of the region. A freelance writer and filmmaker, Omer is an advertising and PR graduate from IIMC in Delhi, having worked at LNK Saatchi and Saatchi, amongst others. An avid sportsman, he also works as an MC on occasion. Join our conversation with James Crowden, who walked on the Chadar, the frozen river, from Padam to Leh and back in January 77.
Hi, James. Hello.
Hello. You are a COVID survivor.
Yeah. Fortunately or unfortunately, in isolation, and it's been like 2 weeks now.
But
So I'm going to be a free man soon, though.
Free man. Yes.
Free man, you know.
Some people would like the idea of doing a retreat for 2 weeks. You would come out totally enlightened.
Maybe. I feel a little wiser. I don't know if it's the constricted space that you're living in.
Yes.
But, going to Frozen River, England.
Stuff, and they did them. I was with one other chap, a friend of mine, who was a civil engineering student from Bristol, and then had to walk for a day or two in the snow, finding our own way across remote passes, and this became very interesting. I thought this is the sort of thing we don't get in England, although I have been in snow caves in Scotland, which is where John Kay lives. And it was an opportunity not to be missed when I heard that Ladakh and even Zanskar had suddenly opened. I think it was 1974. And I looked at the maps in the Royal Geographical Society with a very famous mountaineer called Eric Shipton, who'd been in Ladakh and in Kashgar. And he looked at the maps and he looked up at me and he said, "We didn't even know that valley was there."
Yes, right.
And that was enough to set me on the train of even giving up what might have been quite a successful army career. I thought, actually, it's mountains. I'd much rather be in the mountains than chasing people in different places.
I must say, it has a very poignant spiritual tinge to it. You talk a lot about the language of the mountains, solitude, silence, and snow. So, and you also mentioned in the book that you were, I think, reading as well as carrying a copy of Walden by Thoreau, So, it has a lot of a very deep spiritual angle as well, almost something that you wrote for yourself, Maybe it was not supposed to be a book. I don't know. Could you?
Yes, I could have written it. A lot of the notes were made in 1980, 79, 80. And curiously enough, the army had posted Massachusetts. So it was a similar thing. It was a Himalayan version and only for 1 year, not 2 years. And it seemed, I think you're right, I think it was more of an internal book. At the same time, I was also in touch with my tutor at Oxford, who then became in charge of the Pitt Rivers Museum. And he was fascinated by the culture in Afghanistan. And he gave me support, about the anthropology side of it, and the opportunity to study the effect of the road being built into Zanskar, let alone any winter mountaineering or going down the Chadar. So there were 3 or 4 different reasons, as well as my own personal reasons.
All right. So can you tell us a little bit about your journey, because you had come to Ladakh earlier in the summer. Before you went back home and came back. So, that again is a sort of drastic step that you took.
Drastic, maybe. I came, it was absolutely wonderful. I came with a good friend of mine who was a mountaineering companion called Fiona Lumsden. Her father had been in Tibet in the 1930s, and her best friend's father had been DC in Leh in 1939. So I was able to talk to people who knew Ladakh from an earlier time, and then to walk from, in fact, we walked from Sanku, because the road from there into Padum with a caravan of 80 or 90 horses, which were carrying salt, in fact. It was the government caravan. And this then gave you a wonderful, it was a 10-day journey, and that was magnificent. And walking behind the caravan, and then we walked down to over the Shingo Lar to Dacha, and that was such a good introduction to the beauty of the mountains, I couldn't keep away.
Right. So, after that, you came back and you took this enormous journey. Can you mention the challenges and the kind of preparation that went into it, and how long it took for you to get there eventually?
Well,
you came in pretty late in the summer. You were crossing in November, right? Yeah.
And I was aware that the pass could close in September. So I was taking, many of the horsemen did not want to make the journey. It took 2 or 3 days in Panikar to persuade the horsemen to go. And they said, well, you'll have to pay double because we're doing one journey. But I was quite happy to do that. But it took, their wives didn't want to let them go. But the moment I handed the money over to the horsemen, their wives took the money from them.
You actually have calculated the amount and mentioned it in the book. It was 1,600 rupees in 1974.
The exchange rate was actually only 14 or 15.
Yes, you paid them above the government
rate, but it was still worth it. But there were all sorts of problems on the way, which some were real, some were imagined. But it was a very lonely but fascinating time of year to go into the mountains when the snow could have come down. I even had to write a piece of paper saying that if their horses were trapped in the valley, I would pay for their fodder for 6 months, which I knew I couldn't do.
Oh, I didn't know that. I think it's not mentioned in the book.
No. I was all sorts of other things which had to be involved.
All right.
They were very good.
Right. So, and then you got to Zangskar, you settled in. Can you mention your first impressions? Although you had been there, but this was slightly in the winters. And what were your impressions and how did you come to settle down? Because you were in there for a long haul.
Yes, I planned on coming back. I'd reserved a room in a house, actually a Muslim house, a man called Ghulam Safa. And when I got there, there'd been a slight problem with a disturbance there. So there were several policemen living in the rooms. I had to share the night for the first 2 nights with several policemen, but that was okay. One of whom was a wonderful Pathan from Leh called Bashi Balang. He was a Pathan who had got trapped at partition. He got trapped this side of the line, and he was a great joker. And one story was that he even put a white coat on, went down the hospital and pretended he was a doctor for about 3 hours. He was a very good singer, and he actually played the jerry can. And he actually married a woman from Zanskar and learnt a lot of the songs. So he was a very good singer and performer. So the policemen were interesting as well.
Right. So you've been coming and going to Ladakh for almost now 43, 44 years, right? So
yes.
76, and you've also been going to Zanskar, and you were, probably the second foreigner in, Zanskar after the Hungarian linguist.
Well, that was to spend the winter there. Yes, nobody was mad enough apart from me to spend the winter there.
All right, so only to spend a winter in Zanskar, you mean to say, right?
Yes, Choma Dokorosh, the Hungarian linguist, was there in the 1820s, and he stayed in Zangla and in Hukdal, and he had the help of a monk called Sange Punsok, and he was translating the Kangyo at the same time he was compiling a Tibetan English dictionary, and was really the first Tibetan scholar. So Zanskar and is an important place from that point of view as well.
Right. You saw a lot of developments. While you were there, you saw the 2 police jeeps that came in, which were possibly the first motor vehicles to come to Zanskar, right?
Yes, they were. I remember them coming, and there was this strange. People in the village didn't know what was happening. They went on their rooftops, and there was just this dust cloud. They'd no idea what it was, and because of the frozen river, the road wasn't finished, but they managed. They came down into Padum with the SDM, the subdivisional magistrate, and they re-established the police radio. It was it was interesting to see the first vehicles there, and now there are many trucks, buses. I even saw a helicopter come.
So what do you make of all this, all the all these developments that have happened over the years. You were primarily going into record or see the effects of the road coming into Zanskar, if I'm
I think there's good things and bad things. I think maybe it's not black and white at all. I think that the economy needed to change. One thing that worries me is that they're more interested in business than agriculture. And I think that the agriculture, the number of animals being kept is less than it was. And I think Padum is now a town. It's moved. What saddens me maybe is that the old center of Padum, where all the old houses were, that's almost been abandoned. And there are a lot of other, it's just the way that development happens. I think that they want to feel part of the modern world. I think that, there are many different attractions. Some of the tourism I think is good because it keeps local Zanskaris in the valley in the summer and they can earn enough money to stay there, whereas before they always had to leave and get a job in Leh or in the Ladakh Scouts. So I think they're interesting. Some of the trade routes have stopped, which is a shame, but maybe they were always very hard. Like the goats or the sheep coming down from Sokar with the salt. That was quite a sight to see 1,000 sheep and goats come down with little saddlebags. But maybe that is a romantic view. One of the Changpa who came, he asked me, "How far is your country?" And I really thought, saying miles. I said, I worked it out roughly, and I said it's about 2 years' walk. And he said, "Is the grazing any good?"
the grazing any good?
So that's all it wants to know was the grazing any good, and how long did it take to get there?
Right. So you spent a lot of time with the community in Zanskar. You had a lot of acquaintance. You made a lot of friends. And a lot of relationships. And you were part of the community, so to say. And then you took that chadar trek with people from Zanskar to Leh and back. Can you tell us a little bit about your experience on the chadar and all the challenges that you faced?
Well, chadar was interesting. I went with a young lad called Sanam Stokkis, who was from Padum, and he hadn't done the chadar before, but his uncle, Dorje Sering, he'd done it many times, and his uncle, he was one of those at the wedding ceremonies. He knew all the songs on the Gesa epic, so he was a very intelligent man. He could remember everything. He was our guide, and
he also spoke English, by the way. I think he was.
Sonam Stokkis, yes, there were two people who spoke English. There was Sonam Stokkis and Ponchok Dawa, who was the teacher. He's now the Kepo in Padum. They spoke good English. Otherwise, it would have been very difficult for me. But I was more interested in the photography, in just absorbing the atmosphere of the place. But Sonam Stokkis was very good. He stayed in Leh. The journey was hard, there's no doubt about it. And we had to be very careful. In places, it was very dangerous, but you just have to take care with the ice. And you can't be you have to be confident. I think that's the main thing, and respect the ice and respect the cold and respect the winter.
All right. And you also had a little incident, I think while coming back, while in Leh, actually, you also met the DC and finally got a haircut.
Yes, I got a haircut. I met Tashi Rabgis as well. The DC was very good. He gave me a cup of coffee. They were interested to know what this mad Englishman was doing up in Zanskar. And they decided I wasn't doing any harm, so they let me go back again, which was good. That was Saeed Rizvi, and his wife Janet has written several books, very knowledgeable, very lovely couple, a great love for Ladakh.
Right, I just want to share the screen a little bit and show you from your time during the chadar. I suppose this is you during the chadar, and it's an epic picture that I want to show everyone. I think you can see my screen, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so there you are. This is you, right?
Yes, you are right. I needed a haircut, yes.
Okay, this is pretty epic. I mean, this one's you almost there's frost on your mustache, you know?
Yes, yes. I don't normally have a beard, but I realised that shaving was a bit of a problem when there is no water or no warm water. But yes, it was like -30, and the ice often gave out, and we were climbing along the wall. That's an avalanche cone. Sometimes, you know, if you're trapped in there when an avalanche comes, you've got problems, and people do have died because of avalanches in the Chador. And we saw snow leopard tracks. There are many. That is the view.
This is a picture that you if you could tell us something about this picture.
Because when I was with my good friend Fiona Lumsden in the summer, we climbed the mountain. It's not a very high peak, but it took 2 or 3 days to climb it behind Padang, and that is the view at the top, looking south into Kishtwar. And none of those peaks would have been climbed, and it was just a magnificent view. And you got a sense of the scale and the power of the silence of the mountains. And when we looked the other way, we could see into the Karakoram and see K2 very clearly. So it was a very interesting way to understand how Zanskar really is trapped in the middle of those phenomenally beautiful mountains.
Right. We'll go through a couple more pictures from your trip, and maybe you could tell us a little bit about them. In this Zujila pass that.
Yeah, this is interesting because the Zujila, I think, has changed, and you can see the military road that's been built up there. And that's the military road, but it's very prone to avalanches in those nullahs. And sometimes in the old days, the caravans below, you can just make out the old route, that was the caravan route, which was very famous, but also very dangerous. And my great uncle had tried to get up there in 1942 because he wanted to see the paintings in Alchi. He ended up being a professor of Indian archaeology, but he was desperate to see them, but he couldn't because the avalanche danger. They walked at night, and they were almost up to their waists in powder snow. This was quite late in the year, so it was dangerous. He didn't see it. And on the far right, you can see the telephone line, just a few telephone poles.
Right.
It was the only communication apart from army radios. That was the one line down to Srinagar from Dras and Kargil. So communications were, once that pass was closed, that was it.
Right. So a very huge influence on you as a person was your Uncle Kenny, right? And as a kid, I think he gave you a tour of the British Museum, wherein that was when, for the first time, you were exposed to things related to Tibetan Buddhism and from the subcontinent here. Could you tell us a little bit about him and how you got interested in spirituality in Ladakh, in ancient Buddhism, so on and so forth?
That's a big question. He was a fascinating man. His family had been in the Indian Army for over 150 years. But he was born himself in Murray, which is now in Pakistan, like a hill station. And he then spent his time in India. He spoke many Indian languages. He came back and he joined the Indian Army. He ended up going to Oxford and Cambridge. But he ended up at the Victoria and Albert Museum in London as keeper of the Indian section, which was very interesting. So he then was always dealing with Indian politics, and also he had an extraordinary experience in Simla in 1910 or 1911 when he saw the 13th Dalai Lama, who was in disguise as a Tibetan salt trader. And this left a deep impression on him. And he was always in the British Museum. He took me around, showed me all the Buddhist sculptures. And he said the most interesting thing was not what they knew, but what they did not know. And that left an interesting part in my psychology, that actually it's what you don't know that was more important than what you did know.
What an absolutely amazing individual. I mean, I'm sure he inspired you in many ways, and you know,
He
he also himself took a trip to Zujila, like you mentioned before.
Yeah. He also translated Sufi poetry, and he was fluent in Afghanistan. It was interesting. He was multilingual. So yes, I learnt a lot from him.
Right, and so over the years, you've seen a lot of, you know, you in the later part of your book, you also mentioned about the road finally being in Zanskar, and you know, so you've seen a sort of environmental degradation or a loss of culture or tradition, and then you also had you know, in Zanskar itself. So can you tell us a little bit on your, you know, observations?
I went back at the 12-year point. In fact, I took I went back there and to Zanskar, and they were just starting to have tractors, and there were 4 tractors in the valley. I think 2 were Buddhist, 1 was Muslim owned, and 1 was jointly owned. And I thought this was a good step forward. Hotels were starting, and it was on a small scale. I think that then I think Buddhism and tourism are fascinating combination, or the religious tourism, because you have to be very eccentric to want to go walking in Zanskar. I think that you get some very big Europeans in Zanskar, and I met some wonderful Europeans in Zanskar who are keen on mountains. Or one lady, last time we went, she was responsible for wolves in a part of France, and I said, well, she has to count the wolves. And I said, well, how do you know how many wolves there are? And she just said, I stand on a rock and I go, ow, and see what the wolves are. No, there's some, but the interaction, there's been a lot of, I think what interests me is there's been quite a lot, I think it's the snow line has gone up, and it is global warming which is really affecting. That is the most important problem, which is difficult to address. I know that in one village of Karsha, they only planted 60% of their fields one year, like 2 years ago, and that some villages have moved, they've shifted 30 miles, and some villages have a lot less water. Some villages have a lot of water, but that's because the glacier is melting. And one day, God will turn the tap off.
Maybe. I mean, everything. Let's see what happens. But yeah, so there is surely been a loss of, you know, in terms of environment, all the water, you know, the glaciers moving up, and also, did you see? You know, you went in '76, and then you also went in 2018.
Yes.
And so, you know, do you see a change in the temperament of the, you know, of the local people? From what changes did you see? And
well, I think some of the young Sanskaris are just they're sort of young Indians. They will dress in Western clothes. That's normally. But some of the old men, the old people, were you know, still like they hadn't bothered to change. They were still wearing. I think there's been it's like the sort of Muslim part of the bazaar and the Buddhist part, and I think it's one thing that makes me sad is that there are these slightly religious divisions, which are maybe more economic and political, because sometimes the families are actually related to each other, and I'd love to see a resolution to some of these problems. But as in Zanskar, they can say, we may have our differences, but when winter comes, we have to face the same problems.
It plays a great leveler. You know, everybody's on the same plane on that. And also your, you know, your story about that shared tractor. I mean, about a Buddhist and a Muslim person owning a tractor together was a very interesting one from the past.
Yes,
Right.
I don't know who actually repairs it when it goes wrong, but maybe.
Yeah.
They still have to keep, even with a tractor, you still have to keep the irrigation channels. So you can only use small tractors, and I think, yes, the harvest. It was very, very hard work. I don't dispute that. The old ways of. I helped them harvest when I was there. Just pulling the barley up by the roots is. I think quite a lot of topsoil is lost with the wind. I think that keep the soil and to keep the agriculture productive and, if possible, organic is a very important thing.
Right. So I want to go towards the end of your book when you were coming back. This was in April, and you'd been in Zanskar from November till I think mid-April, I suppose.
I was there until I came out the very last day of the last 2 or 3 days of April, and then I skied over.
Right. So you had a lot of difficulty getting out as well, where you faced starvation almost. You were without food for a couple of days.
And
there was the danger of wolves and avalanches. So can you tell us more on that? Give us a little.
My rations were getting a bit low. In fact, there wasn't much snow, but in Karsha they had a special snow puja, and it seemed to work. And sure enough, more snow came down. They realized they needed snow for the glaciers to keep the irrigation channels going the next summer. And I went up the valley, and there was a 2-day snowstorm, and I had to stay in the village in a house. A man called, it was a Beda Amchi. He was an Amchi, and snow stayed there. But they had sheep and goats in a small little pen outside, and the wolves came down and took them. They killed all of them, which was terrifying, really, for the family. And I hope they hadn't followed me, but I think that the wolves were preying in packs. And then next day I had to go. I couldn't, and I skied out following the wolf tracks rather than the wolves following me. I was following them. Then after about a mile or two, they went up a side valley. And then avalanches. This was actually, I crossed the Peninsula on May the 1st. And if you're in the mountains and it's late afternoon and the snow is starting to melt, that is absolutely not the time to be there. And I missed one big avalanche by only 2 or 3 minutes. You develop a mountain instinct, and I thought, I don't like this. Even though I only had cross-country skis, I skied downhill for 1,000 or 2,000 feet, and that saved me. But that wasn't the end of it. I had a choice between skiing on a river that was breaking up or going under cliffs where there were avalanches coming down. So I only just made it to the village of Tashi Tanze, where there was another Amchi.
Right. So moving on, I'd want to talk a little bit about your own personal life a little bit and your experience, because before you came to Ladakh, you were in the army, which you quit, but you also had some very interesting episodes in Turkey at Mount Arad, where you were, I think apprehended by the militia or something, and you've had a lot of close calls.
Yeah. So they say a cat has 9 lives. Well, I'd used about 6 of them up before I ever got to Zanskar. But the army, in their infinite wisdom, had posted me to the wonderfully beautiful island of Cyprus, which has its problems. But I was able, any leave time, I was able to go into eastern Turkey, Iran, Afghanistan, and I was on Mount Ararat, and we were held up by Kurdish communist bandits who were living over on the Russian side, and they came across, and the Turkish army was looking for them. But luckily, I was with one other man and his wife, and we were caught just below the snow line at about 15,000 feet, probably 14,000 feet. We were caught by them, and they weren't too interested. They wanted a few cigarettes, a bit of money. They wanted to chat to our guides, and they were extremely civilized. There were 4 horses, but we only saw 3 men. There was a man, they had early 1940 rifles, and they were interested. It was a Kurdish chief who'd had to flee in the 1960s, and he came back just to see how they was doing. It was a forerunner of the PKK. So that was one incident. And then in Afghanistan, we were held up for 2 or 3 days by a man with a revolver who wanted to finish his harvest before he took us. He wanted to have the money to be the porter, but at one point he was cleaning his revolver. He actually deconstructed his revolver, so we thought that's the time to nip, so we nipped off. And we were lucky. Nuristan was interesting, and Afghanistan at one time had been very Buddhist, as most people with the Bamiyan Buddhas.
Yes. So could you tell us, a little more on your research and your knowledge on the ancient Buddhist history of Kushans and Gandhara and how it was linked to Ladakh, And this is also something that you researched about here and looked for in Ladakh.
I think that it's a very big question. I mean, Gandhara there were the Kushans, the various people became Buddhist. At one point, I mean, amazingly, the whole of North India, well, most of North India was Buddhist, and there were sites, cities, vast universities like Taxila and Nalanda, and then there were sites like Sanchi. But I wanted to get a real flavor of it. My great uncle had been watching them excavating at Bagram, north of Kabul, in 1940, a French expedition. He knew the French archaeologist very well, Joseph Haquin. He and his wife and tragically died. They were torpedoed during the war. So my uncle had to look after his findings and his belongings and make sure they came back to France, which I think they did. But from that point, I could see that Gandhara was this extraordinary, interesting, intellectual Buddhist spiritual kingdom, which then spread into Kashmir. And really, there's not much left of it in Kashmir. I think and Ladakh was part of it. So you had this great sort of civilization which slowly shrunk and shrunk and shrunk. And I think that what we see in Ladakh is the last vestiges of it. And then it was from there that the second diffusion occurred into Tibet. So some of the remains and the carvings, like say maybe the Kanika or Kanishka Chortan at Sani, these are important things, and the spirituality is like a direct link to ancient Gandhara.
Right. And you've also written, moving on from your, we've discussed your book a little bit. Then you've also written another book called Chasing Hares, where you talk about hare iconography in different parts of the world. Could you tell us a little more on that?
Well, yeah, absolutely. That was really not so much a book. It was just a sort of an essay online. Other people did a book, but I did a Radio 4 program for the BBC which involved the three hares and even four hares occur very significantly at Alchi and at Basgo, and also in Dunhuang in China. And it seemed it was an early Buddhist symbol which was used. It's very potent and powerful. We don't know the full meaning of it, but it obviously was very important to them. And I think there are hares around, a lot of hares in Western Tibet, and there's even a Tibetan hare. And I talked to Tashi Rapkis, great friend John Crooks. He said, well, they never kill hares. They are holy, and they're like bodhisattvas because they always sit up there looking at you. They're always meditating, he said.
All right. I think we've come towards the end of the discussion, and I think the last thing I would want to ask you, since you mentioned Tashi Rapkis, he seemed to be very popular in Zanskar, and you had a lot of conversation with people there about that.
Yes, he was like a folk hero because they had a very, very bad winter in 1956, I think it was, and very heavy snow came in September before they had harvested the crops, and a lot of the crops were ruined, and there was no road, there was no way. They actually starved that winter. A lot of animals died, and the government sent in relief, and Tashi Rapkis, as a young man, was sent in to assess the problems and to pay compensation to people for the animals they'd lost. And he was very good-humoured, scrupulously honest, and they loved him. And ever since then, he walks on water in Zanskar. And he was very much respected. And a friend of mine, John Crook, who did much research work in Zanskar, he was their interpreter, and he helped understand a lot of what was going on. So his knowledge was of great value, let alone his Buddhist spirituality and always laughing.
Right. James, thank you so much for your time. I think we've come to the end of this interview, and thank you so much for your time.
A great pleasure, Omar. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, in this musical break, we are presenting the cultural performance of Shondol. Ladies and gentlemen, the Royal Court female dancers or Takshosmas would perform the graceful dance of Shondol on the grand terrace of Leh Palace behind me. The Takshospas, in their backward and forward movement, would strike their conch shell bangles and would pay their respect and honor to the distinguished guests and the viewers present here at this moment on the occasion of Ladakh Literature Festival. Please enjoy the beautiful dance of Shondol.
Welcome back. Our session for today is A Magical Evening for Children, a storytelling session by Zini Jalumi. Zini is a children's author and storyteller trained from the International School of Storytelling in Sussex, teacher trainer and an editor of a children's publishing house in New Delhi. She has been awarded with the National Women Achievers Excellence Award by the Ministry of Social Justice in 2019. Join us for a magical evening with Zini Jalumi with a puppet show of Eric Carle's The Very Hungry Caterpillar and a storytelling session from her best-selling children's book, The Boy Who Stole the Moon.
Hello everyone. I hope everyone is staying safe and wearing a mask and of course eating healthy. Talking of eating healthy, I have this fabulous, very famous book, The Very Hungry Caterpillar by Eric Carle, here for you. I have a puppet show where you will actually meet the very hungry caterpillar. So are you all ready?
In the light of the moon, a little egg lay on a leaf. One Sunday morning, the warm sun came up and pop! Out of the egg came a tiny and very hungry caterpillar. He started to look for some food. On Monday, he ate through one apple. But he was still hungry. On Tuesday, he ate through 2 pears, but he was still hungry.
Sorry, we have to start again. What happened? I don't know, the room, the speaker just went off. This got disconnected. It's okay. Maybe your charge is over. No, we charged it. Is it on? It's on, it's working. Then how did it get disconnected? Start with the puppet show only. Yeah. The intro you got, no? Yeah, intro we got. It's the puppet show. Yeah, you can start with the puppet show.
A little egg. In the light of the moon.
From here, okay. Should I start? Yeah. 1, 2.
In the light of the moon, a little egg lay on a leaf. One Sunday morning, the warm sun came up and pop! Out of the egg came a tiny and very hungry caterpillar. He started to look for some food. On Monday, he ate through one apple. But he was still hungry. On Tuesday, he ate through 2 pears, but he was still hungry. On Wednesday, he ate through 3 plums, but he was still hungry. On Thursday, he ate through 4 strawberries, but he was still hungry. On Friday, he ate through 5 oranges, but he was still hungry. On Saturday, he ate through 1 piece of chocolate cake, 1 ice cream cone, 1 pickle. One slice of Swiss cheese, 1 slice of salami, 1 lollipop. 1 piece of cherry pie, 1 sausage, 1 cupcake, and 1 slice of watermelon. That night he had a stomachache. The next day was Sunday again. The caterpillar ate through 1 nice green leaf, and after that he felt much better. Now he wasn't hungry anymore, and he wasn't a little caterpillar anymore. He was a big, fat caterpillar. He built a small house called a cocoon around himself. He stayed inside for more than 2 weeks. Then he nibbled a hole in the cocoon, pushed his way out, and he was a beautiful butterfly.
Hello everyone. Tell me, what is the most beautiful thing that you see in the sky at night? Is it the stars or is it the moon? Have you ever wanted to get that moon, grab the moon and bring it to your room? Well, I have a story for you about a boy who actually grabbed the moon and brought it in his room. The Boy Who Stole the Moon. This is one of my books. I'm Zini Jhelumi from New Delhi, and I'm a children's storyteller and a children's author, and this is one of my books. It's called The Boy Who Stole the Moon. It's written by me and it's illustrated by Marza Zimitek. I have a little video here for all of you to see before I start the book, and here it is. Okay, so here I have The Boy Who Stole the Moon, and I'm just going to share screen for everyone to be able to see the book as I read it to you. The Boy Who Stole the Moon. This is a story of a little boy called Ronnie who well fancies the moon, and he actually goes and grabs the moon. One starry full moon night, little Ronnie with his mom went for a stroll. He looked up, and what a sight! He saw the most spectacular ball. "Mummy, can I have that thing?" little Ronnie asked. "Oh, no, it's way too high and so far." The reply came really fast. It was the middle of the night, and little Ronnie just could not sleep. So out in the moonlight, little Ronnie sneaked. He walked and he walked, humming a song, till he came across a ladder. Oh boy, it was long. Little Ronnie climbed with so much zeal till he reached the very thing he wanted to steal. And what did he do next? He plucked the moon and headed home to rest. The stars stood there all surprised. They just couldn't believe their eyes. "Oh, he'll get us too. Let's get out of sight." So behind a big cloud, they decided to hide. There was no light supply without moon and stars in the dark, dark sky. The night flocks seemed so much dimmer. They needed the moonlight to shimmer. The yucca flowers seemed to wilt. They did not know where to look. They did not know where to tilt. So these yucca flowers are flowers that need the moonlight, just like sunflowers need the sun to bloom in the morning. The yucca flowers and the night phlox need the moon to bloom. The moths that pollinated at night bumped into each other in the dark without the glistening moonlight. The rats and the raccoons scurried away in terror, wondering if a monster ate up the moon or it just forgot to come out by error. In the dark, the owl would not find its prey. So no frog pie, no skunk mince, and no mice souffle. The children did not know if it was time to sleep, because there was no moon behind the clouds, no moon trying to peep. No more moon poems could now be read. Oh my, said the kids, the moon has fled. Oh bummer, said the surfer, no moon, no tide. How will I ever enjoy my surfboard ride? The sailors at sea lost their way. Did the clouds cut down the moon? They wondered in dismay. The birds that migrate and fly through day and night could not see a thing. They chirped in fright. The turtle babies who follow the light of the moon to help them get back in the ocean were now all lost and marooned. Oh no, everything's going bad. With no moon overhead, lots went wrong. It saddened the moon to no dearth. It saddened everyone on earth. The moon explained it all to little Ronnie to let him go. Little Ronnie would not leave the moon, he was sure. Then the moon asked him to be kind. He told little Ronnie there must be a way out that they could find. Argue, little Ronnie, with the moon. I want to play with you, the moon pleaded, saying, but everyone else on earth needs me too. Okay, little Ronnie said, I'll let you go with a promise instead. Once every 28 days, you will come to my house to play. And an agreement was made. It seemed to both a pretty fair trade. Little Ronnie climbed the ladder once again. That would take him up so high, where he planted the moon back in the sky. So if you wonder where the moon disappears once every month, worry not, because for a day he's playing with little Ronnie in his cot. So, did you all think that the moon was very generous and kind, and so was little Ronnie? Yes, the moon kept his promise. So every month when you see the moon disappear, you know where he is. The moon is playing with little Ronnie in his cot. The Boy Who Stole the Moon, a story about friendship and a story about promises kept.
part of the second edition of the Ladakh Literature Festival, I am honored to invite Mr. G.M. Sheikh to be our resource person for the Heritage Walk to be organized by Ladakh Arts and Media Organization.
We have Stemo on the top, and which was probably built by, as far as I know, by Tashi Namgyal. And then Le Palace here in front of us, as you know, built by Gyalpo Singhe Namgyal. Since then, royal families have stayed in this palace till Zorawar's invasion. And then if we look at the immediate vicinity, you have these original houses of important families like Lakru, Munshi, Nochung, Shangar, Lonpu, and several others who were key to running the administration of the royal family, so very close to the palace. We can understand that. But at the same time, we also see that an important feature of Leh town within the walled city as well as the expanded city. It presents a very cosmopolitan nature of this town right from the beginning. We have several temples, gonpas over here. For example, first of all, Gonpa Soma, Hale, Maitreya temple, very old, Guru Lakhang. Then we have the mosque on top of main market. Above that we have the newly constructed Gurdwara. And around Sasoma we have another mosque. Similarly, we have Gonpa Soma in the main market, more or less representing, and then the Moravian church at Karzu. In fact, within the old town and around the old town, it's a mix of all ethnicities, all religious communities. It's a mosaic of, it represents a composite culture which Ladakh has had right from the beginning. From that angle, perhaps in these days, it is so important to preserve the heritage status of this town and its culture. And here was the office of the Congress Party. This place used to be a point for political rallies, jalsas, speeches, fightings, all used to take place on this spot. So this has a historical importance in the political life of Ladakh. Chotkang, it used to be full of trees, open space. There was a DC office here. The earlier DC office was here. Then later on the DC office shifted. This place was given for Chotkang. So this is a recent temple. more recent temple. This was probably constructed in 60s or 70s, I think, or late 50s, something like that. Though the main structure is still there, the same way it used to be, but they have renovated it, changed the outer appearance. But inside, more or less, is the same mosque. The summer one and the winter one is inside with a hammam. This place, I wanted to show you this place, somewhere here. I wish if they had built a little round structure here, like a choke. This used to be the large choke. Later it was named as Indira Choke. So this was a very important place. Another point where people used to gather for rallies, political rallies, anything that involves public crowd used to happen here or there. In Ladakh. When I was a child, I think it was in 1963 when Pandit Nehru came after 1962, and 64 he died because of the shock. But I remember Pandit Nehru having come here, and we were 4 boys singing Sare Jahan Se Acha, and Pandit Nehru blessed us like this. That was in 1963. So anything, any social, political, any important event used to take place here or there or somewhere there also. And you know, this is Naya Bazaar, this is Old Bazaar. The Old Bazaar was built by Wazir, Dogra Wazir, and the new bazaar was an innovation by some British joint company.
Isn't this also
You knew that?
Isn't this also the place which is called Yaku's Masjid?
Exactly. So this is the place. In fact, I mean, the mosque is built on Yaku's Masjid.
Oh.
When you have starting of the agricultural season, there is a day called Saka, when it is formally announced that agricultural season will start now. So this is the place where first of all they come with the those, and first plow will be used here as a symbol of starting of the agricultural season. So they still do. They continue to do it in spring on this place.
I've seen during festivals they kind of symbolically.
I think so. But Saka continues to be in practice even now, though with a small group of people here. Yes. So there used to be a gate here. So this is the outer gate. Going into the market, and I don't remember, but they say that at one time they used to close these gates in the evening. Right. And then the main market, is the Indira Chowk or the Lal Chowk, is the place where you might have heard the story of the person who came and threw his 100 rupee note.
No.
No?
No, I don't.
At that time, Gatum. At that time, 100 rupee was a lot of money. And so this is the place. This is where people used to trade. All the Yarkandis, Kashmiris, Himachalis exchanged goods over here. So this was an important place.
I've seen in old pictures that this is also the place where all the women used to come and sell their
Yes, of course. I mean, that was later.
Oh, okay.
They used to sit in circles like this. Now they sit on footwalks over there. But at that time, they used to sit like this. And then you could also see a lot of women carrying cow dung in their tokuris, cow dung and firewood, because that was in short supply. So people from villages used to come, sell that, and then whatever they get, they used to buy things like butter and tea, and then go back. So this was a very busy place. Most of the time, and it has so much of importance, and there are so many stories about this bazaar. You need a lot of time to actually talk about this.
I've also heard of Changali as well.
Changali, that is behind. From there, do you want to go to Changali a little bit? Just to have an idea. Because there is this gate of Dogra Wazir. No?
Oh, okay.
Have you?
No.
Perhaps
Yeah,
a little bit we should go. It's not very far. The Dogra Wazir gained prominence naturally. So he used to have his office here. That was the residence and office of the Joint Commissioner. This was the office of the Wazir of Dogra Wazir. Wazir means Bastiram and so on. Came in 60s, I think. 60s and 70s. It used to start from somewhere there. Here is Balki Bazaar. Balki Bazaar Balkan. Because that is known as Balkan because most of the people from Sikkim had their shops over here. This is the place. This is the gate. So this used to be the place where people lined up with their applications, their requests, their grievances, and then when allowed, go one by one. Now that building is not here. There used to be a very nice garden over here, and then the residence and the office of the Wazir of Dogra Wazir. But we remember it not very clearly, because most of it was gone by then. No? By 60s, 70s, you had the DC, the new administrator,
So
the
this,
collector.
So this structure, the gate itself is still
It has
the
been renovated.
same
No,
old
it has
one?
been same old one, but renovated by, I think, intact perhaps. So this has been renovated, but maintaining the originality.
Right.
So this is the only remnant of Wazir's time. In winter, in early spring, Tangpo, first month of the Tibetan calendar. When you start doing all these puja, people went for Kora, visiting monasteries, going from here, children sitting here, saying Ali Re, Bali Re, something like that.
Okay.
And then these pilgrims giving them yoga, shanma. So used to be a center of activities at one point. Now it is changed.
But I think Lala's Cafe, this is
Lala's-
Lobding
yeah,
and this is Manekhang.
Yeah.
So Lala's Cafe, I think, is still a favorite among younger generation.
Really?
These days,
Oh.
yeah. I
So
remember
this
hanging out.
could be nostalgic for many people
Yeah.
because this is the original building, perhaps the only original building.
Yeah.
And in fact, even this one,
Yeah.
belonging to Darasul Bata, is in its original shape, I think.
how many gates in the
That I don't know. But at least this gate and then the other gate at Stalam. You know, no?
I know. Actually, recently I get in the 5 gates.
Possible. You will have to look at the records. I don't have exact information about that. But there were gates in all directions so that people could go and come. Miraj. Marta, iyi skorla mı? Gel. Of these houses, but more important families closer to the palace in Manoj. Important that in the sense that those people, those families who were required by the royal family on a daily basis, you will find them as close as possible to the palace. In the royal family, for example, the king required the wazir, the minister, Lompo, so he was very close to the royal palace. Next is Munshi. And what was his role? He was the scribe. He looked after record keeping. He even dealt with the correspondences with other kingdoms, etc., etc. So his house was very close to the royal palace. There were cooks, dancing girls, musicians, people who looked after the horses, the stable, people who looked after other requirements of the royal family. So all of them you will find here and there, very close to the palace.
हाँ वही है ला दीदी हाँ है ले
Technology is so called This is a hillock now. The palace has been constructed on rocks with no foundation. Still standing.
Still
350 years old. It is a marvel in itself.
Okay.
Now it is a hillock. And in olden days, security was extremely important. Secondly, you don't have much space now.
Okay.
So everyone tries to be as close as possible to the palace. Secondly, as close as possible to each other, so that they are more secure. So perhaps it's a part of that design which culminates into something like this. You see this pattern in every old habitation, particularly constructed on hillocks. But the narrow passages, ability to move from one place to another easily within the premises, is an essential feature of all the old habitations. After all, there was so much of insecurity in those days. Anyone could come and attack you and plunder you. So I think that is the dominant thinking in constructions like this. You are short of resources also. Human resource, financial resources. So when you do these constructions, you will try to find ways to save as much money as possible, as much labor as possible. So that is why these shared walls between two houses, ability to go from one place to another, from inside the structures. It's a common feature, I think, of all the old habitations. Right.
So thank you so much for your valuable time, and Mr. G.M. Sheikh. He has indeed taken us around Old Town of Leh and shared his memories that he has had as a child when he lived here, and hope that this small walk, it actually encourages more people to think more about how we can safeguard what we have left of Leh Old Town. So signing off, thank you so much, everyone. Thank you.
Welcome back to another literary session of the Ladakh Literature Festival 2020. Our session for today is Emergence of Ladakhi Literature, a discussion between Rigzin Chosdon, Srimati Tsiring Chorol, Venerable Tsiring Chosvel. Rigzin Chorol is Research Associate at the Ladakh Arts and Media Organization in Leh. Her research focuses on the study of the history of print media and focuses on the Moravian missionary newspapers in Ladakh and Keelong in Lahore in the early 20th century. Tsiring Chorol is a Hindi lecturer at the Education Department of Leh Ladakh. She has translated a Ladakhi novel to Hindi as part of her research. Her interests lie in the study of the literature of Hindi and Ladakhi. Venerable Tsiring Chosvel has worked as an editor of a number of Ladakh Cultural Academy's Ladakhi publications. He has represented Ladakh in various national and international events and festivals in showcasing cham dance and village chanting. Join us in this discussion wherein we shall explore the emergence of Ladakhi literature in Ladakh.
Dedicated to the emerging literature of Ladakh, this multilingual panel in Ladakhi, Hindi and English language commemorates the genre of poetry, novel and literature often about the region. The speakers will present to you these genres in the historical context of its development and progress in contemporary times. Now I would like to request Venerable Tsiring Chosvel to talk about his presentation, which is titled Ladakhi Poetry, an overview of its development and progress.
Kasaju tene daksarik dini molkan nangzin la tene diringe tamshat chochesi tene jojiu tene Ladakh sinanga butkani lo ngapchu tukchi skabla tene sikshat somtang sina samshik yargyat sontyo tes korla nge ika tene dordushik jutesi sondushen tene ngatang changma kenken pa nok Ladakh yuljong spo ma jisa thokna rigyung thokna sherigi thokna lamluk sholi thokna tene mimang si choshi na jisa thoga ma zangpo tang punchum sokspa yot kan bo jaste la si mingbo demba nang gyagar zambulina mana ming chot gyurten wale somasang teo gyurche si katinbo chi jaste nok dana la yuljong sina te rignas kuni jaste nok ka rignas kun Ladakh sina kyapstiot te uni nok spena rignas chewash nga juste rignas chungwash nga juste ta rignas chewash nga tang chungwash nga juna chia jon okzana teni rigna chiwas ngano darikpa satmarikpa zorikpa sorikpa teni nangton rikpa juste ngano khale teni rigna chunge na chanok snyanga ngonjot debjor zozgar tenatogla stis juste hale songbasang I rignas puntum soxpa yotkan bujaste Ladakh si mana Ladakh po puntum soxpe sherik tang rigjung yotkani mana yulji pia ngontano hale songbasang ta diringe I digrim bina yuches po nok skatik tang deltano hale skatik kazuga rigjung bo skatik ga raglastano namjik tsakpa skatik puntum soxpa jig medna tene rigjung puntum soxpa jig yongches po makaks po nok songbasang kazuwa ngon la juskan nangzin la rigna chesh nge nangna darik pa just temina gale darik pa zedna skadi skorbo noktale ta rigna chunge togna snyanngak juste kyak snyanngak po ngorjot po debjor zete sum yodenokpa te changma tene darik pe skadi togna dusa nokyale songbasang I sangma skadi na duspasang skadik chi yargyaz la kyongches pia I un gosanok tale snyanngak gosanok debjor gosanok tena togla tena ngorjot gosanok hale songbasang tenangna diringe yang ni tikchar som tang I tyo snyanngak na yonok kala poetry jonok pa ta english na poetry jonok hale tene tyo I ngatang jaltajik molet na hale tyo ka suljiga kazuk spera demojik tang yampo digoset somgoset tyo snyanngak na shatyotyak six kurika na hagwanok snyan mene snyan po zanok hale ngak zena spera zanok spera nyan pojik kazuk shiga ngata miji ga chotjugun zerkan bon hale songbasang te changma tene is snyanngak po jaste tene ngata nga sobjong tobanok tepia somjik somches pia snyanngak po man met tu mirongajik snyanngak medna somman demo yontes man met hale songbasang oti tsoxi tsikcha di sombo diches pianga tanga snyanngak marjanga tasmet ke khale snyanngak po met kamet jango so snyanngak zena kazu ngal nge juskan bo tsogla spera zangpojik spera demojik diches snyanpe ngak diches ta tsikcha ta snyanngak pina chi skor shada nok zena rgyan skor shada nok tale rgyan zena rgyan cha nok tale rgyancha mi rgyancha inazui ngata takchis rgyancha on chapamna der rgyancha manok ina spera ogazu demo chiga chachun deskani chiga chokto tan spegena tena tyo shate ono snyanngari lussum yono yale sikchat sigluk teni niskash skanjik te chiga sanga sikchat demo chachis sigluk sikchat dena poetry sigluk dena prose bonokpa tyon ngata shat sana di sana kazuk demojik chachun kazuk gyanjik taxte ngata te speraun mimangla chotjun zerna ita te tuzla ish nyangak po met kamet wasanok sonade songbasang ta ish nyangari jungbo kawala daksanga tanga is lobjong chen yot ngata chichoksina himali yuljong potang himali yuljong gangpena ish nyangari depchi yot kyak ka debi minga nyangak melong ma jono khali ngata nyangak melong ma jono inazui I nyangak melong ma stoma zat kanbo lobon danti jukan bono gyagar paji gyagari khaspa chenmoji stoma zatan khale tola juanok kabya dar shastra zan khale kabya zana nyangak khale dar zana melong azanok khale teni shastra zana stanchos nyangak melong ma zete ngatina tyo jonok somasang I gyagar pa khaspa chenmo danti stama zat kani te stanchos po nyangak stanchos po gyatak chuksum pena podi khaspa chenbo lotawa shonton dorje gyatsan nincho tale hale ta khong istene I nyangak po I kabedar shastrao tene mata podi skadina yana boti skadina yana Ladakh skat chizen hale te skat pina gyura zatyak somasang yu riknas jangchesi jungjigino hale textbook chikto ino songbasang I textbook po ma common ino mi sangma inanga chang choluk tang direkte ina manametyak skadik chik kazuwa yargyas kon mi ji sperajik zer gona sam gona kazuk shia tene ngatang samchulbo mimang la ngon chugin zerkani te toskun I achigena nyangak pina 지가 샤테 돈 할래 ngak melong menanga tene liu sum yote nokle te liu sum binangna tene liu tangpo liu ngispe nanga spena tongyan sumchu songa zerti kawenanga rangjin jot pergyan tene tola pergyan la sospa tene tongyan sumchu songa yote nok tene liu sumpe nanga tene dargyan juste kawonla shabda lankar jonok tongyan bonok arta lankar jonok somasang I 지가 년각 melong jungbola lobjong gyala jate 지가 somna dembarang mana 지가 somma punsum sokspa gyala ji yongchen songbasang kaspang unis itsoksi tene 지가 un kola jate hali gyanmun kola jate izuk somrik soma jate du tyongi ja langyasla tene spetsul 지가 tene nge 지가 junaju spena 년각 인앙나 간 직직에는 중단 일견이 노할리 소마상 테 스콜라 테네 칸첸 치왕 릭지니스 테네 로사리 스콜라 소마자뚝 할리 소마상 콘이 솜보노 테네 로살 존파 로답 다즈부요 로망 갈량 로사 자파니 로토 숭메트 로이 라마켓 로충 코스 로이 팅나 쳬틀레 로나르 가스페 로코르 나파 코스 로사스 탈로 세스페 콜레스코르 Lorgus mangyang losas ningtonjik lorgan kos lotar jindu jiz molte konit tyo mola jata duk tena zungdan igyan tene gyan thupsan paldani tyo dugle thatok jare zungdan jashkani ka tyo stomaduk chuluk thundeli togaduk ajangle iskalbale zambuling dir chuluk mangyang choskis nington kun la chamstang sevelam lamzang dola panjir sum molduk hali stonba sosue tustu sudak nyonmo wangishmos shmonfa selchir shirap ot ki zamling salwazat mote tena tsogla skujab jaman gelsan istio shtoma zateduk hali tena zukchan ishgan kola zateduk tene jammi ishna zukshi iskola dia zateduk tene sadung gokchet lungkor la sokpa mangdu kolkyang sadung jiminus lungkor la jung dijon te iskyang sadung rgyadla jokchet jindu thong lo hali Lus kis kala chuzin machis kyang lole. Mulchi tang char hachu jindu bab. Sawe nyalwe nasu skez min kyang zodal sadung nyongos tetu jung mote dukhali. Somasang tenna tsogla yang atang ishtomina tunong main be shtomtsulchik kashat shtomtsulba noktale yang chik kashat kana tang skanjik ha atsakpe tene ige un kola jate kashat shtomtsulba ma tunong main bajigatano te tokpina dembarang ujung nangpe tolop kangi ma ngan la juskan nangzin la I rignas kun yargyas pia chot na betkani mana rokstang gyan lan gyastang hoptung dang sangme ma rokdel ma chenmojik yotenok somasang te jigina tene I tene hoptuk sangme daksi kashat toga somazatenok tene chani lopte loptuk skyangi tene kashadi toga som halam ngapchu ngabji tamjik chogdik choste tene shirig lobde le chogna spela zateno kawla kashat lobmes ningtam juste hale songbasang teo mana yang mana rigjung pia ma jabdex ma gangstantik yu shirig chige ujung nangpe tolop kangai chogna ino songbasang I toksi chigamun chogla tene nyangak melong me jungal janga zate stom zat gosis khaksani noklay songbasang I kazuga stom gosis zerkani stom tsulbo siksar stom tsulbo I tan nyangak melong me jungbina shate dono songbasang dembarang I kazuga nge nganla jusale rigna chawar ngatang rigna chungwar nga juste I rigna spus chukel hobjong bota daksanga ta tuksamjik salna nam gyagala rangwang top testing na dembarang nam ujung nang pel tholop kang tene dembarang god suspana hale te lopta god suspana I rigna sangmes kolla tena lobjong punjum sokspa salin jikta dok hale tena tokla jan lopta kangudina tene ngata skadi tokpo ma shukshan hale lopta kangudina podegi lobjong salanok tena tokla nyanga lobjong salanok songbasang I nguni jaste tene tenna lopta kangdang tenguni jaste tene ngatang I chisoxinanga tene dembadang I stom tsuldang tene rang skadi to mariargas chenmo sonta no khale 송바상 양때 나타나 스카딕 땅 데네 좀 틀리나 야르갸스 첸모직 차체시 유산 첸모 니지 녹달레 양 직직 양 유산 할레 지기녹 레낭아 데네 셰릭 롭데 라닥시 조 셰릭 땅 스카티 롭데 축셰스 땅 직 레 롱틴 땅 축셰스 땅 니스 이니스케 마 컨트리뷰션 첸모짝 마 록 첸모짝 이 직자디 좀 틀리나 또 가즈가 엿짝 주나 니또 지가준 Stistan ngata i region binanga politic symposium somi dunsa ha ya mehfile mushara zete to tangche si sholjik ngata i yamali yuljonsena metpano ngata chigena innang namjik i lobdedang chigang suksachik radio longtin kangun suksachik jan chisokkunina captured kani te somtsulgun te digrimgun matang irong adopt jos tangatik laglen kyong tangatik dembarang ka skadiga mana tonang yotkani khaspatang te sangmala teni sikchadi som chuli chokla mashante spospatang mashante tuskap zangpojik topten khale te kana teni te tyo topkan bejaste teni som ma som kan skyoda zateno somasang teni daksa chakpa teni i chiso chigena teni somi mamangpo sikshade som mamangpo som stedano spena khaspa sose chiga tuksam salnang teni khaspa gunis teni somi chiga sikshade somde mamangpo soma zateno kawenena khaspa guninok teni skujab jamen gyalsan kanchen sewang rigdin skujab ngawang gyaso gyan tupstan paltan gyan konchok phande zarat tenna tokla yang kaspa mangpoji gyotyak ko halam kaspa nguni rangrang som jaksom date des pelkan bo nishu sumchik duk tyo menpa tene samshik tene somi dunsa wedinanga tene siksha di som sala zatkani te kaspa changme tene somun chogdik joste tene shirig lazde tene tuzdep shiraze chulla shiraze na spela zate te tokpina tene halam shiraze dep sikchadi potri dep hale nishu sanga ya sumchik toksik tena yak tontakpo ma ta i chigena azuk tuksamjik salachik sikchar somtang yargyasi toga samno salachik teni sompape chanang mana tangska mamang poskyotok sombebi chana tuksam salnang mamang po chigaskyotok teni somsulinang ma yargyas ma chenmojik yonsoale songbasang ta 이 투스캅 뉴온 비낭아 다양 스톰출이 톡 비낭 나게 총은직 스페지기 다 직직 적직 주스텐 바할레 스페기나 스쿠잡 자명 gel산이 껴서마자테도 칼레 다 잠무 스교테 텐나 나즈크 스콜레직테 콘스톰직 살둑테 차테 삿페나 자미 삿페나 껴모독 사둥 고쳇 룽코르 라소스파 망두 콜캉 사둥 지미누스 룽코르 라중 디존 데이스캉 사둥 르갸라 조쳇 진두통 할리 다 직 니스파 루스키 칼라 추딘 마치스캉 mulchi rangchar hachu jindu bab saveng yalwe nasu skezminkyang zodal sadung nyongos tetujung inangata dachi nyanga te rignasina yotkani zukchani gyan zerkan bo inanga kondi kola zatedwa chiazena zukspodang namkhao chiga zuksu koda zatedwa spegina luski khala zena zukspo namke zuksu kote tene zukspe namkha chudin mennang kazwa zukspe ka chudin zena ta shin la zan hale chudin korte minuk pa zeno nama shin korte minuk pa innang hale pat sharpa mana izuk shukshan babsto zano hale babsto zano hale somasante chigena 사회eng yalwe nasu skezminkyang zodal sadung yongos tetujung 사회eng yalwe sanyalina ngatang skezte meno zano innang izuk sat mana sanyal tsoksi mana chiga kangalbo I izam satpaduk zerkanni chiga tsoksik tena kote dugale songbasang ta inna tsokla tene kazuwa daksangi juskan nangzin la kaspa mamang poji jaksom sala zate duk songbasang tene kazuga iskadiga tonang yotkan changmas nyangak melongma kabe dash juste te chiga rigyung bola tosam zate tene rang skadik chukpo zatchestang tene te gyan tang dan te kazuk shik nga ta samlo ngon chuget teungun ma dewo dang nyapo ma rigjung phonsum chokspa gyur thupje si tene rewa tang nyapo tene nga izam shika sarchiwanale thuechele.
Thank you, Venerable Tsering Chospelle. And to sum up his lovely presentation, I would like to briefly mention what he said in English for our audience who do not understand Ladakhi. So he talked about the last 50 to 60 years in which the development of poetry happened in Ladakh, and he talks about the 10 sciences, the 5 major sciences, which include the science of languages, arts and crafts, science of healing arts, science of logic, and science of philosophy, and the 5 smaller sciences, which include poetry, style of writing, synonyms, theatre, and astrology. While his focus is on poetry, he talks about how poetry developed in this region, and the major contribution towards learning of poetry is the book which is called the Snyanak Melongma. In Hindi it's called Kavya Darsh Shastra by Lopon Danti from India. And this particular text was translated in the 13th century by Lotsawa Tsongston Dorje Gyaltsen into Tibetan, and henceforth used in the region of Ladakh to learn about the different composition, style of writing and composition in Ladakh. He says that this particular text is very secular in nature, and it helps to learn one's language and script, and how a language and script can be developed further to communicate with each other. Venerable Chospel also mentions 3 different compositions by experts who have published their work in the Jammu and Kashmir Academy of Art, Culture and Languages, Leh. The first poem is by Gen Kanchan Sewang Rigzenle, and the title of his poem is Losar. This follows the style called Sugda Negyan, where the first word of each phrase is the same. The second composition is by Gen Thupstan Paldanle, and the title of this work is called Chosluk Tundel, Religious Harmony, where the Thatok Tsundan style is used, wherein the last word of each phrase and the first word of the second phrase is the similar. And the third example. The poem is by Professor Jamyang Gyaltsen. The title of the poem is about Jammu, and this follows the Tsukcha Negyan, wherein metaphors and similes are used to talk about a certain phenomenon. And lastly, he talks about the use of letters, which is also called Kashat. And the title, he talks about a book wherein the alphabets K to Ha, A, the consonants in the Tibetan script, have been used, and 54 poems have been composed by 54 poets who are mostly students from Central Institute for Buddhist Studies, and these have also been published by the Academy. And at the end of his presentation, he talks about the establishment of the Jammu and Kashmir Academy of Art, Culture and Languages, and the establishment of the radio station in Leh, which contributed in the advancement or development of poetic compositions by several authors in this region. And he concludes by stating that poetry is still in its very nascent form. However, if anyone interested in poetry learns the style of writing and composition through the book Snyanak Melongma or Kavya Darsh Shastra by Lopon Danti, then one can be more creative towards such compositions. Thank you so much, Venerable Tsering Chospelle. Now I would like to invite Dr. Tsering Chorole to present her paper on the genre of novel, and the title of her presentation is Tsewang Tolden's Contribution to Ladakhi Literature.
किसी भाषा की जो कुछ लिखित और मौखिक साहित्यिक धरोहर होती है, उसे हम उस भाषा का साहित्य कहते हैं। साहित्य अपने समाज की प्रचलित सोच, उसकी आस्थाएं, चाल चलन, रीति रिवाज आदि का एक चित्र हमारे सामने प्रस्तुत करता है। इस दृष्टि से समाज की उन्नति और अवनति से साहित्य का सीधा सरोकार होता है, क्योंकि वह हमें अतीत और वर्तमान का नक्शा दिखाकर एक तरह से भविष्य के लिए मार्ग भी दिखाता है। साहित्य की अनेक विधाएं होती हैं, जैसे कहानी, कविता, नाटक, उपन्यास, यात्रावृत्त आदि आदि। लद्दाख की बात करें तो हम पाते हैं कि यहाँ के साहित्यकारों ने विभिन्न विधाओं को अपनी कलम से उन्नत किया है। मैं आज बात करूंगी लद्दाखी साहित्य में उपन्यास लेखन, विशेषकर छेवांग तोल्दन का अपने उपन्यासों के माध्यम से लद्दाखी साहित्य में योगदान के विषय पर। छेवांग तोल्दन लद्दाख के अल्ची गांव से थे। वे लंबे समय तक आकाशवाणी लेह में न्यूज रीडर के तौर पर कार्यरत रहे। उनके साथ 2014 में हुए एक साक्षात्कार के दौरान उन्होंने बताया कि लेखन में उनकी रुचि उन्हीं दिनों तीव्र हुई। हिंदी साहित्य में भी अपनी रुचि के बारे में उन्होंने बात की। वे मानते थे कि लद्दाखी के लेखन की शैली अगर सरल हो तो लोगों में अपनी भाषा को लिखने पढ़ने की लालसा में बढ़ोतरी हो सकती है। इसी विश्वास को ठोस रूप देते हुए उन्होंने अपना पहला उपन्यास मिक गीतामक एकदम बोलचाल की सरल भाषा में प्रस्तुत किया। ऐसा करने पर हालांकि उन्हें बहुत सारे विरोधों का सामना करना पड़ा। अपने अगले 2 उपन्यास जोम्स्कल और याफिस को लिखते समय फिर तोल्दन ने भाषा के विद्वानों की मदद ली। ये 2 उपन्यास हालांकि प्राचीन तिब्बती के भाषिक नियमों का उल्लंघन नहीं करते, फिर भी लद्दाखी भाषा और उसकी लिपि का कुछ ज्ञान रखने वाले पाठकों को आसानी से समझ आ जाते हैं। लद्दाख की अपनी भाषा में उपन्यास लेखन करने वाले छेवांग तोल्दन पहले लेखक हैं और शायद इकलौते भी। इनके उपन्यासों की विशेषता का आकलन कर उपन्यास याफिस को लेते हैं। इस उपन्यास में लेखक ने भारत की आजादी के पहले के लद्दाख की दयनीय स्थिति का मार्मिक चित्र हमारे सामने रखा है। साथ ही उस समय की प्रचलित सोच, प्रथाएं आदि भी उपन्यास में उजागर हुए हैं। उपन्यास की कथा वस्तु लद्दाख में कुछ दशकों पहले तक भी प्रचलित एक प्रथा पर आधारित है, जिसके तहत संपत्ति के उत्तराधिकार को लेकर 2 भाइयों में उनके अपने ही पिता द्वारा भेदभाव किया जाता था। संपत्ति पर पूरा अधिकार बड़े बेटे का होता था और छोटे बेटे को एक तरह से उसका अनुचर ही मान लिया जाता था। हालात इतने बुरे थे कि कोई पिता अपनी बेटी का हाथ किसी घर के छोटे बेटे के हाथ में देने से कतराता। जी ने अपने साक्षात्कार में बताया था कि लद्दाख को जब शुरू में एसटी का दर्जा मिला था, तब इसी भेदभाव के कारण छोटे भाइयों के एसटी सर्टिफिकेट बनने में बड़ी मुश्किलें आती थी, और क्योंकि उनके पास अपने ज़मीन के कोई कागजात नहीं होते थे। बहुत सारे लोगों के पास किसी और के घर जमाई बनकर या मठवासी होकर मठ में रहने के अलावा कोई चारा ही नहीं बचता था, क्योंकि उनके अपने घर में उनसे परायों जैसा व्यवहार किया जाता था। एक उपन्यासकार के तौर पर छेवांग तोल्दन ने अपनी वह भूमिका बखूबी निभाई है जो हर लेखक की जिम्मेदारी है कि अपने वक्त और समाज की सच्चाई को आगे रखे, चाहे वह कितना ही कड़वा क्यों ना हो। शायद ही इनसे पहले किसी ने भी इस क्रूर परंपरा पर उंगली उठाई हो। या फिर इस उपन्यास के प्रमुख पात्र का नाम छेवांग है, जो कि एक हठी पिता का छोटा बेटा है। बचपन से लेकर जवानी तक पिता के हाथों उसके भावनाओं से जो खिलवाड़ होता है, उसे उपन्यासकार ने बड़े ही मार्मिक शब्दों में चित्रित किया है। आगे चलकर छेवांग का ठोस इरादा और मेहनत कैसे उसके जीवन की दशा और दिशा को बदल देते हैं, इसका भी चित्रण बहुत सुंदरता से लेखक करते हैं। लेखक ने पूरे उपन्यास में गांव और शहर का, पुराने और नए का, परंपरा और आधुनिकता का एक संतुलन बिठाया है। उपन्यास के शुरू के भाग में मवेशी चराना, टीन का डब्बा बजाते नाच गाना करना, बीमार होने पर केवल गांव के वैद्य का सहारा होना आदि पुराने समय के लद्दाख का चित्र दिखाते हैं। वहीं उपन्यास के दूसरे भाग में पिकनिक पर जाना, गाड़ी में घूमना, अस्पताल में इलाज कराना आदि दृश्य एक बदले हुए आधुनिक लद्दाख का चित्र हमारे सामने रखते हैं। गांव और शहर या प्राचीन और नवीन की इस यात्रा को बहुत ही स्वाभाविक रूप में उपन्यास में पाठक देख पाता है, जो बिल्कुल भी बनावटी नहीं लगता। एक गरीब क्षेत्र का अनेक कठिनाइयों के बीच भी फलता हुआ जीवन और अभाव के बीच भी मानव का कभी ना हारता हौसला और इन्हीं परिस्थितियों में उपजी बहुपतिवाद जैसी प्रथा का भी उल्लेख इस उपन्यास में प्रमुखता से हुआ है। खान पान, पहनावा, रीति रिवाज, छंग और सत्तू सब सेवंग तोल्दन के इस उपन्यास में सुंदरता से पाठक की आंखों के आगे तैरते हैं। उदाहरण के लिए सत्तू की अगर हम बात करें, लद्दाखी जीवन में सत्तू का महत्व केवल अन्न की दृष्टि से नहीं है। सत्तू यहाँ के सामाजिक, धार्मिक, वैचारिक जीवन में यूं मिला हुआ है कि आप इसके अभाव में लद्दाखी जीवन की कल्पना भी नहीं कर पाएंगे। सत्तू तक की कमी होना, इस मुहावरे का अर्थ जानने वाला समझता है कि यहाँ के जीवन में इस खाद्य पदार्थ की क्या भूमिका है। उपन्यास में इस मुहावरे को भी स्थान मिला है और इससे जुड़ी हुई भावना को भी। इस तरह यह उपन्यास कई स्तरों पर अपनी छाप छोड़ता है। लद्दाखी जीवन का एक पूरा चित्र इस उपन्यास के माध्यम से पाठक तक पहुंचता है। सेवंग तोल्दन हमारे सामने एक ऐसे साहसी लेखक के रूप में उभरते हैं जिन्होंने एक तरफ समाज की एक ऐसी कुप्रथा का खुलकर विरोध किया जिसके भीतर सदियों लद्दाख के अनेक बेटे प्रताड़ित हुए और अपनी बात रखने के लिए उन्होंने भाषा को बहुत जटिल नहीं किया। उन्होंने एकदम सरल भाषा में अपनी बात कही। उनका महत्व इस दृष्टि से भी है कि उनके उपन्यासों के द्वारा उन्होंने आने वाले अनेक लेखकों के लिए एक मार्ग बनाया है। इसमें संदेह नहीं है कि आगे चलकर अनेक अन्य लद्दाखी उपन्यास लेखन की ओर अग्रसर होंगे और यही सेवंग तोल्दन की सफलता का सबसे बड़ा प्रमाण होगा। साक्षात्कार के दौरान उन्होंने ये भी बताया था कि उन्होंने कुछ भारतीय और रूसी कहानियों का भी लद्दाखी अनुवाद किया है। खेद की बात है कि मेरी भेंट उनसे इस साक्षात्कार के बाद फिर नहीं हो पाई और फिर उनके देहावसान के बाद उन किताबों को देख पाने की जो एक आशा थी वो भी कमजोर होती चली गई। उन रचनाओं का भी अध्ययन भाषा और साहित्य की उन्नति की दृष्टि से बहुत जरूरी है और अगर उनके परिवारजन उनकी उन कृतियों को सार्वजनिक करने के पक्ष में हैं तो ये बहुत ही अच्छा होगा लद्दाखी साहित्य के लिए। उसकी लद्दाखी साहित्य की यात्रा में ये एक महत्वपूर्ण पड़ाव का आरंभ बन सकता है। एक सफल उपन्यास के अनेक पहलू होते हैं जिन पर सेवंग तोल्दन के उपन्यास खरे उतरते हैं, जैसे पात्र योजना, संवाद, कथा वस्तु, देश काल आदि सारे बिंदुओं पर उनके उपन्यास एकदम खरे उतरते हैं। यहाँ मैं उनके दूसरे उपन्यास जोम्स्कल के शुरू के पृष्ठ का कुछ अंश आपके सामने पढ़ूंगी। भाषा और शैली दोनों में ही उनकी पकड़ को आप यहाँ महसूस कर पाएंगे। नीमार गाशेसला ठेतला जारिन डागजांग रेना चिपा गुन तंग री इचु कुनिस रंगरंगी छंगला छाछा सिफिया रंगरंगी ठोपा कुनला लोन जेरते चिरित चारत मंगपोस कांगिन छोक छंग मा तार तुर जेरिन मंगपोजिक हिलिंग्स तांगिन उरत का फोलोंग तंग स्वा बुरसे छंग में सेपना शाकपा कुनी संग शोकशी शोकशी शोक 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 मंगपोस कातना छोड़ते दिसकी दिस थोतपे का लकपा तंगस्ते नमखाल तस्पा नीमार गाशेसला थोगांगा संग मांगा मेतक्याक। यहाँ लेखक ने बहुत ही सुंदरता से सूर्यास्त की बेला का चित्रण किया है। अपनी बात को इन शब्दों के साथ समाप्त करूंगी कि भाषा संस्कृति की वाहिका है। भाषा के संरक्षण के लिए आवश्यक है कि उसमें अधिक से अधिक लोग पढ़ें, लिखें और उसका इस्तेमाल करें। सेवंग तोल्दन का अपनी भाषा और साहित्य के प्रति प्रेम उनके उपन्यासों में साफ झलकता है और लद्दाखी साहित्य और भाषा को उन्नति की ओर ले जाने में उनका बहुत बड़ा योगदान है, इसमें कोई संदेह नहीं है।
Thank you, Dr. Tsering Chorol, for your wonderful presentation in Hindi. To sum up her presentation, she talks about how literature mirrors a society's lifestyle, thinking, and its culture, and how literature can also be a reflection of the past, present, and a direction towards the future of a region. Here she introduces to us Tsewang Toldanle, who is from Alchi village. Tsewang Toldanle worked as a newsreader with All India Radio, and that is when his interest in writing developed. She mentions the first novel written by him called Mikki Tamak, which is written in simple Ladakhi, and that faced a lot of backlash. For the next two novels that he wrote, he consulted scholars of Boti language, and these two novels do not deviate much from the classical Tibetan rules of writing and can easily be understood by someone who has some knowledge of language and the script. She mentions that he believed that if people wrote in simpler style, their interest in reading and writing their own language would increase. She goes on to talk about the main novel that she translated called Yapes. Yapes also means discrimination in English. Here, the protagonist of this novel is someone who is the younger son of an adamant father. The novel speaks about the inhuman treatment that the younger son receives throughout his childhood at the hands of his own father, and how, through his hard work and determination, in the course of time, it changes the course of his life. The novel is based on a custom that was prevalent in Ladakh and is just a few decades ago, wherein the younger son would be left with no land holdings, and the sole heir would be the eldest son. So the younger son would have to either marry someone else and leave the house, or go away and join a monastic institution. So Toldal emerges as a very courageous writer who writes and speaks fearlessly about the injustice during his time, and in doing so he keeps his language simple. So she concludes by stating how this particular genre of novel, which has never been experimented upon, wherein he was the first one to develop this style, paves the way for future writers. And during an interview with him, Chorol mentions that he had also translated a lot of Russian as well as Indian stories into Ladakhi. Therefore, this presentation does highlight upon how different genres are slowly emerging, and how a novel form in Ladakhi, especially in Ladakhi, which literature of any country or region is strongly connected to its historical past and legacies in the oral as well as the written form. The historical records of present-day Ladakh dates back to the 10th century. However, its oral tradition and folklore passed on from generation to generation through word of mouth cannot be traced to a particular time period. Oral transmissions, including folklore, songs, proverbs, epics and ballads, a tradition commonly used by the masses in comparison to the Buddhist as well as Muslim religious liturgy, which is accessible only to few, was exclusive for few sections of the Ladakhi society. The historical purview of the region has rightly been summarized by John Bray. He states, quote, from the late 7th or early 8th century until sometime after 842 AD, it was part of the Tibetan Empire. From the mid-10th century until 1834, Ladakh was an independent kingdom. At its height in the mid-17th century, it extended as far as Rudok, Gugi and Purang in what is now western Tibet. In its final years, its territory corresponds roughly with today's Leh and Kargil districts, including with addition of Spiti. In 1834, Ladakh was invaded by the army of Raja Gulab Singh of Jammu, and it finally lost its independence in 1842. 4 years later, it was incorporated into the new princely state of Jammu and Kashmir, which acknowledged British paramountcy within the Indian Empire. Since 1947, it has remained part of J&K within the Independent Republic of India, unquote. And most recently, Ladakh has been given the status of a Union Territory in October 2019 by the Indian government. Ladakh has a rich background of language, literature, culture, art, architecture, including traditional knowledge systems as well as practices, which has been brought into the limelight by scholars within as well as from outside Ladakh. These historical as well as literary writings on Ladakh in various scripts and languages such as the Tibetan script, Urdu, Persian, Hindi, and eventually in English creates a canon which is still evolving and developing in progress. An imperative question is, how do we see the literature of Ladakh? Is it defined by writings in the regional languages with a readership within the region, or is it defined through the emerging trends of writings in the popular language English and other languages which has a wider readership? These are some important questions which will always remain open to different interpretations. In this presentation, I would like to make an attempt to briefly touch upon the timeline in which this canon of Ladakhi literature, with focus on the writings in the English language, how these developed, which of course is also open to interpretations by individuals studying the same. The major sections, keeping the history in mind, its development and the evolving writing trends, I tried to divide the time period into the following: 18th century, the 19th century, 20th century, and the 21st century. As you all know that most of the Buddhist canonical texts have been written in the Buddhic script, and Ladakh developed its Buddhist religion and liturgy under the rule of the Tibetan kings. Therefore, Thomi Sambuta's book Sumchupa and Stakski Jukpa is important in the context of Ladakh, because the Ladakhi language has been written down in the Bodhic script, wherein Bodh means Tibet and Yek means Yige, script, letter or script. The first classification of literature had already begun in the Buddhist monastic institutions with works in the Tibetan classical script. The texts passed on from Tibet have been used by Buddhist monks to learn the teachings of Buddha, and this in a way created a hegemonic presence of a group of elite group of clergy who then had an upper hand over the common people. So on the one hand, we had the literate Buddhists, and on the other hand, a dominant group eventually emerged. With the Muslim conquest of Ladakh, which started in 1420s during the rule of Takpa Bumde until the 1600s, when Islam started spreading into Ladakh and conversion of people began. Islam established its presence mainly in places like Purik, the area around Kargil, comprising the Suru Valley, Pashkum, Mulbek, Bodh Kharbu, Shakar Chiktan, who, as Janet Rizvi states, were bound in a loose quasi-feudal relationship to the Ladakhi monarchy. Urdu and Persian languages also started to be used. Henceforth, religion and written liturgy were interconnected and inseparable, and a hierarchy among the people of Ladakh could be felt, with the kings on the top, the clergy in the middle, and the common man below, wherein they mostly used the oral form of expressions through oral traditions. Moving on to the 19th century, while this hierarchy was being maintained for centuries, a new wave of writing started emerging within the region when it was started being explored by Europeans. Unlike other literary works in Europe, the early English works in the region of Ladakh included historical texts, hunting expeditions, survey literature, field literature, among others, that started forming the base to record more about the region. To name few works of these writers, the earliest traveler was Ippolito Desideri, an Italian Jesuit who came here in 1715 while on his way to Lhasa. Other important 19th century visitors include William Moorcroft, a veterinary surgeon in the service of the East India Company, who, along with his companion George Trebeck, spent 2 years in this region from 1820 to 22, and they wrote together the famous book Travels in the Himalayan Provinces of Hindustan and the Punjab in Ladakh and Kashmir in Peshawar, Kabul, Kunduz, and Bukhara in 1837. Furthermore, some of the other pioneering work in regard to the use of English language has been done by Alexander Choma Dikoros, the famous Hungarian scholar. He lived in Zanskar under the tutelage of learned monks in Zangla and Puktal, where he lived between 1820 and 1830, and there he wrote the grammar of Tibetan language in English and the life and teaching of Buddha. And this laid the foundation of Tibetan studies, and later he was also called as the father of modern Tibetology. Heinrich August Jeschka, a Moravian missionary who arrived in Ladakh in 1896, also started translating the Bible, and he even compiled the Tibetan English Dictionary in 1881. Through him, there were many other European scholars who studied the language of this region, and therefore this shift from a monastic study of language, the education system also improved towards the end of the 19th century when Moravian missionaries arrived in Ladakh. They started teaching subjects like mathematics, English, social sciences, and Bible studies. The first formal school in Ladakh was established by them in October 1899, and it was called the Moravian Mission School, and this school still caters to the need of education in lay and has been very successful in spreading modern education. In 1854, Alexander Cunningham, who had visited Ladakh, also produced a very detailed book called Ladakh, Physical, Statistical and Historical. This work has been maintained as a standard text for referencing for many years. There are many other authors who have also contributed to the first base of writings on the region. In the meantime, while traders and other business transactions were happening in this region, given that Ladakh was a transit for many traders along the Silk Road of Central Asia, this can be understood by the book written by Jacqueline Fox in the book titled Trade and Contemporary Society Along the Silk Road, an ethno-history of Ladakh, where she mentions the Khan archives, which is the primary source of her book. She mentions that a majority of the archival papers were written in Urdu. Some documents were partially or wholly written in Bodhiak, English, Uyghur and Persian. And most of the descendants of Central Asian traders in Leh could fluently read and write Urdu. However, the Urdu of these documents were difficult for modern readers to read since it was written in the Patawar type style or the traditional style of writing Urdu. Moving on to the 20th century, while the missionaries were trying to reinforce the spoken words by producing wide variety of written literature, they also studied the language to create interest among the local people towards Christianity, who could only read Ladakhi, and began publishing tracts, hymns and other works in Ladakhi. The Moravian Church also used their own press in Leh as well as Kelang for such purposes. The pioneering Moravian missionaries who compiled these texts have created a plethora of textbooks, especially when it comes to the academic study of the region, beginning with Dr. Karl Marx, a fully trained missionary doctor by profession, came to Ladakh in 1886 and compiled what can be termed as the first manuscripts on the history of Ladakh in Ladakhi. It is called the Three Documents Relating to the History of Ladakh, or the Ladakhi Chronicles. One of the most extensive works done in the by the missionary scholar is Reverend August Herman Franke, who reached Ladakh in 1896. His work as a historian and a writer of folklore is commendable. He wrote over 60 learned articles on Ladakhi language, legends, songs, rock carvings, archaeology in the Tibetan script, as well as translations in English. He copied the lower version of Gyalam's he copied what is called the lower version of Gyalam Kesar from Meme Dundruptashi of Gyatso and Meme Yishi of Sabipa. And in the year 1909, Franke conducted a tour of the borders of Western Tibet and published what is called the Antiquities of Indian Tibet in 2 volumes, both published on behalf of the Archaeological Survey of India. Moving on, he also published the first Tibetan language monthly newspaper in 1904 called Ladakh's Ki Akbar in colloquial Ladakhi, and introduced the medium of print for masses, and henceforth created a shift, making information available for general public to read. The paper was also published from Kelang as Kelang Akbar by Reverend Walter Osbo in 1927, and later as Ladakh's Phongya from 1935 onwards up till 1950s by Ilya Chetan Phuntsok and Reverend Pierre Vitos. Joseph Gergen, another leading scholar of Ladakh, also wrote many texts in translation both in Ladakhi as well as in English. In the 21st century, a lot of writings written by local scholars, which have also been highlighted upon by Venerable Sring Chospel in his presentation in Ladakhi, have been written and published by the Jammu and Kashmir Academy of Arts, Culture and Language. Here I have tried to classify them as under the broad title as religious literature, historical literature, cultural literature, and travel literature, to cite just few examples out of the many authors who we have here. I would like to talk about Bakula Rangdol Nima Rinpoche's book called it's called Ishe Space Springik, which is I would like to talk about Bakula Rangdol Nima's book, which is called The Good-Hearted Letter, published in 2014. It's a translation of Arya Nagarjuna's book, and it has been translated into both English as well as Ladakhi. Similarly, we have Zainul Abidin Abidi, who published The Emergence of Islam in Ladakh, published in 2019, and that is also a translation of Hashmatullah Khan's book written in Urdu. We have, among other writers, we have Joseph Gergen, Tashi Rabkesley, who also wrote the first, compiled the first book or history book on Ladakh, and the translation into English has also been done. Similarly, Venerable Thupstan Palden, Venerable Konchok Phande, Abdul Ghani Sheikh, all of them have contributed a lot to the writings of the region of Ladakh in English and in translation. To conclude, I would like to talk about one of the first books written by a Ladakhi in English, that is Ghulam Rasul Galwan's book called Servant of Sahibs. It was published in 1923. It's a secular autobiographical account which itself creates an identity of the author who always wanted to publish in English. Similarly, Abdul Wahid Radhu's book Caravan Tibetan, written in French in 1981, was also translated in 1997 into English, which is also a very interesting account of his travels. Therefore, I would like to conclude and talk about how the current institutions and establishments here in Ladakh, like Jammu and Kashmir Academy of Art, Culture and Languages, established in 1969, how several authors, mostly men but few women, contributed to the publication of the annual publication called Sheraza and the annual book called Lokhor Gitip. And we also have a lot of young authors who are now writing their blogs, writing books, publishing their poetry in English language. That is something that every younger people and younger generation of people are more comfortable writing in. But the question is, there has also been a lot of engagement of the literati in Ladakh who are focusing on the regional language and how one should write more in Ladakhi. Therefore, Ladakhi literature in English is evolving and building up every year. However, at the same time, attempts towards the preservation of the Ladakhi language is being made by concerned speakers of the region. Therefore, there's this constant tussle and this urgency to write as well as speak in Ladakhi, which is being shaped up and which is being shaped up in the region and undergoing a lot of engagement with the modern world due to the growing of tourism. This leads us to the question of where the development of the literature is heading towards. Should the development be more focused on the urgency to write in Ladakhi, or should the writers or their writings be left to the language that they are comfortable in? And how do readers and their response towards such works create the sense of identity and associations with such literary works? Thank you. And I would like to thank all the presenters for today who talked about the emerging Ladakhi literature in poetry, novel form, and the presentation I made on the literature that developed in Ladakh while giving an overview of literature in this region in English language. Thank you so much for being present and listening to the entire panel.
July, on the occasion of Ladakh Literature Festival, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to present yet another beautiful song and dance from the region of Jangthang. Jangthang is the highest region in east of Ladakh, and the people here, they rear yak, sheep and goat as their main source of livelihood. And the world-famous Pashmina wool comes from the goats of Jangthang. Jangthang is also famous for its distinct dance form called Jabro. On this beautiful occasion, we are going to present a soulful dance of Jabro for all the viewers out there enjoying the beautiful occasion or the event of Ladakh Literature Festival. Please enjoy.
सबों को बखूबी मालूम है कि लद्दाख का लिटरेचर फेस्टिवल दिसंबर के 10 से लेकर 12 तारीख तक चल रहा है। तो इस सिलसिले में हमने यहाँ कारगिल डिस्ट्रिक्ट में इंफॉर्मेशन डिपार्टमेंट और लद्दाख एकेडमी ऑफ आर्ट कल्चर लैंग्वेजेस कारगिल की तरफ से जो डिफरेंट प्रोग्राम आप लोग की खिदमत में प्रस्तुत किया जा रहा है। इस सिलसिले में हमने यहाँ कारगिल से जो इंटरनेशनल नेशनल लेवल की जो टाकर है या जो मुशायरे में हिस्सा लेने वाले हैं उनका आप लोगों को राय आप लोगों तक पहुंचाने की कोशिश किए गए हैं। और इसमें हिस्सा लेने के लिए आज बहुत से हमारे मेहमान आए हुए हैं, जिसमें हम आप लोगों को इंट्रोडक्शन में कराना चाहता हूं। तो सबसे पहले मैं ये कहना चाहता हूं कि खूब छिपा माजर nga nangpa माजर संगमा आचो नोजर लाथु रिक्थाम से पुंरिक रिक्थाम से यरिया सिला मस्क्योत दुंगा जरेमेन जुंगाती फामेस पोना दि तमलेउन दि तमसिरुन दे जनांगा ता जरेन सिक्योत खनिंजु दो छना दिरिंगी कारगिल छोजदुक सो थुंडेल स्पेगिन जरे दि ngati टॉपिक पोयोजु दो छना दि तमसिर पि खोरतांग सियांग नो को खागलेनमा स्क्योतेत खान ngati कारगिल बाल्टिस काते मिंबिंग रिबिया खासपा या किताब माना मंगमेक रिबिखन खासपा दोनों को शहर ला माना खासपेक जो ngati बशीर वफास कुंदुन को शहरुन मोतिक जूस पाना चोक्सला संगमा ngata अप्रोच जुगुन सिगियोजु तो छना बशीर वफास साहब निरांग सिटी डांस के चले जुरे देना चोकला ngati शेस लुंगानो खासपा ngati retired masters kundun gao siki chuzluk si khashes tamshes nang yang da chula ko se ngati shes lungpiang no lo sumchu sobdun las basis jugna kong retired ke tenju yang siki pavandar committee kong member ang juksen yang chose gue thotang juksen ju to chana kong ming tax point ju yentang saga manjit singh kundun kong khadmat po dutsok sian ju ngati kargili sikjuk sin ngira do chana ngati kong ngati kargili gonchang gone ju dika ngita zigra phulen sigin ju dana chokla ngati hembaps yana darasi yuli khaspek ngata ju sikhong so ju kong khaspa juk sen ju som nang yangata sheir nang yang mane shenes kat yang no kurang mana खासपा जो द्याचोला yang किताब न मानो मंगबेक के विस्कान जिगिन जो का शेनास काति yang no yang शेनास काति खासे स्तामसे सिंगा जुक्सेन जो दो छाना यंतांग दियांस को चला शुक्रिया जरे जुंगी स्की तिलना जो दो छाना yang ati जर्सी के जो साला योत्पति युलपियां गामोरंग sala phal met na met yul padi yul piang gamorang rang Ladakh Kargil na balti yul di yul pokhorang sode chanin bakshi ju ngatang sode chan ngatang yul ju ngatang Ladakh pokhirena gangata tox sikhanji ki diring chappa meju skomshi sikhanji mana meju do chana ngati Kargili balti yul nang ya datula ngati Kargili purigi yul nang datula darsi garkonin ngatang shena in dardin de yulun chosna zombon ngata thundel nangyambo jukse yoten chu do chana du jiksten gangme ngata ngone to ngate Ladakh spokirena yang chozluk thokna chozluk mangmo merigs mangmo skarjigs mangmo yote sasyan yotpe mendok chigna tsogs base mendok chakbuna tsogs base ata kona tang se daksa chakpanga tang dukse ten chu do chana ngati Kargil yana chozluk mana mangme geju intang sang mar takspa ju daraz na jukse ngata Kargil na ngata balti dana tolanga bodis kirena ju do chana diring nga chawar jin bot kharbuna ju intang sang matika introduction bo tang senju do chana nga gomeka bashir wafa saiba dum jin baju ngati Kargil yang no chuzluk thundele taksna on gatsuk rigyot ngira ngiri jaltek molna jo
yokse ya ngati di program kun di panel discussion piano shakhsiyat bi जनाब सरदार मंजीत सिंह और जनाब शफी सागर साहब आप सबको बखूबी इल्म है कि हमारा मुल्क जो है अनेकता में एकता मेरे वतन की शान है। इसी तरह यहाँ तरह तरह के मेरे वतन जहाँ तक वतन का ताल्लुक़ है ये एक चमन है। इस चमन में तरह तरह के फूल खिलते हैं। इसी तरह इन पहाड़ों के बीच में किसी ने कहा है, अभी मरहूम कमाल इल्हामी साहब ने कहा है, पहाड़ी सिलसिले चारों तरफ और बीच में हम हैं, मिसाल गोहर नायाब हम पत्थर में रहते हैं। बेशक हम पत्थर के बीच में रहते हैं, पहाड़ों से घिरे हुए एक इलाका है, मगर खुशी इस बात का है कि हाँ अमन है, शांति है, भाईचारा है। तो इस बात का हम सबको यहाँ हमारे पंजाब के श्रीनगर से जो हमारे सिख बरादरी है ये भी यहाँ रहते हैं, बौद्ध बरादरी भी यहाँ रहते हैं, जो मुख्तलिफ ज़बान बोलते हैं, शिना कल्चर के या शेन कल्चर के हमारे दराज से ताल्लुक़ रखने वाले लोगों की एक बड़ी अच्छी खासी आबादी है। अब आप यहाँ से चलिए ज़ांस्कार की तरफ, ज़ांस्कार में अलग भाषा बोलते हैं। अच्छा आप चलिए यहाँ हमारे दार्सिस गारकोन में आर्यंस, यहाँ उनकी अलग से एक पहचान है, मगर इन सब पहचान अलग अलग पहचान के बावजूद हम एक गुलदस्ते की तरह कभी रिकॉर्ड नहीं रहा। मैं अभी 55 साल मेरा हुआ, तो 55 साल में हम इतना बाजार में रहे, हम मिलजुल के रहे, कोई हमने आज तक कोई ऐसा यहाँ कोई ऐसा इंसिडेंट नहीं देखा, कोई ऐसा वाकया नहीं देखा कि बाजार में किसी बुद्धिस्ट और मुस्लिम का लड़ाई हो, किसी शैन और यहाँ बल्ती का लड़ाई हो, किसी सरदार के साथ लड़ाई हो, किसी ज़ांस्कार वालों के साथ लड़ाई हो। तो इस बात की हमें खुशी है कि हम इस चमन में इस गुलदस्ते की तरह हम सब एक जुड़ होके हम इस इलाके में रह रहे हैं। ये बिला मजहबी तफर्रुक़े के, बिला मजहबी कल्चर के भेदभाव के, कौम के भेदभाव के बगैर हम अमन शांति से रहते हैं। यह हमारा घोंसला है और एक घोंसला आबाद रहे, खुशी से रहे।
मंजीत सिंह साहब
जी बस सर, जैसे अभी फरमाया इन्होंने अपने बशीर वफा साहब ने, हमारा जो इलाका है, जिस इलाके के हम वासी हैं, ये एक गुलदस्ता है। हर एक मज़हब के, हर एक फ़िरके के मानने वाले लोग यहाँ सदियों से प्यार से, प्रेम से, आपसी भाईचारा से रह रहे हैं। मैं आपको अपनी छोटी सी एक मिसाल दे देता हूँ। मैं यहाँ पर बल्ती बाज़ार में रहता हूँ। हमारे ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा गिने चुने उंगलियों पर गिन सकते हैं 4-5 घर हैं यहाँ पर, लेकिन आपको मैं क्या बताऊं, हमें आज तक महसूस ही नहीं हुआ कि हम कहीं तन्हा हैं, अलग थलग हैं। इतना प्यार हमें यहाँ पर मिला है। मेरे दादा परदादा यहाँ पर आके आबाद हुए थे, उसके ज़माने से आज तक हमने जितना प्यार मोहब्बत में यहाँ बैठे, हमें तो किसी चीज़ का पता ही नहीं चल रहा है। इतना आपस में प्यार मोहब्बत। हम पिछले दिनों कोविड के दौरान यहाँ पर लॉकडाउन वगैरह लगा, आप यकीन नहीं करेंगे 10 बार दिन में हमें फ़ोन आता था घर पर कि आप ठीक ठाक हैं, किसी चीज़ की ज़रूरत तो नहीं है, पैसा तो नहीं चाहिए, राशन तो नहीं चाहिए। तो इतना भाईचारा, इतना प्रेम प्यार शायद ही और कहीं होगा जो हमारे इस इलाके में है।
तो जैसे बशीर वफा साहब ने और मंजीत साहब ने बताया कि हमारा कारगिल जो है कौमी यकजहती की एक ज़िंदा मिसाल है। पूरे हमारे अज़ीज़ वतन जो है हिंदुस्तान को यहाँ से सबक सीखना चाहिए। तो पहले मैं तारीख़ की थोड़ी बात करूँ तो इस कारगिल को जो आबाद किया, जो गिलगित से आए जो दरत कबीला था, जिन्होंने यहाँ खेत बनाए, खुबानी के दरख्त लगाए या अखरोट के दरख्त लगाए, उनके शाना बशाना जो मंगोल नस्ल के लोग जो तिब्बत से आके यहाँ आबाद हुए, तो यहाँ की हिस्ट्री रही है कि उन दोनों में कभी तसादुम नहीं हुआ, कभी टकराव नहीं हुआ, कभी लड़ाई झगड़ा नहीं हुआ। तो ये हिस्ट्री में लिखा हुआ है कि वो आपस में भाईचारे के साथ एक दूसरे की तहजीब सकाफ़त को वो लोग जो है एक्सेप्ट कर रहे थे, लेकिन कभी उनके बीच में झगड़ा नहीं हुआ, क्योंकि वो यहाँ के माहौल में रस गए, बस गए। यहाँ की मिट्टी ही ऐसी है, माहौल ही ऐसा है। ऐसा नहीं कि वो लोग बड़े शरीफ लोग थे जो गिलगित से आए, या जो हमें मालूम है कि हमारे द्रास में जो आबादी की शुरुआत हुई, जो 7 भाई आए, वो अपने बाप के कातिल को मार के बाद के यहाँ आए थे। या जो मंगोल से लोग आए, जो मंगोलियन नस्ल के लोग, तो मंगोलों के बारे में हमने पढ़ा है कि चंगेज़ खान की नस्ल से हैं या हलाकू खान की नस्ल से हैं, जिन्होंने पूरी दुनिया में तबाही मचा दी। लेकिन वो लोग यहाँ आके यहाँ की मिट्टी में, यहाँ के पानी में घुल मिल गए और आपस में कभी झगड़ा नहीं किया। तो यहाँ उसकी वजह से ऐसे शरीफ उन्नफ्स लोग यहाँ पैदा हुए, एक मिसाल देता हूँ कि एक आदमी दो आदमी के बीच में पहले ज़माने में झगड़ा होता था किसी खेत के मसले में, फिर वो झगड़ा होने के बाद वो कोर्ट में चले जाते थे। कोर्ट उस ज़माने में स्कर्दू में होता था। कोर्ट में चले जाते थे तो क्या कहते थे, यार हम अदालत तो पहुँच गए, अब हम रास्ते में जो है हम दोनों साथ जाएंगे, आप रोटी उठाना मैं सत्तू उठाता हूँ, हम दोनों साथ जाएंगे, हम स्कर्दू में डेरा भी हम दोनों साथ बनाएंगे, हालांकि हैं दोनों हरीफ, कोर्ट में केस लड़ रहे हैं। इस मिजाज के लोग यहाँ बसते हैं हमारे ज़िला करगिल में। और एक खूबसूरत सी बात, मैं किताब पढ़ रहा था अपने नवांग रिजिन शख्सपो साहब की ए कल्चरल हिस्ट्री ऑफ लद्दाख, लिखता है कि कुक्षो गांव में हाजी गुलाम अली कुक्षो गांव का पहला हाजी है, पहला हाजी, और उसका लड़का गांव का सबसे बड़ा लामा है। यार ऐसी हिस्ट्री तो कहीं कहाँ पे है, ज़रा मुझे कोई बताए कि करगिल की ये कौमी यकजहती की तारीख जो है। तो मुझे अपना श्रीनगर का एक दोस्त मुझे बता रहा था कि एक बड़े ऑफिसर की कहानी सुना रहा है कि जब वो छोटा बच्चा था उसको किसी हिंदू लड़के के साथ दोस्ती हो गई, तो वो उसके घर चला गया, तो वहाँ मूर्ति की पूजा होती थी, तो उसको बड़ा अच्छा लगा। घर जब वापस आया तो उसने अपनी माँ बाप से बिल्कुल तकाजा किया कि मुझे भी एक मूर्ति चाहिए, मैं भी पूजा करने वाला। तो उन्होंने वो मूर्ति खरीद के उसको दे दी। तो मैंने कहा यार ये तो मजबूरी में होने वाली बच्चे की जिद से मजबूर होकर करने वाला काम है, लेकिन हमारे जो कुक्षो गांव है वहाँ के हाजी गुलाम अली ने अपने लड़के को लामा की तालीम देने के लिए नेपाल भेजा। 15 साल जो है बुद्धिज्म जो है उसको सिखाया, वहाँ से आके जो है बहुत बड़ा लामा बनता है। ये दिल से करने वाली बात है।
बिल्कुल मंजीत सिंह साहब सिगमना दसा ता छोजलुक थुंडे लिया मजहबी बेचारा इंती गुरुद्वारा ना मस्जिद
जनाब, जैसे अभी इन्होंने फरमाया, इतना भाईचारा, इतना प्रेम इस इलाके में है, यानी कि हमारा यहाँ पर गुरुद्वारा है। आप यकीन नहीं करेंगे, गुरुद्वारा और मस्जिद शरीफ की दीवार एक ही दीवार है, सिंगल मुश्तरका दीवार, जो कि शायद मेरे ख्याल में कहीं और कहीं भी
दो भाई के बीच में भी अगर कोई घर अगर बनाना चाहते तो दो भाई भी इस तरह से एक मुतफिक नहीं
बनाने। सही बात है। आप सदियों से यहाँ पर गुरुद्वारा और मस्जिद की दीवार एक ही सिंगल, इस साइड में नमाज पढ़ी जाती है, इस साइड में हम अपना पाठ पढ़ते हैं, बिल्कुल सिंगल दीवार है और आपसी प्रेम। अच्छा, कल की बात है, जो हमारे मस्जिद के जो खादिम है, तो मैं गुरुद्वारे में पाठ कर रहा था, इतनी देर में वो गुरुद्वारे में आ गए और पूरे अंदर आके उन्होंने वो क्या बोलते हैं सैनिटाइज करके गए, सैनिटाइज किया पूरा। ऐसा और कहाँ होगा।
तो जब मैं भी कभी कभी महसूस करता हूँ, क्योंकि हम दोनों का, मंजीत सिंह और मेरा जो है आपस में एक रिश्ता है, प्रेम का रिश्ता। बेशक हमको इस कोविड ने थोड़ा अलग करके रखा, मगर हम दिल से जुड़े हुए थे। क्योंकि अभी मंजीत सिंह जी, इनको मालूम है ये बीमार हो गए, तो मैं बार बार इसको पूछते रहता था, घर वाले भी पूछते रहता था कि भाई मंजीत सिंह का ये ले लो। तो हम जब भी कभी जब गुरु ग्रंथ का वहाँ पाठ होता है, तो जब वहाँ से एक साइड से मस्जिद से आज़ान शरीफ का आवाज़, जब आज़ान शरीफ का आवाज़ और गुरु ग्रंथ का जो पाठ का आवाज़ जो है फिजा में घुल मिल जाता, तो एक अलग तरह की शांति दिल में, सुकून दिल में महसूस होता है। तो हमें फख्र है कि हम एक ऐसी जगह में रहता है
जहाँ देखिए, जैसे फॉर एग्जांपल मुहर्रम के दिन होते हैं, अशूरा का दिन जिस दिन होता है, आप यकीन नहीं करेंगे उस दिन हमारे घर में चूल्हा नहीं चलता है
जी। और मैं ये बताना चाहता हूँ कि जब आलम शरीफ एक दिन हम लोगों ने वो जो गुरुद्वारे वाला रास्ता जो है, उसमें रिपेयरिंग हो रही थी। सरदार मंजीत सिंह जी को मालूम है, ये मेरा भाई है, हम दोनों बेशक अलग अलग रहते हैं, मगर हम दोनों दिल से जुड़ा हुआ है। तो हम सारे लोगों को आज इस पैनल डिसीजन के माध्यम से हम ये संदेशा देना चाहता है कि हम अगर कौमी एकता या भाईचारे का जो दिन मनाए या पैनल डिस्कशन करें, हाँ, तो हम दिल से करें, दिल से करना चाहिए। दिल से करने से इसका कुछ, क्यों सागर साहब, दिल से दिल मिलना चाहिए, तो कोई मुश्किलात नहीं होता। तो गुरुद्वारे की जो गली जो है और वो उसमें रिपेयरिंग हो रहा था, तो बच्चों ने बोला नीचे वाला पोयन वाला वो सर्कुलर रोड से हम वो अलम वहाँ से ले जाएंगे। तो किसी लड़के ने बोला नहीं, सरदार अवतार सिंह का वसीयत है, जब तक ये मातम का जो अलम निकलेगा गुरुद्वारे की गली से निकलेगी। जब गुरुद्वारे में गली से जब अलम निकलता है, इनका सारा फैमिली वहाँ उसके रिसेप्शन के लिए वहाँ आते हैं। और लाल चौक तक मैंने इस साल देखा, लाला बिंदे हमारा मेरा दोस्त है, तो वो जुलूस के पीछे पीछे अलम शरीफ के पीछे पीछे उसको वहां तक पहुंचा के वहां से रुखसत करके अलम को रुखसत करके लाल चौक से वापस आ जाते हैं। तो इस तरह के मिसालें जो है अब बहुत सारे, ये 50 मिनट में हम कितना गिनेंगे।
बिल्कुल सही बात।
मैं तो कम से कम खुद को बहुत ही फख्र महसूस करता हूँ कि हम ऐसे इलाके में रहते हैं। बेशक हम पहाड़ों के बीच में हैं, हम सुकून से। तो एक चीज और मैं बताना चाहता हूँ कि आज के जो यंग जनरेशन है, इनको भी हम हमारी जो वरासत है हमको चाहिए कि उन तक मुंतकिल करें। शुक्रिया।
अच्छा, ये हमारे करगिल डिस्ट्रिक्ट में ऐसे भी मिसाल है, ऐसे भी मोनूमेंट्स है जो मुस्लिम होते हुए वहाँ पर बुद्धिस्ट की मोनूमेंट्स है, और उनको आज तक कोई ये क्या कहते हैं, ये नुकसान नहीं पहुँचाया है। तो इसके मिसाल आप द्रास से दे तो
हाँ जी जी जी, आपने बिल्कुल सही बोला कि जैसे अभी मंजीत साहब ने बोला कि गुरुद्वारे और मस्जिद की दीवार जो है वो मुश्तरक द्रास में है। दो जो बहुत पुराने बुद्धिज़्म की कहे या हिंदुज़्म की कहें जो मूर्तियां हैं, उनको बिल्कुल संभाल कर रखा। हालांकि वहाँ कोई बुद्धिस्ट भी नहीं है, कोई जो हिंदू भी नहीं है। इसी तरह से यहाँ आप जाए, यहाँ सांकू में जो थसगाम जाते हैं बारसो नाले में, वहाँ पे बहुत बड़ा मूर्ति है जो जिसको बिल्कुल
बीम पत्थर
संभाल के रखा है। हमारे द्रास में बीम पत्थर है। इसके अलावा जो है यहाँ मंजीत सर जी जिस तरह बात की इन्होंने की, हमारे यहाँ मुसलमान जो है अक्सरियत में है। उसके बाद हमारी डिस्ट्रिक्ट में सेकेंड मेजॉरिटी बुद्धिस्ट की है, और सिख और हिंदू तो आटे में नमक के बराबर हैं। इन लोग सेल्फ मोटिवेटेड हैं, लोगों को ये पता है कि भाई ऐसा गलत काम करना नहीं है ना। तो दूसरी बात जो है, कभी कभार जो मुसलमानों के बहुत सारे फिरके हैं, शिया है, सुन्नी है। मैं सुन्नी हूँ, बशीर वफा साहिब शिया हैं। ऐसे बहुत सारे इलाके देखे जहाँ सुन्नी शिया एक दूसरे को मारते हैं, बम फोड़ते हैं, एक दूसरे को नुकसान पहुँचाते हैं। लेकिन हमारे यहाँ हमारी सुन्नी की मस्जिद में शिया आके नमाज पढ़ सकता है, उनके लिए बल्कि सिजदगा जो वगैरह का अरेंजमेंट भी रखा हुआ है। जब मैं बिल्कुल शिया की मस्जिद में जाता हूँ तो वहाँ आराम से नमाज पढ़ सकता हूँ। मैं पैर भी धोता हूँ तो उसके लिए धुलाने का इंतज़ाम वहाँ होगा वहाँ पर, क्योंकि इस किस्म का जो भाईचारा जो है, इसकी मिसाल जो है पूरे हिंदुस्तान को हमारे करगिल से जो है इसकी एक मिसाल लेनी चाहिए।
करगिल में एक ऐसा मिसाल भी है ना सर, जो दुनिया में इस तरह नहीं होगा कि करगिल के 4 दिशे में 4 चंबे हैं। तो ये जो है बहुत मानने वाली बात है, और इनको सारे कभी भी जाके हम पूजा कर सकते हैं। तो इसमें कोई ये नहीं है कि रोक टोक नहीं है, कभी भी अपना ये कर सकते।
ये तो हम एक मजहबी नुक्ते नज़र को हम अभी बयान कर रहे थे, क्योंकि ये शफी साहब और मंजीत सर, ये भी एक कौमी एकता का ये एक अच्छा नमूना है। लेकिन इसके अलावा अगर हम लिसानी एतबार से बात करें, अब कौम के बीच में आज ग्लोबली हम बात करेंगे। ग्लोबली अगर हम देखेंगे, देखो दुनिया में कहाँ है चैन? इंसान का दुश्मन है, एक दूसरे का खून का प्यासा है। तो हम इस एक ऐसे छोटे से खत्ते में रहते हैं, यहाँ बहुत सारी चैलेंजेस है। मगर इस चैलेंजों के बाद भी मैं इस पैनल डिस्कशन के माध्यम से दुनिया को ये पैगाम देना चाहता हूँ कि इस तरह के प्रोग्राम ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा इनेकात होना चाहिए, जिसमें सबसे पहले ये देखें कि कौमी एकता या भाईचारे का फ़ायदा क्या है।
हाँ, बिल्कुल,
फ़ायदा क्या है और ये है क्या चीज़ है। सबसे पहले हमने ये देखना चाहिए इसका क्या फ़ायदा है। खामखा यहाँ आके 3 आदमी को जमा करके कोई पूछ रहा है, कोई कैमरे लगाए, तो इसके कोई आउटपुट जो है बनी नो इंसान को जाना चाहिए। क्यों? बहैसियत इंसान हम सब इंसान हैं। इंसान को रेस्पेक्ट, एक दूसरे का रेस्पेक्ट बहरहाल किसी सूरत में करना है। उनके एक दूसरे के मजहब का ये एहतराम करें, एक दूसरे की ज़बान का एहतराम करें, एक दूसरे की कौम का एहतराम करें। जब तक आप ये रिगजिन जी, जब तक आप मेरा मजहब का रिस्पेक्ट नहीं करें, अब मैं आपका रिस्पेक्ट नहीं करे, मैं ये शिया यहाँ सुन्नी का मजहब का ये फिरके का रिस्पेक्ट नहीं करे, सुन्नी मेरा रिस्पेक्ट नहीं करे, हम ये तवक्को रखना फजूल बात है कि कोई हमारे मजहब के बारे में, हमारे कल्चर के बारे में या हमारे ज़बान के बारे में अच्छा बोलेगा। क्यों मंजीत सर?
बिल्कुल जनाब, यही तो बात है कि ये हमारा करगिल एक मिसाल है।
बिल्कुल
इन सभी चीज़ों का मेरे ख्याल में पूरे हिंदुस्तान में अगर कोई मिसाल वाली जगह है वो हमारा करगिल है।
जी बिल्कुल।
इतना भाईचारा, यहाँ इतना हया, लोगों की आंखों में हया, बहू बेटियों की इज्जत। नहीं तो हम रोज खबरों में सुनते हैं फलानी जगह पर ये हुआ, फलानी जगह पर ऐसा, छोटे बच्चियों के साथ ऐसा वाक़ा हुआ। मैं कहता हूँ हमारा करगिल एक वाहिद ऐसी जगह है जहाँ इज्जत, बहू बेटियों की इज्जत पहले किया जाता है। दूर से बहू बेटी आ गए तो यहाँ से रास्ता छोड़ देते हैं, चाहे वो किसी कोई भी हो। तो ऐसा और कहीं नहीं हो सकता है। इतना प्यार, मोहब्बत और आपसी भाईचारा, इतना मैं बोलता अखलाक जो हमारे यहाँ पर है शायद ही कहीं और होगा।
मंजीत सिंह साहब ता ngati dir yeranga skipon or gamo mana yon se chedira tain nang serke tus ngata jaksi ngati mik tronsana tangati masabi gazuk shige niranga thongju di ngati yulpya tangati spere ka chingmon na ngira
oju ta Stalin साहब ngachi ama trons
या कसा
आज से 2-3 साल पहले की बात है। आप यकीन नहीं करेंगे, घर में हम कोई थे ही नहीं। सर्दियों के दिन थे तो घर में मैं था, मेरा भाई था और मेरी मिसिस थी, तो घर में और कोई था नहीं जनाब। तो जब हमारे पड़ोसियों को, मोहल्ले वालों को पता चला, आप यकीन नहीं करेंगे, हमने हाथ तक नहीं लगाने दिया हमें। पूरा करगिल जमा हो गया, पूरा किसी ने लकड़ी का इंतजाम किया, किसी ने अब जो कुछ होता है आखिरी समय में, तो वो आप यकीन, इतना भाईचारा शायद। और इसी तरह हमारे बहुत सारे ऐसे वाक़ा हुए हैं। तो हमारे देखिए, मैं आपको एक सही बात बताऊं, हमारा कोई अपना रिश्तेदार तो यहाँ है नहीं, सब दूर दूर इलाकों में है। तो यही लोग हमारे सबको है, दुख सुख दुख हो सुख हो, बस यही हमारे काम आते हैं, यही हमारे रिश्तेदार हैं, यही सब कुछ है हमारे।
शफी सागर साहब, आपसे मैं थोड़ा माजरत चाहता हूँ कि बीच में, क्योंकि ये बात बोलना बहुत ज़रूरी है, क्योंकि आज ये हम कौमी एकता भाईचारे पे बात कर रहा है, तो भाईचारे पे इससे ज़्यादा मिसाल मेरे ख्याल में नहीं दे सकता। जब सरदार अवतार सिंह शायर भी थे, वो सोनमर्ग के करीब उनका यहाँ से रास्ते में जाते हुए उनका डेथ हुआ। आप खुद ये तशरीफ रखते हैं मंजीत सिंह।
बिल्कुल जनाब।
तो उन्होंने कहा वो जहाँ पंजाब में ले जा सकते उसे, उसके डेड बॉडी को, सरदार जी ने वसीयत किया, नहीं मुझे यहाँ से रास्ते में अगर मेरे डेथ हो गया तो मुझे वापस करगिल में ले जाके जलाओ। अब मुसीबत ये था कि मंजीत सिंह को, भाई आज तक मंजीत सिंह ने अपने जिंदगी में इसने किसी मुर्दे को जलाया नहीं था, किराया कर्म करने का इसको बिल्कुल किया ही नहीं था। ऐसे मिसाल के तौर पर हम अभी कोई मुस्लिम डेथ हो जाता है, कोई बुद्धिस्ट डेथ हो जाता है, वो लामा आके बेचारे को जला लेता है, ठीक है, उसका क्रिया कर्म करते हैं, हम लोग सब अपने हिसाब से करते हैं, आखोन आते हैं, शेख आते हैं, करते हैं। मगर मुसीबत हम लोगों को ये हो गया कि भाई इसका क्रियाक्रम किस तरह से करना है, क्योंकि मंजीत सिंह ने आज तक कोई मुर्दे को जलाया ही नहीं था। तो इस तरह से गाँव वालों ने मिल के बोला, भाई क्या करना है तुम बताओ। मैं खुद चिता बनाने के लिए मैं और मंजीत सिंह गए, तो अब ये शहादत है।
बिल्कुल सही
बोलो सरदार मंजीत सिंह, मैंने भाई मंजीत सिंह तुम आराम से बैठो, सिर्फ ये बताओ कि जो लकड़ी लगाना है इधर से, इसका डायरेक्शन कैसा होगा, जैसा कि हमारा क़िबला होता है, मुर्दे को क़िबले की तरफ रखना, हाँ ये बताओ आपको इसको रखना कैसे है लकड़ी को। तो मंजीत सिंह ने बोला किसी तरह से भी रख लो। बाद में वहां से आर्मी के गुरुद्वारे से कोई ज्ञानी जी आया तो उसका क्रियाक्रम किया, सारा मोहल्ले लोग गया। अच्छा भाई, जब मुस्लिम मर जाते हैं उनकी माँ बहन को गुस्ल करते हैं कफन दफन करने के लिए, तो अपने घर से कोई प्यारे लोग जो है उसको नहा लाते हैं, धुलाते हैं। मंजीत सिंह यहाँ बिल्कुल बैठा हुआ है, आप मैं झूठ बोलता है तो इनकी मम्मी का इंतकाल हो गया, मैं हरदास में था। उधर से अखुन अली फोन करता, भाई मंजीत सिंह मेरे पास चूल्ही का लकड़ी है।
बिल्कुल बिल्कुल सही बात।
इनको पूछ लीजिए, अखुन अली ने कहा, जो हमारे शायर है, इनको फोन किया, भाई हमारे पास चूल्ही का लकड़ी है, मम्मी को चूल्ही का लकड़ी से तो इस तरह की चीजें दूसरे जगहों में कहाँ होता है। खुद मैं और आचोरिक्जीन साहब, हम दोनों कितने दफा पता नहीं कितने सेमिनारों में, कितने प्रोग्राम्स में हम दोनों साथ के, आपको कुंजों की कसम है, आप बताओ, सबसे पहले खुदा की कसम, सबसे पहले मैं जाता था, भाई हमारे अचो को कमरा कैसा है, कैसा कमरा है, इसको शोर शराबा नहीं, इसको पूजा करना है। तो इस तरह की चीजें हम लोगों को सिखाया गया है, छोटे से सिखाया गया है। अब सागर साहब
हमारे खून में बसा
जी, ये एक माहौल रहा है हमारे करगिल का कि यहाँ पे जो है अमन से बैठना है, लड़ाई झगड़े का तो कंसेप्ट ही नहीं है।
नहीं सही।
एक बार मैंने सुना लेह में हिंदू मुस्लिम फसाद हो गए, लेह में, फिर फसाद यहाँ वो हिंदू मुस्लिम जो झगड़ा होता है वो कंसेप्ट ही नहीं है यहाँ पे, क्योंकि वो ऐसे नहीं होता है कि एक आदमी ने दूसरे को थप्पड़ मारा उसको भी बोलते हैं यहाँ हिंदू मुस्लिम फसाद हो गए। तो आगे तो हमने मंटू के अफसाने आप लोगों ने पढ़ा होगा फसादात के बारे में, किस किस्म के, किस नोयत के होते हैं, है ना। तो ले में कहीं हुआ ऐसा सुना, तो द्रास में कुछ बच्चे जोश में आ गए, कहा भाई श्रीनगर से जो भी बुदिश आएगी उसको पीटना है। तो मैंने ये अपनी आंखों से देखा। फिर वहाँ कुछ लोग जमा हो गए, बोलते हैं भाई आप क्यों पीटोगे, किस लिए पीटोगे, भाई ले से श्रीनगर या जम्मू से आने वाले ने किया क्या है, ले में किसी ने पीटा होगा। तो फिर वहाँ क्या हुआ, वो लड़के नहीं माने, उनको शायद ये तमन्ना थी किसी को थप्पड़ मारने की। फिर उसके बाद बहुत सारे लोग जमा हो गए, जमा होने के बाद थोड़ी दूर ऊपर चले गए, वहाँ से जो भी गाड़ी आती थी बोलते थे जनाब इधर अंदर अगर कोई बुद्धिस्ट भाई है तो इधर से जाइए, यहाँ से मत जाइए, वहाँ कुछ पागल लोग बैठे हैं, है ना। उसमें मैंने देखा मैंने कि 10 बच्चे मारने के लिए थे, 100 आदमी बचाने के लिए थे, 100 आदमी थे उनको बचाने के लिए।
That's also misal ngati on the jo. Jakngal la zingna jakzang la tunzer yera. Ngati misal jigo yera jakzang la zingna jakngal la zingna jakzang la tunzer yera. Jakshi jangatang zingshik chanang de ngatang tune dele duk jaspo ngati di singing piang yoten so ngati di singing प्यार po yot pache gira mana ko ngata migna thong machik ngata ko chacha zete.
बहुत शुक्रिया, बहुत अच्छा बात, मेरे दिल की बात जो है ना आपने बता दिया। जो हम रास्ते में आ रहे हैं तो सरदार मंजीत सिंह और मैंने आपस में थोड़ा बात किया, तो यही चीजें हैं। हमको ये देखना चाहिए कि भाई आज जो है ना कौमी एकता को या भाईचारे को जक किस चीज से पहुंच रहा है। हमको मजहबी लेवल पे भी, कौमी लेवल पे भी, गाँव के सतह तक जाके घर में भी ये देखना चाहिए कि कहाँ खराबी है। देखो दुनिया में बहुत तरह के लोग होता है, बहुत तरह के लोग होता है। गंदे लोग आपको मुस्लिम में भी मिलेंगे, हिंदुज़म में मिलेंगे, सरदारों में भी मिलेंगे, बल्ती में भी मिलेगा, शीन में भी मिलेंगे, दस्तिस गारकों में भी मिलेगा, हर कौम में, हर कम्युनिटी में गंदे लोग मिलेगा। मगर मैं कहता हूँ गंदे लोगों के साथ अच्छे लोगों की भी दुनिया में कमी नहीं है। खुसूसन हमारे करगिल में गंदे लोगों की तादाद बहुत कम है और ना के बराबर है। तो अभी हम बताएंगे, जहां तक मेरा ताल्लुक है, मैं खुद में बोलता हूँ, मेरे सरदारों के साथ एक बहुत बड़ा, पता नहीं क्यों है, एक सरदारों के साथ एक मेरा अच्छा एक रिलेशन रहा है। इसी तरह आप यकीन कीजिए कि हम लोग यहाँ से 2000 में जब यहाँ इधर गए जानकी में बैठने के लिए, यूम जमहूरिया के दिल्ली के अंदर, तो वहाँ तरह तरह के लामे आए हुए थे। उधर एक लामा था, उसका नाम मुझे आज भी पता है, उसका नाम है कुंचोक छोसवांग, वो देहरादून में रहता है। तो कोई लड़का इधर से गया था देहरादून में, तो उसको वो मिला है घंटाघर के पास। तो उन्होंने बोला भाई आप कहाँ से आए? तो उन्होंने बोला भाई मैं करगिल से आया हूँ। तो उसने बोला मेरा एक दोस्त रहता है, उसका नाम है बशीर वफा, वो शायर है। तो उसने बोला भाई मैं जानता हूँ। तो बोलता है उसने बहुत उसका रेस्पेक्ट किया। मेरे कहने का मतलब ये है कि कोई रिलीजियस हो, हम आपस में बैठते हैं, आपस में बैठते हैं। मजहबी लोग जो है आपस में बैठने से, जब हम उनके पैगाम को सुनते हैं, एक दूसरे के मजहब का मजहबी पैगाम हमको सुनते हैं, तो हमको एक अजीब तरह से सुकून मिलता है। मगर आज क्या है मंजीत सिंह, आज क्या है? सबसे पहले जो हम मीडिया पे बैठा हुआ है, ये भी एक मीडिया जो एक मीडियम है कि नहीं सफी साहब? मैं तो इससे बिल्कुल मुत्तफिक नहीं हूँ, चाहे मुझे कहीं भी जेल के कोने में काला पानी भेज दो, मैं तो ये बिल्कुल सूरज की तरह आया है। अगर कौम को बचाना है, ये मीडिया है या शायरी है, ये सब जो है ये मिलाने वाला मीडियम है। कौम के क्या है, नेशन के कुछ सुतून से, पिलर से। पहले तो मैं एक शिया हूँ, मुझे शिया और मुस्लिम के बारे में मुझे खुद नोइंग होना चाहिए। आप एक बुद्धिस्ट है, आप बुद्धिस्ट के बारे में आपको अपने बारे में खुद पता होना चाहिए। सरदार जी अब सरदार है, गुरु ग्रंथ के बारे में और मजहबी रसूमात के बारे में आपको हमारे पता होना चाहिए। शफी साहब आपको अपने बारे में पता होना चाहिए, तब जाके हम क्या करेंगे, हम अवेयर हैं, क्योंकि हमारा मजहब ने इसको मना किया, हम उस तरफ नहीं जाएगा। कुछ लोग आते हैं जिनको कुछ भी पता नहीं है, खामखा एक गलत किस्म की बात फैला के लोगों को लड़ा के आप आपस में जाते हैं, खुद अपना फायदा लेता है। तो इस तरह की चीजें नहीं होना चाहिए।
ngati kargil yul piano ju dia tse misal man mangmai ge ju ga khirena ngati stakse yul zerin ngati chiktan bulang yo ju dia na buddhist dongpa sumjik meneme dera dia chola chiktan na dongpa sum meneme ya dia chola ngati koksho zerba chos kundik zerba chos don yang girang buddhist ta don yang bakston in yang ngati dia chola ngati cerke tu shigin girang de chanang khong nyambo thune dele ngita last jo thongju za chana changma nyambo za chasi ngira misalang yo ta dun ngata du sos ngati kargil district no mendo ko chabun sos ba ngata chasyang mendo ko kasmong me gon ju dana sos po ngati dir thune dele duk chasi mingna gazuk jal tarik molen ngira manjit singh sir
जनाब मिसाल के तौर पर ना से नास्पेरिक जेजू मूल बेग वाका मूल बेग शरगोल नाची खास रिश्तेदारी जो बुद्धिस्ट आजू। फिर इसी तरह से हमारे मुस्लिम भी मेरे रिश्तेदार हैं, बुद्धिस्ट भी मेरे रिश्तेदार हैं। एक तरफ से मैं सिख हो गया, सुना जी। तो ऐसे एक हमारा फुलवाड़ी है, हमारा तो खानदान घर ही एक फुलवाड़ी है।
जी जी जी, एक सिंबल ऑफ लव, सिंबल ऑफ यूनिटी।
वो तो आपको पता ही है, मेरे रिश्तेदार हैं वहाँ पर, मैं बुद्धिस्ट रिश्तेदार है, मुस्लिम रिश्तेदार है, मैं सिख तबके से ताल्लुक रखता हूँ। तो मेरा तो घर ही एक फुलवाड़ी है।
बिल्कुल सही बात है,
ऐसा है सर।
तो अब बात ऐसी है सर कि जैसे मंजीत साहब ने कहा कि मेरी रिश्तेदारियां हैं, हर किसी का ऐसा ही हाल है। इसी तरह से हमारे जो सुन्नी शिया का है, हमारे घर में इनके आपस में बहुत सारी रिश्तेदारियां हैं। हमारी बहुत सारी लड़कियां जो है शिया से शादी करके लाई हैं, हमारी सुन्नी की लड़कियां शिया के घर में गई हुई हैं। इसी तरह एली हदीस हैं या नूर बख्शियाँ हैं, तो उनमें भी जो है आपस में शादियां वगैरह जो है वो बिल्कुल आज भी होता है। तो ये कल्चर है।
अभी देखिए, मैं तो सिर्फ ये मंजीत सर इधर बैठा हुआ है, तो हम दोनों के ही, मैं आगे पीछे नहीं जाता हूँ, हम दोनों का ही मैं बात करता हूँ, क्योंकि ये एक सिंबल ऑफ लव। ये इससे क्या होता है, क्यों ये सब चीजें जो है इससे प्यार बढ़ता है, मोहब्बत बढ़ता है। जब मुल्क में मोहब्बत हो, घर में मोहब्बत हो, तो इक्तिसादी तौर पर वो घर मजबूत हो कि नहीं। आज किसी भी मुल्क में देख लीजिए, अब वहां मुल्क में फसादात होगा, मंजीत सिंह आप खाना खाएगा अच्छी तरह से, आप अच्छी सूरत में है। जब मुल्क का हालात खराब है तो आप सच बताओ, गुरु ग्रंथ की कसम बताओ, आपको क्या, आपको पीस होगा?
नहीं होगा,
आपको नहीं होगा पीस। जब मैं अच्छा खा रहा हूँ, हमारा रिगजिन भाई वहां बीमार होगा, इनके घर में परेशानियां होंगी, तो इसमें हमें सुकून नहीं मिलेगा। अगर इस मुल्क में हिंदू को जख्म पहुंचेगा, हिंदू मुसीबत में होगा, मुस्लिम को जख्म ना पहुंचे, ये बिल्कुल नामुमकिन बात है। इसी तरह से कोई कौम की बात करो, हम कौम के नाम पर लड़ते, बल्ती और शिना के नाम पर, बल्ती और बुद्धिस्ट के नाम पर, इस तरह की चीजें भी है। तो नहीं, हर कोई चीज, हर कोई जबान मीठा है, ये इंसानों की जबान है, क्यों है कि नहीं जी। मैं शीन बात हालांकि समझता नहीं हूँ। जब रेडियो करगिल से शीन प्रोग्राम आता है, बहुत सारे लोग वहाँ उधर क्या बोलते हैं बरसों में, वहां भी लोगों को पता है ये क्या बोल रहा है। सरदार जी मंजीत सिंह को पता नहीं ये क्या है, एक लफ्ज भी नहीं आता है, मगर क्यों अच्छा लगता है? ये इसलिए अच्छा लगता है ये कि इंसानों की जुबान है, ये इंसानों की जुबान है। तो बहैसियत ह्यूमन बीइंग हम सब इंसान है, बनीनो बशर है कि नहीं, एक बशर है। और जब तक बशर का रिस्पेक्ट नहीं करेगा, तब तक दुनिया में अमन भाईचारा नहीं होगा।
Ta bashir sape ngatis ngapas ya ta pochana sangira dir ngati dir du so trim shigut pinga ngata nyering zere ngira nyering zere jakcha shik ne ngata yang phezla dulsana ngira nyambo chachas ya su phek chharna don ko bas tacha speaker ngira मुस्लिम ना या बुद्धिस्ट
आपके उधर भी होगा, आपके वहाँ भी होगा, जैसे कि बल्ती और शीन लोगों में आपस में ये है दोस्तियां ताल्लुकात है।
हाँ बिल्कुल है ना, बिल्कुल। बल्ती वहाँ भी जो है कल्चर, एक दूसरे का कल्चर एडाप्ट किया हुआ है, ज़बान एडाप्ट किया हुआ है। एक दूसरे की शादियों में, हमारे द्रास में जो शीना शादियाँ होती हैं वहाँ बल्ती गीत चलते हैं, गाने चलते हैं। तो जब बल्ती किसी के पास हम जाते हैं तो वहाँ जाते हैं, वहाँ शादी होती है तो वहाँ शीना गीत चलते हैं, है ना। वहाँ पे शीना रस्म रिवाज और बल्ती रस्म रिवाज एक दूसरे के त्यौहार जो है मिले हुए हैं। हम देखते हैं जो माँ मनी है, ये दर्दों का त्यौहार है, शीनों का, है ना। ये पूरे कारगिल में हम मनाया जाता है बड़े शौक के साथ, बुद्धिस्ट हो मुस्लिम हो सब मनाते हैं। इसी तरह लोसर है, लोसर बुद्धिस्टों का त्यौहार है और हम भी मनाते हैं, क्योंकि हम शीन हैं, है ना। ये हमारा त्यौहार नहीं है, फिर भी हम बड़े धूमधाम से उसको मनाते हैं। तो ये भाईचारा है, एक दूसरे के कल्चर को, एक दूसरे की लैंग्वेज को, एक दूसरे की आइडेंटिटी को अडॉप्ट किया हुआ है। आज भी हमारे जो शीन दर्द लोग जो हैं वो ये ड्रेस पहनते हैं, बल्ती ड्रेस, है ना, इसको बहुत पसंद करते हैं, पहनते हैं, है ना। तो इसी तरह से अगर मेरा ये ड्रेस मिलेगा तो आप लोग भी पहनते। ये टोपी जो है
अच्छा
कोई पहनता है, आम पहनते हैं यहाँ कारगिल में। तो ये एक किस्म की कल्चरल आइडेंटिटी ट्रांसफॉर्मेशन जो है वो आ गई है, लोगों ने एक्सेप्ट किया है। और एक दूसरे से इससे क्या होता है कि मोहब्बत बढ़ जाती है। अगर मैं इससे गुंजे से नफरत करूं, इसको नहीं पहनूं, तो क्या होगा, उससे आपस में हमारी मोहब्बत कमी बढ़ेगी। लेकिन जब मैं ये आदमी मेरी टोपी पहनता है तो मुझे अच्छा लगता है, बिल्कुल मैं सोचता है ना, तो इससे मोहब्बत बढ़ जाती है।
तो एक चीज और भी मैं बताना चाहता हूँ मंजीत सिंह, माफ करना, अभी हमने बोला हमने एक दूसरे को समझना है, एक दूसरे के पालन
कभी नहीं सिखाता है कि आपस में झगड़ा करो, है ना। मजहब नहीं सिखाता आपस में बैर रखना, है ना। मजहब अच्छी चीज सिखाता है भाई कि सीधे रास्ते पे चलना है, और किसी को बुराई नहीं करना है, किसी के साथ जो है गलत नहीं करना है। हर मजहब सिखाता है, चाहे हिंदू हो, मुस्लिम हो, सिख हो, ईसाई हो, हर मजहब यही सिखाता है। तो इस पे हमें अच्छे से फॉलो करना चाहिए, है ना। अब हम क्या करते हैं, दिल में एक नफरत भर के अपना जो लड़ाई है उसको मजहब के नाम पर निकालते हैं। लेकिन हमारा खुदा का शुक्र है कि हमें खुशी है कि हम कारगिल में रहते हैं, जहाँ इस किस्म का कंसेप्ट भी, सोच भी नहीं है लोगों के जहन में कि हम इस नाम पे लड़ें, मजहब के नाम पे लड़ें या किसी
कौम के नाम पे, ज़बान के नाम पे लड़ें।
और हमारी दुआ है कि जो है ये हमारा जो भाईचारा है बिल्कुल ये हमेशा कायम रहे,
और अल्लाह करे इस पर किसी की बात नजर ना लगे। हमारे कारगिल के जो पीस, अमन, प्यार है, इस पर जमाने की बात नजर ना लगे, ये हम सबों की दुआ है।
Tadiana tsukla ju ngati ngapasi ira argyang lu yot ya ngati dewan yot don yang ira di thundel iskola prin नियम दो बशीर साहब का सुख सिमरन ira
जितने भी हमारे जो फोकलोर है, पहले हम भी नहीं ऐसे ही कोई, जब हम इस फील्ड में आए सागर साहब, तो हम लोगों को कुछ चटपटे किस्म के, जवानी के दौर से कुछ चटपटे किस्म के गाने याद थे, जैसे कि अंगाया यातील जला हटी जुगला ओंगत कब्शा सुनसुन ऐसा। ये हालांकि जब हम मेच्योर्ड हो गए, मेच्योर्ड होने के बाद हमने मुतालिया किया तो ये चंचल गाने थे, ये लड़कियों के सामने, माँ बहन के सामने गाने वाला गाना नहीं था। मगर इसके बाद जब हम जबान के तयीन जो है, जब हम संजीदा हो गए, जब हमने जबान का मुतालिया किया, हमको फोकलोर की तरफ जाना पड़ा। तो फोकलोर से जो चीजें हमने सीखा, एकता और भाईचारा, और ये तो एक बहुत बड़ा नमूना है। तो इनको खंगालिए, देखिए कि एक बुद्धिस्ट और मुस्लिम किस तरह से रहे, किस तरह से प्यार हुए, किस तरह से उस मोहब्बत को निभाया। तो ये सब चीजें तो उधर मिलता है।
जी 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 गिरांगा से डायरेक्टली गिरां फ्लू में क्या मैसेज है गिरां दोन तना ngati prun la yong cha se prun lang di message po di thundel po di chuzluk thundel po ma pata चल
यार ना एक चीज मैं फिर कतई कलाई करता हूँ, क्योंकि ये चीज बताना बहुत जरूरी है। गाना जो है ना, अभी इस्लाम को इस तरह से ये चीजें, मजहब के बीच में हमारा कोई डिस्कशन नहीं है कि क्यों भाई कौन अच्छा है कौन नहीं है। मगर मैं बताता हूँ कि जो इस्लाम में है खुद मौसीकी की मुख्तलिफ किस्में हैं, वो चीज़ों को मना किया है। उसको हमको आना चाहिए कि कौन सा मौसीकी हलाल है, कौन सा मौसीकी हराम है, ये हमने खुद देखना है। तो बजाते खुद एक लिरिक्स को पढ़ना, पोइट्री को पढ़ना, ये नहीं है कि उसका टाइमिंग है। मिसाल के तौर पर यहाँ से आजान हो रहा होगा, आप यहाँ से रक्स मौसीकी करेंगे, तो इन चीज़ों की ममानियत है। क्यों जी?
फोकलोर जो आपने बात की ना, फोकलोर में जो है इंसान तो छोड़ो, इंसान की बात, जानवरों तक को जो है नुकसान न पहुंचाने की बात की गई है।
जी नहीं, जो
एक गीत है हमारे शीना में भी है, बल्ती में भी है। समझो वो हमारा शीना बल्ती का मुश्तरक है ना, कि एक शिकारी शिकार के लिए जाता है, फिर वो गोली लगाता है, एक पहाड़ी बकरी जो है उसके साथ बच्चा भी होता है।
बच्चा भी है।
जब वो शिकारी को देखता है तो पहाड़ी बकरी बोलती है कि भाई ये कौन आ रहा है, ये कोई आ रहा है। तो कहती है नहीं ये कोई शिकारी विकारी नहीं है, ये बेड़ू चराने वाला गड़रिया है ना। फिर वो कहता है, छोटा बच्चा कहता है नहीं इसके हाथ में तो बंदूक है, नहीं वो डंडा है, आप मत डरिए। फिर इतने में वो शिकारी गोली चलाता है। फिर कहती है कोई आवाज आ गई, कहता है ऊपर से पहाड़ू बकरू ने जो है ऊपर से पत्थर गिरा दिए। फिर थोड़ी देर में जाने के बाद उसके यहाँ खून निकलता है। खून निकलने के बाद बोलती है कि माँ आपके जिस्म में लाल खून निकल रहा है। कहते नहीं ये खून नहीं है, मैंने लाल मिट्टी में जो है वो सो गई थी, वो मिट्टी लग गई है। फिर थोड़ी देर के बाद जाने के बाद क्या होता है, वो बिल्कुल बेहाल हो जाती है, असर हो। फिर वो बच्चे को नसीहत करती है, बेटा आप यहाँ से भाग जाओ, उधर अंदर पहाड़ी बकरे होंगे उनके पास जाओ। तो कहता है माँ पहाड़ी बकरे जो है मुझे सींग मारेंगे। तो कहता है नहीं पहाड़ी बकरों को बाप कहना, पहाड़ी बकरियों के पास माँ मुझे पहाड़ी बकरियां उनको बहन बोलना। फिर कहता है पहाड़ी बच्चे जो है मुझे सींग मारेंगे। तो कहता है उनको भाई कहना, है ना। तो ये एक पैगाम है कि भाई किस तरह से माहौल में रहना है, किस तरह से जो है अपने आप को एडजस्ट करना है ना। ये वाज़े पैगाम है। तो ये फोक लोर में पुराने ऐसे बहुत सारे गीत जो है, मैं अभी टाइम जो है
नहीं है, कम है,
तो इस किस्म के गीत जो हैं हमारे बल्ती कल्चर में भी, पुर्गी कल्चर में भी और हमारे शीना कल्चर में भी जो इस किस्म का प्यार और अमन का पैगाम,
भाईचारे का दरस देते हैं,
भाईचारे का दरस देने वाले गीत।
गरज और मोहब्बत, भाईचारा हमारे खून में,
जी
खून में शामिल है।
बख्शिश जो जुलिस कुमदुन संका स्पेराता यंती सिर न चोखजु तम जर बिचुल न सिर्फ मोती की जूस मना चोखजु जरे यंते मन मोती की जलता चोख मना सेरे समदाले न मोती की जलता चोख मना दे मोमोल बाजाजु दसलो खुंटो न तर गामोस दर जरे ngati yang zercha se yongju do chana yintang diring di discussion yang sketchla mama shafi sagar skundun ngirang daraz nas keteju manjin singh sahib ngirang kargil naju bashir afa sahib ngirang kargil naju nga chang rjin yintang saga nga cha changke chokna juli